SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And in the great words of Bruce Buffer, it's time. It's time for finals day. Everyone gearing up. Finn McGill taking it pretty lightheartedly. Big smiles from this lady on your screen, Alyssa Spencer. She's qualified for the championship tour along with Cal Robbo.
Well done, yes, Ezra.
Ellie Harrison still in with a chance. She's going to go pretty deep in the draw here. Dakota Walters, Morgan Siblick. Just getting a little bit of local knowledge from Codes, and it's a big looking day today. Not only do we get to crown champions of the event, we get to crown our men's Challenger Series champion. We're going to find out who's going to finish on top of that rankings and who we're going to welcome those last two spots to the championship tour to. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey and Flick Palmatier. We've had a week. There's so much has gone down, but it all comes down to today.
Yeah, that's right. Having the trophies here, it makes you feel a bit nervous. You know, I wasn't someone who got to experience a lot of trophies in my life. Best wipeout at Brunswick Heads Riverfest about 1991. And you see these and you know it's getting real. Like, this is finals day and it has been a journey to get here. You know, bizarre in some ways that we're starting the year with the last Challenger Series event, but it has been exciting. It's been emotional. Yesterday was one of the most incredible roller coasters I've been on, and I really appreciate you guys looking after me. You know, PJ's popcorn, movie night. I needed my biffles to pull me out of a heightened emotional state yesterday, and thanks for that, because, yeah, still qualification scenarios happening today right in front of us.
Oh, it's crazy. The fact that we still have a spot on the women's side and a spot on the men's side right down to finals day is incredible, right? Like, this could have happened way earlier in the week, but just the way that the cookies crumbled, it's all happening on finals day. And the men's Challenger Series leader is going to be confirmed.
Yeah,
so.
My heart rate's already elevated. Seriously, I don't know if I could do another day, but it's finals day. We're going to go and chat with Kaipo, who I believe's got the morning call for us.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Here with Sanoa, and Sanoa, you had to surf this morning. Finals day conditions, give us a briefing.
Yeah, it's definitely a fair bit smaller today. Pretty soft out there, but hopefully it gets a bit better with the dropping tide. And yeah, a little bit slower, but still fun when they come through. And yeah, hopefully it'll pick up with the dropping tide and looks like a good finals day for sure.
It's a great finals day. We're going to let Sanoa get ready since we're starting off with the women's quarterfinals, then the men's quarterfinals. We're going to go back and forth for those throughout the day. We're going to fit a Legends Heat in as well in today's program. So that's the program for today. That's the conditions for today, Jess.
Thanks, Kaipo. Sanoa seemed really calm there as well, and a Legends Heat to just give us all a beat before the final. And there's such a long list of incredible humans who could surf in that Legends Heat. Oh,
yeah. This entire town is stacked with surfing icons. You think back, well, you look at the Wall of Fame out here, you can see a lot of them have won. Oh, well, they haven't won here actually necessarily, but they have put on some really memorable performances. But yeah, the Legends Heat, it could be previous winners, it could be local legends. Looking forward to seeing it. Look at these faces though. There's Taylor Knox, Barton Lynch, Kelly Slater, of course, with the great MR. I can see Jay Bottle Thompson down the bottom there. Wow, Silvana Lima. Vanessa Osborne, for a long time, was the only local surfer to have lifted that trophy here at Surfest. She's standing next to Damien Hardman. There's Jacko Baker, Matt Wilkinson, Beck Woods, three-time winner. And, yeah, Wilco. He seemed to really, really enjoy that win by the looks of things.
Oh, he enjoys every win. Really relishes
well, he enjoys
in that
everything, every moment.
Really enjoys every moment, doesn't he? King of fun.
Now, guys, I'm going to kind of take you through what we're dealing with today, because we're going to start off with the women's, just like Kaipo mentioned, then we're going to roll through the quarterfinals, and we'll kind of just keep going back and forth. But there are still 3 women in contention for one last spot, actually 4 women, because Anat looking to hold on, and a lot of it is really going to come undone in these first quarterfinal rounds. So Anat, unfortunately, she's going to have to sit with 20,310 points. Have to sit with that. She can't look to defend that spot any further, but she's going to have 3 women chasing that down. It's Sophie McCulloch, Ellie Harrison, Sanoa, and actually Foreman and Sol Aguirre. Obviously, all of them still alive and in the quarterfinals. Ellie Harrison has to make the finals here. So this is yet another one of those do or die situations, and she's taking on Ziggy McKenzie.
Yeah, this is a really huge heat here for the Victorian. She's won it before, so, you know, she knows what it's like to go all the way here at Surfest. She's got, yeah, wow. I mean, Ziggy McKenzie, she's just been on a real tear throughout this event. She's a under-16 ISA world champ, I believe, but she's, you know, she's she's here and she means business. She's been destroying dreams on her run through this draw. She's had a couple of tricky heats, but she knows what it's like to surf at finals day and get the job done.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting. I got my morning coffee and I was watching the surf, and it is so different to what we've had all week. All week we've had plenty of opportunity. It's been big, and there's no excuses for, I didn't get the waves. Today, it is inconsistent, and you're going to have to be on it for when they're timing those sets, when they're coming through. Today almost feels like there's a bit more luck involved, and that you could potentially be sitting there waiting for the wave and you might not necessarily get that opportunity. So I think it's going to be crucial, the study before the heat, locking in how frequent those sets are coming or not, because today is looking very different.
Yeah, so you can see here, Nat Law still holding down that 7th place position. Sophie McCulloch, if she makes this heat, if she makes it to the semi-finals, she jumps a nut. She goes into that top 7, which makes Ellie's life a little bit harder. It actually means Sanoa and Sol will be out of contention, but these are our last kind of ladies who are still fighting right now.
Look at those bolters, the ground that they have to make, and everything has to go their way. For Ellie and for Soph, it's more in their control. For Sanoa and Sol, it's like win or bust. So it's going to be really interesting as we see Ellie Harrison is going to go first here.
Yeah, she's going to look left. We've seen a lot of rights over the last few days, just hitting a bit of a weird section there. Definitely had some points on the inside there, so maybe just a bit of a nerve settler here, Flick.
Totally. We also saw a high tide at 6:20 a.m, right? So the good news is it is getting lower. However, there's still a lot of water on this bank, and you can just see it, case in point, right there on that opening wave. It's pretty full, and I just go back to that point I was trying to make this morning earlier, is that it's inconsistent, and you've just got to make the most of those opportunities when they come through, because the last few days of this competition, we have had waves breaking every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
There's been no excuses for opportunity, whereas today, it's a totally different ball game.
Yeah, it's really similar conditions to what we're actually used to seeing when we run the QS 1000 that we have here as well in the Asia region, the Asia-Australia region. So Ellie and Ziggy actually getting a bit of an advantage. Ziggy into one section here, so she's going to get an early start. Ellie looking to finish off another ride here, and you can can feel the intensity right now, just in the morning with the stakes. If we were walking around the event side, and of course everyone's nervous, but Ziggy, she's got nothing to lose here, Borno.
No, she doesn't, and it's a really dangerous heat for Ellie Harrison. Ziggy did grow up surfing huge waves over in Indonesia. She's not scared. She'll have a massive crack, but even still, even with all that knowledge and experience in heavy water, you would have favoured Ellie Harrison to get the jump on her, or at least have a major advantage, just purely on the power game. But that swell has dissipated a bit. And this morning on the high tide, it's just going to be about who finds the opportunity. So Ziggy, I really think that she's got a great shot here to upset Ellie Harrison, but, Ellie is a class performer and a former winner, so it's a good matchup.
Yeah, trying to chase some steep ball there for Ziggy, not quite finding it, but I love the fact that she's staying busy, keeping her options open. I was thinking, I wonder if she'll lay down this heat, let Ellie kind of scrape through, but Ziggy, she's putting up a fight right now.
I think that's the theme with these younger sort of grommets coming up and grommettes, is that they don't really back down from, that next generation above them. They're going to take it to them. I think it's been pretty evident all event. If you're a wild card, if you've, your first Challenger Series, there's very little backing down. Yeah,
let's take a look at the brackets. Like right now, we're obviously watching Ellie Harrison and Ziggy, but that next heat, Soph McCulloch and Sol Aguirre, that's a huge, huge matchup.
Well, these two this morning have just thrown us straight into the emotional boiling pot yet again. I mean, this is huge. This is, a year's worth of surfing. This is the dream just within reach. We've seen Ellie Harrison surf CT heats and do super hectic damage. She took down, a two-time world champ in Tyler Wright down there at Bells. Imagine Torquay if she gets through and somehow does it when she gets the pull on a Rashi, but it's not about Bells right now. It's about Newcastle. And this heat and this tide is the trickiest we'll see all day, because, there hasn't really been a benchmark set. You don't know where to sit, like what's going to happen as the tide runs out during this heat. So it's real cat and mouse just to find the opportunities. But Ellie's got a nice wave here, Jess.
Yeah, putting up a fight. That's a good-looking swoop. She's got some more water coming towards her. Gets there and times it well. Those sections, especially with this higher tide, they can almost back off on you a little bit and leave you kind of chasing your tail to get down the face there. But Ellie just timing it beautifully there, Flip.
Yeah, that was obviously going to be the best wave of the heat, right? It was 2 turns, it was strong. There was no downtime between, like too much downtime between the turns here. Let's have a look. So this beautiful opening carve, I just love it. There was no 2 staging here. It was just board on rail the whole way through. And she brings it here to the inside. Yes, it was a little bit full, but she did the best she could, right? I mean, I think in the context of this heat and this morning, I feel like that's going to be a pretty good wave. But just from my observations earlier when I was watching the free surf and what was being done, I think that's going to be, a pretty good score for this heat.
Yeah, and Ziggy, has done extremely well just to put a couple of scores on the board. It all adds pressure. A 4 and a 3, but that is, just on first look alone, going to be the best wave for sure. Just a little bit of class there, linking the turns beautifully, as you said, Flick, and for Ellie, that's a nice settler.
And Ellie obviously trying to chase her rookie year on tour here. So if she qualifies, it's going to be the first time we ever see her getting that full championship tour experience. We saw her have an incredible run of wildcards down at Bells Beach. But you look at this rookie class, you think about people who have already qualified on both the men and the women's side, Tia Zabrowski, Luke Thompson, Oscar Berry. These guys have actually already competed at places where a lot of other rookies had never competed before. And the big one that stands out to me is Pipeline. So maybe we're going to have a more ready rookie class than we've ever seen before.
Yeah, and the other thing about this rookie class is that they've been competing the entire time that the CT's been chilling. So, their irons are molten hot. They've been in the fire the whole time. And a big break, like an unusually huge break on the CT is, how comp ready, how battle hardened are the CT surfers going to be, and will they be ready for this crew, the class of 25 who will be coming in white hot?
Totally. You think back to Fiji finals, right? I mean, that was what, August, September? Okay, that's the guys and women fighting for a world title, let alone the guys that didn't fight for a world title. As we see Ziggy.
Wow, good looking carve here. She would have heard that last score for Ellie come through, knowing that she needs a big section to really seal the deal on this wave here, chasing it down and connects with it herself here. So Ziggy answering back every single time. We spoke to it at the start, she is nowhere near backing down from this fight.
Yeah, tenacious competitor. And right up for this one, Ellie Harrison out the back. This is a nice steep wave.
Here we go, needs to get some work done. That's a great connection out the back here for Ellie. Carves it back, you can see a little bit hung up. There's a bit of a dead section she's got to work through here. She's going to get out, regain priority, but I feel like this is going to be just the tail of this matchup, one wave after the other. Both of these ladies pushing as hard as they can here, Flip.
Yeah, this one here, I mean, it really stands up for her, but then you can just see it lays down a bit. It's a nice, beautiful carve. She keeps it really tight in the pocket there, which is really well done, but just hits this sort of dead section. And look, she's doing the best she can. She keeps the board lively through here, and really good job. I mean, that's what you get when you're light and you're nimble and you can really work the board to get through those sort of dead water sections. She does really well. But really for me, I really liked, if I pick apart these 2 waves on this Stone and Wood slow-mo, I loved Ellie's first turn. I feel like it was straight up into the lip as opposed to out of the face. She gets one nice carve here for the second turn. But if I be critical and I compare both waves, I just love that she was able to, the wave did provide for her, but she, said yes to that opportunity and went straight up into the lip.
Yeah, I feel like Ellie, we're going to see her probably get rewarded just for that out-the-back critical section. And this is really good for, obviously, no one wants to be the first heat of the day. Sometimes it is the dummy heat. But Ellie, I just feel like she's going to get rewarded for that. But looking at the conditions here on the Newcastle flight cam, groomed conditions. We've got great-looking winds. It starts to pop up a little bit onshore this afternoon. But as far as however you can start a finals day, this is ideal.
Yeah, it's nice. And even that set then, you could see that there was just a touch less water on the bank than at the very start of this heat. They paddled into those waves, both athletes, and it stood up and you thought, oh, well, here we go. That's as good a canvas as you need. As soon as it just hits that inside little flat spot, that deeper water, as soon as that starts to drain a little bit more, we're going to start seeing some real action, I think. But yeah, looking at those 2 waves, Ellie had the moment, didn't she? Ziggy didn't really have that sort of just that one little crispy bit of perfect timing. It was like drawn out. It was a little bit more sort of forced, but Ellie definitely clicked with her wave, and I think that'll be the new benchmark.
Yeah, scores locking in. So Ellie getting a 5.33. Judges actually preferring Ziggy. So 5.83 for Ziggy McKenzie. It's going to hold her in the lead right now. Her backup, a 4-point ride. Ellie's backup, a 4.33. So close in just tallies right now. 9.83 to 9.66 here, Flick. Your thoughts?
Oh, look, I'm a bit. I can see judges on both scores, right? Like, I mean, you look at the 5 judges for Ziggy and what the numbers they've locked in, and the 5 judges for Ellie and what they've locked in, and I can pick judges that have agreed with me on some and not agreed with me on others. I'm just trying. Like, I can see where they're going on both on the scale, but I personally really liked Ellie's, straight up into the lip. Obviously, Ellie didn't get that finishing turn. Ziggy did get that finishing turn on the inside. So I can see where they're going with both. But, personally, I really do love the big critical turn. And they are rewarding Ellie for that because she only did get the couple and she didn't make it through the inside. She only got a 5.3. So I do see the breakdown. Yeah,
so Ziggy, she's going to maintain the lead right here. We're going to take a look at them again here on a split-screen replay here, Bono.
Yeah, well, it was a nice carve from Ziggy, but for me, it just looked like a much nicer, crispier turn from Ellie. A little bit more power too, but, the big difference here is that Ziggy does get the completion. So, it's such a minor difference between these two scores, and I think the judges are basically saying, let's see more.
Ellie should be hearing that. Wow, gets nice and up into the lip here for a drawn-out carve. She's going to bring it back around through the inside. She heard her score for not getting a finishing section. She's going to keep swooping on through, hoping that something's going to stand up for here. You can see just so much water on the bank right now. She's not going to get that finishing connection, but I think, enough damage done out the back. That opening carve was one of the strongest we've seen of this heat so far. Yeah, that was a big turn. Let's have a look here. Bioglan replay. I mean, she draws this, a lot of spray off the back there. Big fan. But I'll be interested to see where this goes compared to the last, because the last one, she went up into the lip. She got the 5.33. Yes, she banked off a couple of... She banked one turn off and she got the 5.33. This one, however, she goes out on the face and does a big carve and then banks off a couple of other carves after it. So to me, it'll be telling to be like, okay, well, what are the judges going to appreciate more? Are they going to appreciate one big carve versus going straight up into the lip? Because she doesn't get the finish turn here either. So this, to me, will be interesting.
Yeah, I reckon it's a tricky one to call. This tide is frustrating, I think, for both athletes. We know what they're capable of. Like, if a section stands up, oh, look out.
Panic stations here for Hog. Ziggy, that's a great connection out the back here. And she's kind of got a bit of a rebound that she can work with on the foam. This has a better looking inside track. Slash through the middle and another finishing section here for Ziggy. You could see the nerves coming through to that finishing turn. It almost wasn't even kind of a click. It was kind of just a bash of the foam here for Ziggy. But as far as wave selection, that is the best wave we've seen.
Yeah, and this is her best turn of this heat.
Totally.
Without doubt. Yeah, so, well, that's not too different from Ellie's one, but she'll get a lot more work done on the inside. And I think the nerves you're talking about is coming through onto this inside section. It's just not standing up, so you've really got to make the most of that, because otherwise, if you push too hard, there's just not enough power in the wave in that deep water to sort of push you out in front of it and get a clear make. And you could see Ziggy there almost losing it.
Oh, she did well there. That first turn, that was really well done. I think, obviously, the waves she had previously, they weren't asking. They didn't stand up enough for her to really go up into the lip. So, I mean, the section presented herself and she went straight for it. So, and she gets the finish. So this will be interesting. The judges got a bit to process here and a bit to look over, and obviously taking their time on these scores.
I think it was a really great start to that wave. Maybe a couple points left on the board through that inside there for Ziggy, but you can see she's building. We're going to see Sol Aguirre taking on Soph McCulloch in quarterfinal heat number 2, working with Snake. Soph working with Timmy Mack and Bottle. It's a great looking matchup here. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break. We've had a big week of waves here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and it all comes down to today. Today is finals day, but Flick, we have just been blessed with swell this week.
Oh, totally. I mean, you know, you can see the graphic on the screen at the moment. You can see where Newcastle is, just a couple of hours north of Sydney. But basically all week, you can see the red blobs moving up the coast. We have been blessed. We've had excellent swell opportunity all week. But today, this is what we're looking at, 3 to 5 foot faces, and actually picking up a little bit in the afternoon. Good news is we've had onshore all week, and then this morning, we've been blessed with some beautiful offshore winds, maybe puffing up around lunchtime there, going to trend towards that onshore flow, but we've still got swell. There's still opportunity, and we've seen that reflected this morning. The women have already taken off on 9 waves this heat. So, you know, there is still opportunity out there, and it's beautiful, and it's groomed for finals day. Yeah,
I was talking to Reece Smith, son of the great Wazza Smith, who has been sort of the guardian, the grand poobah of Surfest for the last 40 years. And, you know, he was saying today's going to be a good day. We got favourable tides, we've got plenty of swell. The banks here will start to sort of show themselves more and more as the day goes on. And, yeah, he's pumped. So if the locals are pumped, we're going to be pumped. And... but this is so massive right now. Like I'm just sort of like weighing up the importance of this heat for Ellie Harrison. This is her keeping her Challenger Series dream alive and her CT dream alive as well. You know, a good result here. And there's a little bit of work to be done, but she could be on the championship tour. This has been a huge Australian push this year, one of the strongest we've seen. And she could be a part of that.
Yeah, I really feel like Ellie, you can see she's putting up a great fight in this heat as well. Her last wave of 5.97, Ziggy's last wave coming through as a 5.23. We're already 2 hours off the high tide as well. So conditions looking to get better really quick as we see this tide pretty rampantly drop out. There's a big difference between the high and the low. But Ziggy right now needing a 5.48. But imagine, you know, being Ellie, waking up, having your morning coffee, you're not on tour, and who knows, by this afternoon she could be having dinner and be a championship tour rookie.
Oh, that's incredible. That's incredible. And that's really the challenge here for all of these surfers. It's keeping the emotions in check, especially after what we saw yesterday. You know, we literally saw Matthias hurt his knees collapse, like he couldn't hold himself up. A couple of heats in a row there, his fate was just hanging in the balance. It was just so wild and incredible to watch. Flick, you did the interview with him. The emotion was just too real. Like, he could barely get a word out because it was 6 years of toil. And, you know, when it finally happens, you can see what it means to these surfers. This is what Ellie Harrison is dealing with this morning. Sophie McCulloch, Sol, you know, that all of these surfers are that close.
Oh, yeah. I think also you think about, I mean, let's have a look here. This is the championship tour. These are the women that have already been confirmed. You can see 6 of them here. Obviously, Yolanda, you got Tia Zabrowski, who's taken the Challenger Series win. Sal Fitzgibbons making the return. We've got Kika, Nadia Aristabe, and Alyssa, who re-qualified yesterday. So that'll be cool. Bit of redemption for them. But we've got 1 spot left.
One.
I know. And one of our ladies in this heat could take that spot. You know, there's 4 women still vying for that final spot, and Nat hoping that they all lose in the quarterfinals pretty much. She wants to really hold on to that 7th spot. And you know what we saw from Matthias yesterday, similar to what Nat's in right now, you know, she's hoping that someone goes down, you know, and that's what Dimitri unfortunately had to lose yesterday to confirm Matthias onto the championship tour. I reckon he's probably had the best sleep of his life last night, knowing that he's on the CT and he can just relax a little bit before, you know, coming down and enjoying finals day today.
Well, that's if he did sleep.
Yeah.
Apparently the celebrations were pretty huge last night at the Revere Projects house. But rightfully so. I think he had a bunch of mates drive all the way down from Queensland,
cool.
Brazilian buddies, and they got to really, you know, celebrate what a great achievement. Because there is one more spot on the men's as well. It's just so cool that we're here on finals day and there's still this intense drama playing out. And right now, 9 minutes to go for Ellie Harrison to try and keep her dream alive as well. It won't just be Ellie, it'll be the entire town of Torquay. Shout out to all the folks down there and the entire state of Victoria.
Totally.
They love their sport. They love their athletes. They want someone at the highest level.
Oh, totally. You know, this is just, I mean, it's getting down to crunch time, really. And considering the conditions this morning, I mean, right now, Ellie's out there with Priority, and Priority is going to come into play today. We haven't really, people have obviously utilised it over the last week here at Surfest, but because the playing field's been so massive and there hasn't been much downtime between sets, it almost seems like it's almost irrelevant because you can find space in the lineup, whereas today we're going to see people hold on to that. And Ellie right now, she has the opportunity to, I mean, she's going to sort of have the opportunity to take a wave off Ziggy. We're going to see that utilised a lot more today, I feel.
Yeah, I'm nervous for these guys, but it's been a great matchup here with the GWM recap, and it was Ziggy who really was holding down the show here, Bono.
Yeah, she is tenacious, as I said, and she got off to a flyer. She knows what this means to Ellie, but she is all about making a name for herself at this incredibly high standard of surfing. You know, she's got a lot of Challenger Series events to come, but Ellie Harrison, she's just utilised the power.
She has. When we look at Ellie, and really the scores are reflecting for me that judges are appreciating the clean lines between the turns and no downtime between the turns. There's this like seamless flow with her surfing, and I feel like that's what's being reflected in the scores, and the judges are appreciating that. And you know, just a bit more experience from Ellie at the moment. But Ziggy has fought back. I mean, and it's right there. I mean, you look at the heat totals. We're splitting hairs here. I know it's 11.3 to 11.06, right? But I mean, this is what we are. We're commentators. We try to break it down and see what the judges are seeing. And for me, it's just the clean, powerful lines of Ellie Harrison at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Ziggy, she's putting up a great fight. Just trying to get a little bit calm down here on finals day. It's going to be packed down here. We know it. The Novocastrians, they love getting amongst all of their sport. You know, you spoke to it earlier, Vorno. You even got to speak to one of the Newcastle Jets players earlier this week too, and they just live and breathe sport down here in Newcastle.
Yeah, the Jets are on fire. I think, you know, once they started winning, their crowds went from something like 8,000 to 15,000, 20,000 per game. Like,
wow.
Everyone in the town gets behind the locals when they're doing well. But, you know, Surfest Sunday, it will be packed down here. The atmosphere this afternoon is going to be so electrifying. And, you know, with so much on the line, they're a surf-educated crowd too. You know, they know exactly what they're looking at. They don't need to be sort of schooled on what's happening in the lineup there. They all are just starting off the morning. Morning, folks. Yes.
Getting ready for a big day. Obviously, they would know as well, just the stakes on the line. You know, there's Ellie looking to get through Sophie, Sol, Sanoa, but then also on the other side, that quarterfinal matchup number 3 between Cowley and Levi, that is going to make or break Liam O'Brien and Levi Slauson's careers. So we've got so much to break down today. Cowley, you know, he's always said he wants to be the guy who finishes number 1 on the Challenger Series. Sol still in with a fighting chance to make the championship tour. She's got the hardest job out of everyone. No matter what, she has to win, and a lot has to go into her favour. Soph McCulloch, if she makes this heat, she jumps in that and jumps into the top 7.
She doesn't quite qualify, but she crosses over that qualification line. So big wave out the back, and oh my goodness, Ziggy McKenzie has teed off on that section.
Yeah, better looking start here for Ziggy. She's chasing a 5.48, hopping over this section here. She's going to come through to a finishing turn, hope to get a little bonus section on the inside here with a bit more power, but it's not going to happen. But what a way to start a wave here. Ellie Harrison, she would have seen that spray. Now she's given us her rendition. Kicks the fins out the back on that first section here. She's going to need more down the line. Ziggy's felt like it might have had a little bit extra spice to it. Check snap. She's going to keep coming through here. Oh, you can feel the tension. You can feel the nerves right now between these two women.
Yeah, this is a big ramp up. There was so much sting in this first turn from Ziggy McKenzie. The section looms. It's a meaningful section, and she bashes it. And that was the moment that she's really lacked in this heat so far. She's done some excellent surfing. Beautiful surfing, I should say. But this will get the judges interested, because that was the first time we've really seen her go into attack mode.
Yeah, and look, okay, yes, she does get a little finishing turn here, but really for me, all those points are just coming from the first turn. The interesting thing is Ellie actually gave that to her, because Ellie had priority. She got that under priority. Ellie would have seen those, if Ellie was watching, would have seen that wave and then been like, uh-oh, did I just make a mistake? So she's taken off here and, you know, obviously trying to improve on that score. Will she? With that, I'm thinking potentially no. So it could have been a bit of a mistake here from Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, this is when you're talking about priority and how important it's going to play in these two-man heats. It looks like Ellie slightly ahead of Ziggy here. She's going to want to redeem first priority right now because Ziggy only needs a 5.48. We've seen scores go upwards of that for big single maneuvers, and that first one, you said it perfectly, Bono, it had some serious sting to it.
Yeah, well, it's just speedy. Yeah. And the section was tall. And, you know, as the tide goes out, more and more of those sections will present themselves. But this morning in this heat, they've been pretty few and far between. So really making it count there. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, you've got to doff the cap to this young athlete. She is fearless. I mean, her opposition is... She surfed in CTs. She's defeated two-time world champs. And Ziggy is up for this battle.
Yeah, I love it. I love that Ziggy. She's not backing down. Flick, you're on the money. Ellie doesn't better. So she locks in a 4.8 on that last one. Ziggy, we're still going to wait for that number. So the judge is really going to take their time here. Make sure that they're getting this number right because, you know, Ellie's career, it's on the line here. So the judges will be kind of watching these waves back and really trying to see, you know, where this is going to fit in. This is the Stone and Wood slow-mo here.
This is under priority. And look, you know what? Ellie's probably let it go. And she's just gone, thank you. Big tail jam hack in the lip. You know, it was a big media section. And I love it because there was a bit of aggression there from her. She really went up into the lip. This is going to really test the judges because to me, what happens after, okay, yes, she does get a tap here. That's sort of inconsequential. Maybe, you know, you get 0.2 of a point extra, but this is going to test them because what we've seen is a couple of combos versus the one turn. Yep. And, you know, we say it all week. This is the guinea pig heat of the morning. Everyone kind of adjusts their plans throughout the day from this moment. So, you know, that next heat going out, Sophie, Sol, they're going to hear these scores drop. Maybe they saw that one turn and they formulate plans from this. So this is a really crucial number coming through for Ziggy.
Oh, wow. Okay, so one judge says no. 2 judges say yes. 4 judges say yes. 3 judges, sorry. Let's see where this last one's going to come in at, but we definitely think it's going to be the requirement, and it is a 5.9 for Ziggy McKenzie. She's gone to the lead. Ellie Harrison with first priority now needs a 5.76. There is 60 seconds to go. Ellie has a minute to find a wave and save her career right now.
This is so tense. It's unbearable. You know, Ellie Harrison, we know that she belongs on the CT, but this was always going to be a danger heat. The surf this morning, you know, it's dropped off quite a bit. It brought Ziggy back into the picture in terms of the power game. 40 seconds here.
Just heartbreak looking out to sea right now. There is nothing coming here, Flick.
This is where you start rewinding and being like, why did I not utilise my priority there? Why? Oh, wow. I mean, it's a hard thing to do because it was a bit of a closeout, right? There was just literally one turn at the back. But we have seen all week those big turns, fetching big numbers, just the one manoeuvre itself. So, wow. 10 seconds to go and nothing really on the horizon.
Ziggy McKenzie, the wild card. She has played absolute heartbreaker this entire event. She's taken down some really big names and another big one in the likes of Ellie Harrison. She goes down and unfortunately she's not going to have her rookie year on tour this year.
Oh, this hurts. This is really painful. And you can see Ellie, you know, this is really crushing. I don't think, well, it's dawned on her what's just played out.
Yeah, Ellie, like just reiterating, you know, she had to get to the final. There was a big task ahead of her, but she's a previous winner here. She knows what victory tastes like. But Ziggy, she just wouldn't back down. And I think, you know, you got to always bring your best foot forward. And Ellie just having just a little slip. There was a great looking section on that wave. Ziggy finding it, getting that 5.9 and taking home a big win. Ziggy McKenzie through to the semi-finals. We have probably the heat of the round coming up. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia. By City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
If you thought the emotional roller coaster was over, you were wrong. It is a massive finals day down here today at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And the biggest story that we've had so far, Ziggy McKenzie, the wild card, just absolutely killing the hopes there of Ellie Harrison, trying to qualify for the championship tour. But the job was done in a very convincing way there for Ziggy. She's through to the semi-finals. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey and Flick Palmetier. And hold on to your seat, Vaughan. We've got another day of just everything going down.
Yeah, we're straight back into this emotional, this heightened state of, you know, so happy, of course, for Ziggy Aloha McKenzie. This is, well, probably the best event of her life. You know, she's on the big stage. She's competing against crew who are going to be on the CT, and she keeps on getting it done. But total heartbreak here for Ellie Harrison, you know. I think she'll take little comfort watching the replays as well. It was such a close heat, and it was really just that one wave of Ziggy's that proved to be the difference.
Yeah, big looking matchup here as well. Sol Aguirre taking on Soph McCulloch. Sol, she's going to get us started for this quarterfinal here. Gets a vertical section to work with on the inside. The ladies in that last heat struggling to find them consistently. But we spoke, you know, Ellie, she had to make that heat. That's her mum and her aunties and her grandma, Dabba, probably the coolest grandma in the world, down there supporting her. And you wouldn't want anyone else on the beach to come into in a moment like this, Flick.
It means everything to have the family around it, but even if they're there, man, I feel for her. This is not the first time she's been really close to qualifying, and I can relate to that feeling. It absolutely sucks, and it's going to suck for a long time. This feeling, it's not going to go away anytime soon. This is something that lingers for weeks and sometimes even months until, you know, you get to put that jersey on again and sort of start to focus on a new year ahead. Because, man, I think we all know what it takes, and how much it takes from these athletes to really put together a great year on the Challenger Series, and how much time away and the sacrifice and the dedication, and just to be like, oh man, I'm going back to the Challenger Series. When you knew that dream was so close, it's heart-wrenching, and I really, really feel for her, because I really appreciate her surfing, the line she's drawing, and the maturity levels in her surfing. So yeah, I'm feeling for her.
Yeah, it's really hard to watch for Ellie. Sol, we're going to get a replay here. This is her first wave here, Vorno.
Surfed so well yesterday to make it here to Merriweather, finals day in front of the crowd. She's enjoying every moment of this, and, you know, another surfer with a shot.
Yes,
a shot here.
She is.
It's maddening that there's one spot left and so much talent left in the draw. You know, Sophie McCulloch yesterday just was devastating. She pulled off the turn of the day by far. It was a big section, huge vertical snap. She went into complete psycho mode, really. She doesn't show a lot of emotion. You never really know how she's feeling, Soph, but she said afterwards, you know, yeah, no, I'm definitely feeling it. It might not look like it, but I am. And, you know, she is such a staunchy competitor. She bottles all that emotion up.
Yeah.
She utilises it and uses it to get the best out of her performance, and she's going to have to be on here.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the live rankings here. So, obviously, Ellie Harrison just falling out of the draw. Soph McCulloch, this is really a do-or-die moment right now. If she makes this heat, she jumps up into that top 7, and based on points, it actually becomes out of reach for Sol and Sanoa. So this is the moment of her career right now.
Oh my goodness, really? I mean, we jumped down the rankings here. You've obviously got Sanoa coming up, and then in that next quarterfinal, she's taking on Tia Zabrowski, and then Sol, number 18 at the moment. And this is the quarter that we're got at in the water right now with Sophie, and Sol's having a look.
Yeah, Sol locked in a 4.17 on that first one. So already just getting a number on the board here. You can see Soph. She's just going to sit and wait. It looks like we've got a score potentially to drop for Soph McCulloch as well here, but she's got so many emotions running high this week. You know, not only is this the biggest heat of her career to get back on that championship tour, but Liam O'Brien, her boyfriend, just holding on for dear life in 10th place on the men's side of the rankings as well.
Oh man, what a week for those two.
Oh, poor Liam, man. I mean, he's a passenger on the plane at this point and not in control, you know. It is just, you just have no idea what's going. Is it we're going to have a smooth landing here, or is it, you know, it's just, or is there going to be a bit of turbulence? And he really is just the passenger, whereas, you know, Sophie at the moment, on the other hand, in control of that destiny. She is the pilot on the plane, essentially.
And she's locked in a little 3.5, which is, you know, it's a nice way to get started down here. You don't want to see your competitor just keep on chipping away as, oh, that's a really nice click here from Sol.
Oh, she's just a lethal competitor. She's so reliable to get some scores on the board here. This was never going to be an easy heat for Sophie McCulloch. She's going to get an inside section to work with as well. So identifying two waves she's been able to take all the way through along the bank. This tide starting to draw out as well. So we're getting more steep sections getting presented here. The Bioglan replay of just another good-looking wave here for Sol here flicked.
Yeah, you know what? She works with Jake Patterson, and he is pretty much the ultimate strategist in my brain. I mean, I had the privilege of working with him a while ago now on the qualifying series, as it was back then, and the way he puts together heats, and he really is the ultimate chess player in my eyes. And that's why in conditions like this, I'm so interested to see how Sol's, you know, if she's following the plan of Jake, how she puts together this heat. I mean, obviously, she has had World Tour experience. She's been on there. She knows what it feels like, and she's obviously got a lot of experience. However, when you're working with someone, I mean, like Jake, and in conditions like this, I'm really interested to see, you know, is the plan to get a couple of under the belt really quickly, apply that pressure. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of this heat plays out as we see the ultimate icon.
Mark Richards, four-time world champion, twin fin Lord, and one of the great human beings of world surfing.
Oh, he just
where would we be without him?
Oh, he never misses a heat down here as well. He's such a proud Novocastrian. He loves coming down and watching Surfest and getting amongst it as well. If he's not in the Legends heat, I'm going to have an issue with it. He is just so good to watch at surfing still. So MR, I love that he's down here checking out finals day, locking in another score here for Sol. It's a 4.57, so two quick numbers here. So if you can see, she's being a little bit more particular about what wave she's going, and it's so hard to know if that is the strategy today. You know, we haven't seen anyone really take a sit and wait because this is the second heat of the day. So again, still kind of a dummy heat of such.
Oh, totally. It is. Right now, it's setting up to be two contrasting approaches. As we go through this heat, yeah, we're going to watch it all unfold. Soph yesterday was quite patient, I will say too. So also what happens, you know, as you get older and you start to surf a lot of heats and you compete against the same people a lot, people have, you know, sort of a set way that they like to compete or, you know, a set way that they like to start off heats. And maybe that might be get a quick wave straight away under the belt to settle the nerves. It might be always start on the inside with priority. You know, there's certain people that come to mind when I think of that on the championship tour. You know, you got Sally Fitzgibbons, Carissa Moore, Gabrielle Medina. They always like to start with the inside position and they'll live and die by that sword. I think about someone like a Bronte McCauley in the early days. She always would catch that first wave of the heat. So we're going to see, you know, potentially right now two contrasting approaches play out. Soph yesterday was pretty patient and, you know, and sometimes living and dying by the sword can actually affect your performance, or sometimes it bolsters it and gives you all that confidence. Yeah,
well, what's interesting here is they just seem to be sitting on two separate parts of the bank, so they're surfing their own heats. And it's Sol who's finding the opportunities. Yeah, she's going to get another good-looking start to her wave here. Puts it up for another section through the inside. So Sol, she's identified that she feels comfortable on her backhand, and she's just unleashed all the way through here. That was a really strong ride. I mean, it just popped up out of nowhere, and it just kept standing up on the bank, and that allowed Sol to get heaps of work done. Yeah, this is good. Under priority, she had the space. This is what you do, right? If you have priority, and it's small like this, why would you go sit... if you don't have priority, why would you go sit next to the person that does? Give yourself some space so that if an opportunity does come through, you can convert, and that's exactly what she's done. You know, this is classic Jake in my book. Don't go limit your opportunities. Go give yourself one under priority. That is just like the screams of Jake to me. I love that. And, you know, this wave has been like a little gift for Sol because it just kept on giving her the chance to totally engage the rail, and that threw a few buckets off the back. And you just think that's going to be a really decent score here.
Oh, how do you not just freak out if you're not Camp Sophie at this point? You know, she's got a 3-5 to her name. She hasn't got another wave, and it's almost halfway through this heat. Snake would be stoked about just kind of everything that's happening for Sol right now. But let's put the shoe on the other foot. What's Camp Sophie feeling right now?
I think Soph is going to be drawing a lot of confidence from yesterday. In her post-heat interview on the glass, she did say, I haven't had an excellent wave in a while, and gee, that feels really bloody good. Because she's going to draw a lot of confidence from that. And I think when you know your surfing's on, which she does, because I watched her at the ABB, she was looking good then. And I was thinking, oh, wow, okay, she's got some serious momentum here. She's brought that here to SURFEST. I think she's just going to be confident in that. But on the other hand, it could all unravel. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, you know, and but to see what's going to play out here. But, yeah, obviously hearing Sol drop numbers like that and the beach comms being like, wow, another hit, could be daunting.
Yeah,
we're going to have to sit on the edge of our seats and wait to see what happens in the next 16 and a half to go in this one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break. Fans from all around the world are tuning in right now to see if Soph McCulloch can get the job done and take the last spot on the Championship Tour rankings. That number 7 is wide open right now, but if Soph McCulloch makes this heat, she takes it, she bumps Anat out of that top 7, and she makes it impossible for Sol and Sanoa. We're looking at some scores locking in, and Sol on her last 2 waves has got a 5.83 in this one, a 7.33 here, Borno.
This is starting to look like a nightmare for Sophie McCulloch. There's plenty of time on the clock, but sorry, Sol is going to town.
Oh,
and you know what?
My gosh.
At the start of this heat, Sophie was had identified a bank just down the beach. She sat on her own. Sol just started catching waves. And at some point, Sophie went, hang on a minute, I've got to engage here. I've got to get in this battle. But a huge score, a 7.33. And Sophie has got to find some opportunities here.
Oh, I just cannot even begin to fathom what's going on, you know. And, you know, with Sol being on that bank by herself, she's building rhythm here. And that is a nightmare to be a competitor and see, you know, the other woman just start building a crazy amount of rhythm. Soph McCulloch, she's going to swing here. And it's a closeout. This is heartbreaking to watch right now.
Holy wow. Sol has got her last 2 waves totally under priority, sitting on a different bank to Soph. And Soph has just waited there with priority and for what, over 15 maybe minutes since she caught her first wave and taken off, and it's done. I mean, and right now, Sol is in the driving seat of this heat. I mean, she is pulling all the levers on this plane, and Soph essentially is a passenger at the moment. She's in total control, and look, it's devastating for Soph. It is absolutely heartbreaking. But Sol, you got to commend the heat prowess and the strategy of this woman.
She's got everything to gain by getting through this heat. You know, she is the hunter. She is looking to keep her dream alive as well. She's put together a flawless heat here, strategy-wise. She's identified a part of the bank that had more opportunity. You know, maybe where Soph started her heat, there was the odd wave coming through that had points on it, but Sol's just been busy and building, and with every score that drops, Flick, the pressure is just becoming unbearable.
I feel like it's also rattling Soph into where she wants to sit on the bank. It looks like she's having a little dig here.
Here we go, Soph McCulloch needing to start to put a score on the board. It's just going to be a 1 hit, but she needs to start catching waves. You can't be sitting and waiting anymore. There is 11 and a half to go. Sol got a 5.83 and a 7.33 in probably 3 minutes. What I see just from watching the broadcast, it's hard because I'm not directly in front of it, but what we've had and the visuals we've had, it's looked like Soph obviously was sitting on the right, Sol was sitting on the left.
Soph heard those scores drop. She paddled down to the left. So this has rattled Soph. She's paddled down to this left, caught this closeout, paddled back to the right. It seems like, to me, it's kind of rattling her cage on, okay, I don't really have certainty. Is my plan the plan? Should I stick to this right or do I go down to the left? It's hard to say when you're sitting in the booth here and this is what you're commentating, but from what I'm seeing her move up and down the bank here and maybe not so much certainty in her game plan. And it's oh man, wow. The requirement is huge at the moment.
The requirement, it's 2 waves. You're starting again at this point. She's got 10 minutes to go out there and get herself just over 13 points. Now, like I just said, we saw Sol do that in about 3 minutes. Obviously, it's not game over right now for Soph McCulloch, but to add just a little bit more pressure to it, Sol is an incredible defender when it comes to being in first place and having such a commanding lead. And so Sol, she's not going to give her an inch. You can see there's a little bit of space right now, but as soon as that clock winds down a little bit more, she's going to start paddling back. And Flick, you mentioned it before, Jake is the ultimate strategist, and he would be in her ear going, you know, if you have the lead and you've got priority, do not let her out of your sight.
Oh yeah, totally. You're not going to give any breathing room, especially when what's on stake, right? This is the massive heat in the scheme of things. This is the biggest heat of the round. 2 women that can potentially qualify today. They're obviously both requiring big results here. But as devastating as it is, you've got to take your hat off to Sol. She really has put together a great heat strategy-wise, under priority. She's been performing, and now she is just going to suffocate Sophie with the best way she can. She's going to utilise that priority. And Soph has got to, okay, on the other hand, Soph's got to give us something to think about. Soph has got to sell her a wave, right? That's job number 1. Get that priority and try and get a couple of waves under the belt if you want to break that total down.
We already saw such a big heat go down in that quarterfinal heat number 1. Ellie Harrison, unfortunately losing her hopes of the championship to a wild card who has just been on an absolute roll. Ziggy McKenzie, she's on the glass with Kaipo.
Yeah, Jess, making a name for yourself, Ziggy. Coming back in the back half of that heat, final wave, your thoughts on how that went down?
Yeah, I think I just kind of did what I needed to do. There was definitely a little bit of pressure at the end there, just needing a 5.9, oh no, a 5.4. And I ended up getting a little wave under prio and getting that score, so I'm stoked.
Ziggy, aloha. One of my favorite new names in surfing. You're building notoriety every heat win here. Your thoughts about that? This is a big unveiling for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of coming back from an injury, and I've just qualified for the Challenger for next year, so it's kind of a good little warm-up just to learn like how everyone's doing it and what everyone's doing here, and it's really cool just to go up against a bunch of good surfers, and yeah.
I think you're a really quick learner. We'll see you in the semifinal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, Ziggy. You can see even Ziggy, you know, her and Ellie are actually good friends, and you can see it's even hard to win in those situations. You know, you're taking out a mate who's close to qualifying, but you can see right now it's just cat and mouse between these two out there.
Oh, this is one of the most tense situations we've seen in this comp, and we have seen a few. So, like, chalk that up to, you know, this being the final Challenger Series. So much on the line. Careers, a year's worth of work, a lifetime's worth of work. And, yeah, Sol, as you say, has gone into defence mode now. Look at this. Stuck to Sophie McCulloch like glue. Soph is trying to find any opportunity she can to wrestle priority back or get a little wave under priority, but Sol is just looking so staunch. Her game plan looks rock solid, doesn't it?
Sol using priority here. So she wanted this wave. It's not going to have an inside,
okay.
So a bit of a sell advantage Soph on
Door's
that
open.
situation.
Door is open now. That's exactly what she needed to do. She needed to sell her on a wave. She's got priority. Now you've got the opportunity. Okay, so this is like small advantage. Let's take it and see what Soph can do. You kind of just hope for opportunity now, though. This is the only thing that could potentially let her down. Looks like there might be a little bit of a wave on the horizon, though.
Yeah, it feels like maybe sitting back on that right peak. So looking to try and find some big scores on that. She's kicking. She's seen something here that she likes. She needs to get a decent score on the board here to get herself back in this heat. She's going to look left here, bowl ahead of her, cracks the first section, up again for a second. So Soph, her best so far, gets to the lip on the third. You can see so much nerves in Soph McCulloch surfing, but this is it's gonna get her back in this heat. She's gonna need another wave here, Vorno.
She's definitely going to reduce the requirement. I feel like that is job done. You know, that's 2 ticks. So first of all, gets Pryor back, identifies this little left. The first turn was a little mistimed, but the second turn was nice. She drives through that carve, throws it up into the whitewash, and there'll be a little bonus on the inside as well. A pretty gutless wave, but at least she was able to find some moments in that thing, and the judges will reward some of this surfing here. That turn there, that was a real drivey carve flick.
Yeah, the second turn's my favourite for sure. You nailed it, Vaughan, and then she does get the finish here. Yeah, she's done this great, okay? She needed to sell solar wave, she did. This moment, that's where a lot of those points are going to come from. There was power there, she drove through that turn. There's a little foam climb here and does get to the end section. So, look, right now, she's going to be feeling a little bit more of a pep in her step. Before, she was probably starting to unravel, right? Definitely steam coming out of the ears there with a couple of her decisions for sure. But now, I feel momentum might have swung a little bit towards Soph. She sold her the wave, she's got a score, she's broken down the 9.66 requirement. And it's really all going to come down to if she can get another wave. Find a bit of space in this lineup from Sol.
Yeah, she's still going to need a big score. So the judges, it's looking like it's going to come in. It's mid-range. It's a 5-point rise, so she's still chasing an 8.16 here, Vorno.
Oh, it's got to be the wave of the day. I mean, we've only had 2 heats, but it's got to be the wave of the day. The good thing for Soph, you know, like Flick said, is that she's going to take confidence. She got a huge score yesterday, so she knows she can do it, and she's been in this position before. She qualified for the CT by winning the last event on the QE, and that was a huge result in Haleiwa. So she'll back herself. I've never seen her look flustered before.
Ooh.
And oh my goodness, over the falls. And don't tell me Soph has done it again.
Yeah.
She's managed to wrestle priority with 4 minutes to go. This woman is incredible at competition. She is she's just so staunch.
She's just an incredible competitor. Look at her try and paddle for this, and that's a committed paddle there from Sol.
Well, the one thing I see though is, yeah, that was just so smart, wasn't it? Like, advantage again for Soph. Wow. That was a big moment in the context of this heat, as we see Camp Australia and Liam O'Brien watching on. Just that was a big moment. That was a really big moment in the context of this heat.
I don't know if it's the situation on my coffee this morning, but I am shaking. This is so incredibly tense to watch. Soph McCulloch, she's still in with a fighting chance. Needs an 8.16 here. Sol has had an incredible performance this entire quarterfinal. She's looking to qualify as well. Soph does it by making this heat. In the next 3 minutes, she does not get there if she doesn't make this heat. Sol needs to go on and win this event. So both of these ladies with a do or die situation right now. 3 minutes to go. Soph got an 8 for one turn yesterday.
I know. Well, it's looking like it could just be the one wave option here for Sophie now. Time is really becoming an issue, but that was a masterstroke. Wrestling priority at this stage of the heat could be the difference. And there is a few little lumps, but we're just not seeing the consistency even of the first heat. It's bizarre. The tide's it's gone out, but it's sucked a little bit of the energy out of the lineup as well. And this is just so tense. You know, we saw Liam O'Brien on screen before. He is every bit. He may as well have the rashy on. That's how tense he's feeling as well. And this is just so incredibly tense. This entire situation. Both these women have got to get through this heat to keep their CT dream alive.
Yeah, it's just so incredibly, you feel for both of them. You know, if Sol gets knocked, that's her career, her year over. And if Soph gets knocked, it's her year over too. Both of them have such heavy consequences right now. 2 minutes to go. You're on the money there, Vorno. It's going to be one wave. It's got to come down. It has to be excellent. We saw Sol get a 7.33, so we know that there's big moments out there. But thinking back to So's 5, you know, Flick, she's going to have to push a lot harder than that.
And she'll know that. I spoke to it yesterday as a competitor. You lock in a wave, you finish your wave, you're scoring it yourself, right? She would have known there would have been a couple of little bauble-y moments in there, maybe a little bit mistimed, but she would have known, okay, I'm getting myself back in the heat. So I think on the next one, she'll probably, if she gets that opportunity, she's going to square up properly. And look, this is do or die. You don't want to leave any stone unturned here. You're going to dot your I's and you're going to cross your T's and you're going to go large. you go big or you go home, essentially, right now in this moment. It's true. You are packing those bags and you're going home.
That ain't no cliche, that's a fact.
Yeah. No truer words have been spoken this morning. Thank you. But it's true. She's going to go big. She's going to have to.
Yeah, 60 seconds to go here. She needs a wave to be able to go big at this point. She's got priority. She's got an opportunity if a wave comes through, and it looks like she's going to have a big hard paddle here. This is going to be the wave. She's pretty deep on this first section. Comes around, swooping carve to kick it off. She needs to go vertical again into another one here. It's 45 seconds to go. This is her last opportunity. On the inside, rotates the fins and goes down. This is pure heartbreak right now.
There's no chance. I'm afraid there just isn't enough on that wave. Not enough done, not enough sections, and it has just dawned on Sophie McCulloch, as you can see, that it is slipped through her fingers here this morning.
Wow.
But Sol Aguirre, like, honestly, what a game plan.
Oh, yeah.
You said it best, Flick. She went out there, she knew exactly what she had to do.
Yeah.
She stuck to it. And you've just got to take your hat off to this young Peruvian athlete. What a performance.
Oh, and she essentially is a bit of the underdog coming into this heat. Soph had a momentum with her. She was dropping the excellent waves. Unfortunately, 5.27 for Soph in the last one. She knew it. We knew it. It wasn't going to be the score. She gave it all. Look, you got to... It was, okay, yes, mistakes for Sophie in the beginning of the heat, but she didn't go down without a fight at the end. I mean...
This is back-to-back heats of complete heartbreak here. Like, I watching this, it just can't not hit you in the guts.
Even just seeing, you know, Ellie on the beach as well, that it just, so much emotion, so much energy is poured into these athletes. On that shoe on the other foot, though, Sol, she had an incredible heat. She played the game extremely well and surfed beautifully on those lefts. She may as well stick to that
Her
for the rest of the day.
CT dream is alive.
Still alive for Sol
And
Aguirre.
meanwhile, Anat is sitting here chewing her nails, going, my CT dream is alive still as well.
It's insane. There is so many consequences going down right now. We need a moment, so we're going to have a change up in the booth. Ronnie Blakey, Rich Lovett coming in for the call.
Presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST. And by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
It is finals day here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Really intense quarterfinal heats to kick off the day. Ellie Harrison losing her opportunity to qualify for the CT. And Sophie McCulloch has just been knocked out of the event in a heat that, had she won, she would have graduated, graduated to the CT. But Sol Aguirre, she has been loving her time in Newcastle, her last two visits, and she's on her way to a very strong result here with Jake Patterson in her corner. Formulated a great strategy for that event, and hindsight's a beautiful thing, Rich, but I think Sophie will look back on it as a mistake, not sitting on the less experienced competitor throughout the opening stages of the heat. She just gave her too much space.
This has been wild, and as commentators, it's hard not to be invested into this whole process and all the storylines, and a real bummer for Soph, and you could see just the balloon got pricked, and everyone down on the beach there, the Aussie camp, full deflation. But yeah, I think you're right. I think if she had just stuck with Sol at the start of the heat and they went wave for wave, maybe it would have been a different story. But yeah, there's been some sort of weird things happening this morning. But yeah, it was always going to promise today that it was going to deliver emotions and surprises, and it's done that already.
One competitor's disappointment is complete joy for another, and Sol Aguirre continues her run and keeps a slight chancer alive at getting that last spot on the women's CT. We are setting up for heat number 3 now. Tia Zabrowski, who is the Challenger Series champion this year, the 15-year-old out there in the red, up against Canada's Sanoa Denfli-Olin. This should be a good heat. Tia's going to be difficult to beat, but, you know, I think we've seen all the favourites in those first couple of quarterfinals lose out. So Tia's going to be aware of that. She's going to keep her mind, her focus sharp as we see a replay of her opening ride here.
Tia comes onto this oncoming junction and just flares the tail out. And, well, we see some vision here.
That's Sophie's.
From Soph, yeah.
Last ride. Oh, man. Okay, so we are going to be crowning our champions today. We do still have a spot on the men's side up for grabs at the back end of the top 10, and here we've got 7th position. You know, there's a chance of a shift up, but for now, Nat Lelior, she's hanging on to that 7th position. And I think, you know, she's going to be feeling the emotions right through these quarterfinal heats, but she'll be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief because on the top half of the draw, 2 of the real favourites to take the title have been knocked out of the event, and they were closest to overtaking her on the ratings.
Yeah, 100%, and I think she would be aware of that. Once you're in the quarterfinals, you're always eyeing off what's happening in the heats prior to you, and also after you surf, you know, just sort of mapping out how this is going to play out towards the end of the day and how this field will be dwindled down.
So 2 surfers remain outside that top 7 with a shot, but they need a victory to overtake Anat up there at the top end of the ratings, which is pretty intense. Solagire chasing her first Challenger Series win, taking the first step. She's into the semi-finals. Sanoa, she's chasing her first Challenger Series victory as well, but she has had that winning feeling on the regional qualifying series ranks lately. Big victory for her. She's already shored up her place on the Challenger Series with that strong run in that North American region. As we see movement here on the outside, a 4.33 to start for this incredible talent, and Tia's going to back it up with a nice score here. Just one move. But right through this contest, Rich, she's turned in solid scores with her individual power.
She's good. Just, there's a speed difference in the way that she hits that lip and powers through it. Great vision here. The Bioglan replay, just flaring the tail out, and she does it with so much control. There's that millisecond where the board is disconnected from the wave. And then she just pulls it back straight under her feet, rides out cleanly. There's never a moment during her manoeuvres where she looks like she's out of control, where she's not just fully aware of everything that's going on. Her heat IQ is rising with every single time she puts the jersey on. And you'd have to say, Ron, that she's probably the favourite at the moment. So this is a huge heat for Sanoa. If she could get the win here over Tia Zabrowski, that would be a giant mountain for her to climb.
We're just getting the official word from WSL. But Anat is sitting in a pretty good position, points-wise, up there in 7th position. And if Sanoa loses this heat, Anat will qualify.
Really?
That's right. So
Solagire.
Solagire, she was trying to make up a few more points.
Right.
Than Sanoa. So I believe it's out of reach for her.
So that puts the spotlight back on this heat in a big way. So Solagire, she's been relegated back to the Challenger Series for another season, but hope's still alive here for Sanoa Demfli-Olin.
That's the mail coming through from the Office of Tours and Competition.
Well, they've got it right. They would know. They've been studying the numbers, and there's some pretty astute heads in there that would have run them a few times just to make sure we've got everything correct. We're on a high tide at 6:22 this morning, and conditions have been really different to what we've seen through the week. Obviously, their swell has checked down. There is a new swell that is predicted to come through later on this afternoon. It may arrive for finals time, but clean conditions nonetheless, and we're going to see things improve as we get towards a low tide. Just after lunchtime, we'll see these waves start to break a little a little harder and faster on this sandbar. Our competitors sticking with that northern bank, way up the beach.
All right, just on 20 minutes to go. It is an incredible start for young Tia here, a 4.33 and a single turn fetching her a 7.83, one of the stronger moves of that last heat. But Kipes, it was the tactical game plan from Sol that gave her the edge out there over Sophie McCulloch in that last one.
Yeah, Ron, executing on the game plan. Sol, best result this year on the Challenger, and you're still looking like in fine form. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling great. I'm really happy. Yeah, the waves came to me, well, I don't know, I was just like in tune and really having fun on those backside turns. It was like I was at home, so yeah, really happy to make it through. Obviously, it's a good result, but there's more.
There is more to do, Sol. You're 4 good waves away from a win here. What do you think about that?
Let's go.
What about for the home crowd? Let's. I think of all of surfing community in Peru's watching right now.
Yeah, I'm so grateful to be Peruvian. I love to represent my country. Can I say it in Spanish?
Of course.
Yeah. Saludos a todo el Perú que me está viendo. Gracias por sus vibras. Contentísima de estar en las semifinales, un paso más cerca a la final. Gracias por su apoyo incondicional, gracias a mis auspiciadores que hacen esto posible y a toda mi familia que está viendo. Ahorita está en el concierto en Chile de AC/DC, que viva la música. Y a mi familia también, saludos a mi novio que me está viendo y a su familia, y un saludo a todos.
There you go, on to the semifinals, can't wait for it.
Thank you, Kipes. And yeah, Sol Aguirre, I mean, with the nut moving through to the round of 16, that meant that the Nuts point score total for the year was 20,310 points. That actually put the championship tour out of reach for Sol Aguirre, who will finish, if she wins this event, on 20,240 points. So only 70 points behind a Nut with a victory in this event. So close, but you can tell she's really happy with just her run through this contest, on her way to her best finish in a Challenger Series event.
Yeah, and credit to Sol Aguirre. She really surfed a smart heat, stuck to the guns under the tutelage of Jake Patterson. He would have been down here at first light studying it. He was down here till dusk last night looking at the conditions. So, yeah, credit to her for getting through all the way to the semi-final finish at worst.
So Anat is down here watching on because Tia Zabrowski is doing exactly what Sanoa needs her to do to maintain that position in 7th spot. I mentioned just where Sol's numbers will go to if she gets a victory. So close, she'll be just 70 points behind. Here goes Sanoa now. If Sanoa can win this event, well, she'll land on 20,465 points. So not a whole lot in it when you come down to the wire. She'd only just get ahead of Nuts there. But let's have a look at the replay of that last exchange, Rick.
Yeah, Tia Zabrowski just, again, aggressively attacking that lip. Carves through it, just had a little wobble off the top this time. So not as clean as the previous hit. I don't think it's going to go up into the 7s, but you can see she's extending. She put a little spice on that one with the layback action. And that was a tidy hit there for Sanoa on the backhand. So a real contrast in styles here. We've got the natural footer, Tia Zabrowski. We've got the goofy footer, Sanoa. So, her advantage on the backhand, Ron, is going to be able to square up off the bottom, do a tighter bottom turn and throw the board up vertically. That's where she needs to concentrate her energy in this heat.
It's not like Rich. All the competitors on both the men's and women's side haven't performed at different stages throughout this event in the conditions we've been presented with. But it felt like today some of those top seeds, those more powerful surfers, their edge was just neutralised a little bit by the drop in the conditions. And I think we saw that in those first 2 quarterfinals heats. I think in this exchange too, just Sanoa's power on her backhand has been somewhat neutralised a little bit. Tia's still quite light-footed, really well-rounded, and it is showing that, she's going to be very hard to overcome here. Already with a couple of 7s, 15.5 minutes to go. We'll see if Sanoa, with priority, can get back into it after the Bonsoy brew break.
official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia. By Bond University, Ambition Loves Company. By Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST. And by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
Welcome back. A couple of big scores dropped here for Tia Zabrowski in the opening stages of quarterfinal number 3. She hasn't missed a final series this year, and when you look at her numbers in this heat, you can see why. You know, in a lineup that through those first couple of quarterfinals, surfers were really struggling to elevate their heat score totals. The 15-year-old phenom representing France via Tahiti. She has a couple of 7-point rides already. Such a superstar from great athletic stock as well. Her father, Gary, he competed in the 2006 Winter Olympics for snowboarding, was the first Polynesian to compete at the X Games. Her mum, Caroline, also a pro snowboarder, big in freestyle and the half pipe. She surfed Chopu when she was 8 years old, Rick, and was second in the French Nationals to Maud Lacar when she was just 11. And in a short number of years, she's just elevated her position, breaking records everywhere she goes. And she is the champion on the Challenger Series, but she wants to close it out with a victory, getting her first Challenger Series win earlier this year. Alyssa Spencer's still alive in the mix at the top end of the ranks as well. And Alyssa wants to maintain her run through this contest because, you know, you just want to improve your seed. Otherwise, you're going to be taking on those top world champs, or world title contenders in the first couple of events on the Championship Tour schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. Every heat counts, and definitely there's still a title. There's a trophy there, a couple of trophies that we need to hand out. There's Anat Lelior. And, well, she would actually be kind of pleased, pretty stoked at this point. 11 minutes to go.
She's freaking out, is what she just said. 11 and a half minutes to go. Sanoa, who still has a chance at overtaking that with a win here at the 40th anniversary of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Sanoa needs a massive score. And, you know, this was always going to be the toughest draw, I think, in this quarterfinal bracket. Just with the momentum that Tia's carried this year, the fact that she's just stitched up that Challenger Series title with a good run through this contest already has just freed up any, you know, nerves that she maybe had going into finals day.
If she has any, to be honest with you.
No, true.
I think she is just so in that zone. She's locked in, and I think she wants that trifecta of qualifying for the tour, winning the Challenger Series, and winning the 40th anniversary of Surfest. I think it would be pretty cool.
And, of course, becoming the youngest ever surfer to qualify for the Championship Tour. And that seems to be a thread, a theme, Rich, that we're throwing out there a lot these days.
Yeah, you know, across the board, men's and women's, it seems like, you know, we're seeing these super talents come through at such a young age. I think it's got something to do with just the access to good equipment for young surfers at that age. You know, when I started out, you used to try and find some big old 7-foot single fin under a balcony somewhere, and that was your first shooter, you know. And then, but these guys, they've got access to just, you know, Ferraris, just finely tuned little weapons at a really young age.
They do, yeah. But it's definitely a more common narrative on the women's side.
Yeah.
You know, the talent, the phenoms, this push in women's surfing, the evolution of high-performance surfing, what they're bringing to Waves of Consequence now is next level. I haven't seen any 14-year-old men or boys qualify for the CT.
No.
Or get close. So the women are kind of setting the pace in that regard. And I think that new guard is going to be really hard to stop this year. Erin Brooks, I mean, the free surfing footage we're seeing of her lately is, you know, arguably the best performance surfing being done by a woman at the moment. So it's going to be a really interesting year as we see those multiple world champs, the queens of the sport, you know, back on the CT, fighting this new generation. And obviously in between it, you've got the champs like Molly Picklum, Caitlin Simmers, Caroline Marks. It's going to be so fun to watch. Alyssa Spencer, been super impressed with her composure. Great moment for her, locking in her CT spot yesterday. Just an eruption of emotion for her. Just bursting into tears, working so hard to get to this point. You look at Alyssa's track record as a Challenger Series competitor, Rich, always in the top 10 or knocking on the door. Super consistent, but has only made the CT once. And it was during those difficult cut years. She didn't survive the cut. And this year she's going to get the full schedule to show us what she can do in different conditions.
Yeah, I think that's going to be good for Alyssa. You could tell in that first year she made the tour, she was somewhat restricted in the way she was surfing, and she even identified the fact that you know, it took a little while for her to feel a sense of belonging, to feel comfortable, and really put your best surfing on display at that top, at that elite level. It's a hard thing to tap into. So I think given that she's got another crack at it now, we'll see a loosened up and a better Alyssa Spencer.
It's domination out there at the moment for Tia Zabrowski. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap and have a look at some of the highlight turns.
Yeah, it's been off the back of two powerful hits there for Tia Zabrowski. That was the first one, the 783. This one, she streaks down the line and just mixes it up a little bit, showing some variety, goes for more of a layback hack. But a clean hit here on the backhand for Sanoa. That's what she needs to do. And she needs another wave here. She's well behind. Needs a 9.5. So you'd have to think, Ron, that it's going to take two waves at this point. But with under 7 minutes to go, she's up against it. Yeah, yesterday's conditions, you'd kind of back Sanoa to unleash that power in those sides, yet more critical sections. She dropped the 9 in around a 16 heat. But she just would be happy to drop the requirement a bit going into the final stages of the heat, pushing hard, knowing that she's got to match it with Tia Zabrowski's backup score, the 7, to give herself a true fighting chance going to the final minutes, and that's not it. And priority now, it's in Tia Zabrowski's court, and as talented and as strong as she is performance-wise, she's equally as strong between the ears, Rich. She's got a great competitive brain and rarely slips up and makes errors. That's why she's been so consistent this season. Yeah, very tenacious competitor. And you can see here, she's just starting to shadow Sanoa. And I feel like Sanoa felt the pressure to take that wave then. Tia was looking at it, almost daring her to go it. And she'd been sitting for a while, perhaps thinking, I've actually got to go. I've got to keep moving. I've got to keep catching waves here. But wave choice, just letting her down on that one. And then the manoeuvre, she just fell off the back. Seen some real clutch performances from competitors here on the Challenger Series at this final stop. With it all on the line and rising to the occasion to get themselves in a position to get onto that CT. But this morning, you know, that the moment has really gotten the better of those chasing that last spot on the women's CT. As we see Anat there, and she'd be feeling pretty positive about things, but it is a stressful morning for her. You know, 3 heats she's had to watch unfold, and the first 2 went her way. As we have a look at the locked-in qualifiers for the CT this year. Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins locked in, Tia Zabrowski, Sally Fitzgibbons. Great to see her back on the championship tour. Francisca Veselko, Nadia Estave, and Alyssa Spencer, our latest qualifier yesterday. Ron, this could all be done. It could all be sewn up in a matter of minutes here. And we will close the book and welcome a full array of graduates onto the Challengers Championship Tour, excuse me. That just an absolute pack of hungry European surfers already stepping up, which is great to see. There's a little swell line approaching here as we take some beautiful vision here from the Newcastle flight cam. Swell line approaching here. Sanoa needs to try and wrestle back priority. A big welcome to everyone joining us down here at Merriweather
The promenade is packed. It always is on finals day, especially here in this sports-mad city. And they got a big day, Rich. They've got, obviously, this 40th anniversary edition of the Bioglan SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And then the Newcastle Knights taking on Manly this afternoon down in Sydney.
There you are.
So they'll be getting right behind their hometown club. And, well, from my perspective, I hope they get smoked.
Me too, mate. Me too. Should be a good game, actually. Should be good.
3 minutes to go here. And Tia, she's now defending that lead. She was on the attack. She's been brilliant with her priority. Her wave selection's been spot on. And just like every event this year, she's, you know, proven that she can get it done in all conditions, at all locations. When the swell is up, when it drops. And, yeah, you can see how desperate Sanoa is to tap into just a ride. And I think at this point, she still has a chance to turn it. But that's slipping through her fingers now. It's almost like she needs that one unbelievable ride, the wave of the day to come through to have any chance, and that priority's still working against her.
Yeah, she needs a multiple wave set to come through, 2 or 3 waves, and it needs to be stacked up.
She's, you know, put in really a lot of work to get to this position. Sanoa, you think about her childhood surfing over there in Canada, 5'4" minimum, wetsuits, hoods, gloves, booties. Her heroes, her sister, also a fantastic surfer, Matea, and she'd be watching on. So a big shout out to Sanoa's family. Tuned in. She's had a magic run. She'll be campaigning again on the Challenger Series next year.
So does this
she's got a minute and a half.
Does this put her in a position where she is in that
she had
5 behind the 7?
She had such a magic run on the regional ranks that she's already locked
qualified
in a spot. But yeah, with a quarterfinal
she may
finish,
double qualify then.
It's a big jump. She's just inside the top 20 coming into this contest. So yeah, she may make that climb, Rich, and be just in that 5 outside that qualification mark to double qualify, which obviously opens the door for someone else on the North American regional QS ranks. 1 minute to go here. Tia's holding that priority. And the best heat score total of the morning, 14.83. And it's looked like she's done it with relative ease, Rich.
Yeah, it's looking like she's going to break that trend of the favourites, the highest seeds, not progressing. Tia has executed a perfect heat to this point. She's taken off on 3 waves. She's built the scoreline. Double digits, up at 14 points. It's healthy. And she's just shadowing Sanoa right now, and she just needs to close this one out. And then we'll see the elation from Anat Lelior, because her dream of making the tour is but seconds away.
15 seconds to go. Sanoa makes a move, and this wave it's really fat, and it's hard to make that inside connection. There's no speed for the hit, and it's not going to be the 9.5 that she needs to keep that slim hope of qualifying alive. And that means that Anat Lelior is on the CT and takes that last position. She has qualified. Congratulations. And she fought so hard, Rich. It was a spirited campaign, especially through the back half of the season. She finalled at the Pipe Challenger, and that put her in a great position. And she is absolutely beaming, and you love to see it. Such a nerve-wracking morning for her. And she will now celebrate. And she will become the first surfer from Israel to make the championship tour. So congratulations, creating history today.
It's wild, isn't it, Ron? Just to see the outpouring of emotion. You know, these surfers, they hold it together. They have a steely resolve. They got their competition game face on 99% of the time. But, you know, inside all these surfers are deep dreams. You know, they've been manifesting this moment since they started, since they first went, oh, I'm going to be a pro surfer, I'm going to make the tour, you know, and these dreams are becoming reality, and it's great to see it all go down here. Hayden Smith from the WSL just confirming the news.
Yeah, I'll just have a quick think with my family.
Okay. Enjoy.
The last spot on the Women's Championship Tour has been taken. Congratulations to Anat, and we're going to take a quick break here. We've got quarterfinal number 4. We'll see who takes on Tia Zabrowski right after the break.
Perfect. Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and we have a championship tour qualifier. Welcome to the 2026 championship tour. Anat, your feelings?
Not sure. It's not, I haven't really quite understood it. Seeing the girls, waiting for the girls to lose was, I think, one of the hardest things I've ever done. And I appreciate so many of the girls that competed today. Sophie, if it's Sanoa, it's unreal. Like, it's only my first year on the challenge. Coming from, I haven't even surfed an ocean growing up, you know, this is quite mental. I just want to say thanks. I just want to say thanks to my family watching. I love you so much. I want to thank Israel. Everybody has been sending me so many messages, for the better or for worse. I want to thank the WSL for supporting me and my journey here on the surfing industry. I want to thank my sponsors from Israel, Trigo, Operate, Maccabi Tel Aviv, Surf Park TLV. I want to thank Migra, my sponsor. This is unreal. Like, I didn't know dreams can actually come true. And I didn't know a girl from Israel would make it, which is crazy. So, yeah, I guess I'll see you in Bells.
Congratulations, sink in the moment. We will see you at the Ripco Pro Bells Beach, Anat Leilior.
Well, that is huge. What an amazing story. You know, really came to surfing late, but has come on so strong. She mentioned it there, really her first big run at the Challenger Series. And she has gotten the job done, getting herself into that 7th position. And we will see her at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach and through the full 2026 schedule. So exciting as we get set for this last quarterfinal heat to set up the semi-final bracket. Alyssa Spencer kicking off with a solid score up against Sarah Baum, who lives here in Newcastle, but is from Durban, South Africa originally. And Sarah's come so close to winning this trophy and wants it so bad. But she's got a tough customer who's dropped a solid score to kick things off here, Richie.
Yeah, a flat 6 for Alyssa Spencer. Let's see what work she got done. Takes off on this right-hander. She is such an aesthetically pleasing surfer, so neat and tidy, positioning just perfect, and throws it up there on the final hit. So connecting the dots on that one. And what Alyssa does so well is stitches all her manoeuvres together with a lot of grace and flow.
Yeah, she's had an interesting run in this event. The run of Anat through to that round of 16 meant that Alyssa was the surfer that got bumped out of the top 7. So she had to fight again for a place. So she was defending a spot and then, you know, a victim of her own kind of consistency. She had to get a bit further through the draw to start adding to her points tally, because you take your top 5 results from the 7 events on the Challenger Series. And Alyssa, for me, Rich, in those high-pressure moments, once she got knocked out of the 7, was so impressive how composed she remained, but still maintained an attacking approach with her surfing.
Yeah, which is a really hard thing to do, you know, settle those nerves and just cliche as it sounds, you know, just stay in that moment, you know, try and quieten the head noise and all the thoughts of the ratings and dropping in the the top 7, dropping out, you know, getting back in, just doing the job at hand. And you see here, and Tia Zabrowski just having a moment here.
Yeah, really special.
So good. Thank you so much.
I mean, when class surfers are coming from more obscure places, not renowned for producing surfing talent, Rich, you know, the surfing world kind of takes notice. And, you know, some pretty high-profile coaches and people with opinions that you trust identified early that Anat was, you know, a worthy talent and had what it takes. And the big thing that they spoke about was her drive and commitment to her goals, and she has gotten the job done. And Alyssa Spencer, she's had the commitment before and got herself to that CT, suffered the heartbreak of getting bumped back to the Challenger Series. And I mentioned it earlier, she has been such a consistent performer on the Challengers, but, you know, has sort of struggled to close it out and get herself into a position to get back to the CT. So it's taken a lot. And the emotion was on show yesterday when she confirmed her place this year.
Yeah, you could see it, and she didn't actually know until she got up on the promenade. And a really nice wave here. Starts off with 2 clean re-entries. Beautiful snap there over that falling lip, and now she does the wrap. You can see the direction change, comes through to the junction, hits that oncoming whitewash and gets the completion. Beautiful 4-turn combination.
Yeah, promising signs there, conditions-wise too. That's probably one of the better waves that we've seen. Hold its steepness through that sort of fatter section of this sandbar. We do have kind of an outer bank, a bit of a gutter, and then a shore break. So that kind of Huntington hop has been required at different stages throughout the event to get the extras on the inside.
As a surfer, you go into every heat with a game plan, and plan A is to build that foundation, get 2 good scores, apply the pressure, and it's exactly what Alyssa Spencer has done here before her opponent Sarah Bourne was even taken off. If we were faced with the same conditions as yesterday, Ron, I reckon Sarah Bourne would have probably had the nod here. She surfed exceptionally well yesterday afternoon, put that big backhand hook on display. Well, let's see if she can do it here on this wave.
Well, Sarah's got an amazing flow and style and has been clutch on her road through to this quarterfinal clash so far in the event. Bit of a section standing here, gets that turn up. Already you kind of know, just based on the work that Alyssa got done, that it's not going to be the highest scoring ride of the heat, and she's going to have some work to do, but she'll break the combination here.
It was a good-looking wave from the takeoff as we watch Sarah Bourne on the replay. Connects with that first part of the wave. It was a foamy little section. She projects over it. But through this middle part, Ron, she's always cutting back into that power source. So these aren't major manoeuvres. And then she connects with that final shore break section. Look at the different angle here. It was quite a functional move, that first turn. She goes for the big wrapping cutback. And then here the wave just lays down a little bit. She needs to do some rail work. I do like that she's going rail to rail instead of just jumping and pumping. It does look better.
Yeah, that is certainly true. All part of her style. You've got to get the big hits in too, especially when your opponent's dropping 7.83. It's going to be a mid-range score. Like we said, she'll break combination, and with 19 minutes to go, get herself back in the heat. 4.67 there. Let's hear from the winner of the last clash down with Kaipo. It's Tia Zabrowski.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. Tia, highest heat total so far today. Made quick work of it out there. You're looking unstoppable. Are you feeling unstoppable?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm feeling pretty good. My board's good. The waves are pretty fun, and I think it's going to get even better with the low tide. Yeah, I'm just super excited for the next couple of heats, and I hope I can go all the way to the finals.
You mentioned the board. What are you riding?
I'm riding 77.58 Sharp Eye. I love those boards.
I love the 77s too. And we're keeping your championship tour number still a secret, right?
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Unveiling over at Rip Curl Bells Pro. But on to the semifinals. Tia Zabrowski.
Love it, Kipes. Yeah, it's always interesting to see what number people pick. There's been some great stories behind those allocations throughout the the last few years since that was introduced. 17.5 minutes to go. So 4.67 for Sarah Baum now after a 9.16. And like we saw in that last heat, you know, when the clock's on your side, you're still thinking about chasing the requirement down, maybe with 2 rides. It definitely doesn't want to be hanging on to a 4.67 at the end of this heat. That'll just mean that she's super vulnerable because there's already solid scores on the board for Alyssa Spencer here. But Sarah Baum, Rick, she's so hungry for the victory here, wants to get it done. She's got a lot of support down on the beach. This city has really adopted Sarah Baum. Still competes on the regional QS in that Africa region and has qualified already for the Challengers, but making a big jump up the Challenger Series ranks here at this final stop. We're going to take a quick break here, back with more quarterfinal action right after this.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
It's finals day here, and we are already well into the quarterfinals, setting up the semis for the women. The last quarterfinal clash unfolding here at the moment as the men prepare to hit this lineup on screen. Caleb Tancred, we've enjoyed his run through this contest. He'll take on one of his old junior sparring buddies, and Dakota Walters in the first quarterfinal for the men. Just getting his game plan set with his coach, Glenn Hall, who's backed his career forever and a day since he was a micro grom. But we had a wave during the break, Rich, for Sarah Baum.
Yeah, Baumie just hitting that oncoming section. Gets a little slide. So a little bit of flair and innovation. Some spice sprinkled on that final turn. You could just see there was a better pace to that wave. Judges always like it when the surfers are always travelling down the line with speed, coming behind and into the sections rather than cutting back and waiting for the waves to stand up. So that's a better wave choice for Sarah Baum. She got that under priority of Alyssa Spencer, but I think a good decision perhaps for Alyssa to just let Sarah go on that one, because she's looking to replace that 6, and perhaps there wasn't 6 points on that wave. So again, Alyssa Spencer's surfing a really smart heat to this point.
Yeah, really interesting, these two competitors and their approaches. Obviously both goofs. But Alyssa, some sharper angles in her approach. Nice, clean, flowing surfing from Sarah, but she's got to be really careful to not flow too much. She's got to get that board vertical. 5.4 is a reasonable score for that last ride. Both of their equipment looks great. Sarah's just maintaining fantastic speed through those flatter sections.
Yeah, she
and
mentioned
she's
that.
chipped away at the requirement as well.
She mentioned that in post-heat interview, that her boards are feeling good. Mentally, she feels on. It's a rejuvenated Sarah Baum that we're seeing this year. And, yeah, dropping in a 5.4, so it looks like she's going to have a crack at this wave as well, but didn't quite get on it. But what she has over Alyssa, Ron, in my opinion, is a little bit more power and thud to her turns on the backhand that should be able to produce. If she can find that wave that stands up in front of her and really get that board vertical, lay into it with all that power, she'll drop a huge number. She'll be able to match that 7.883, that top score that Alyssa has in her scoreline.
Sarah, a veteran campaigner on the Challenger Series, 32 years of age, and we have seen her compete in a couple of CT events as well, which has been a lot of fun, but she wants that full-time spot. Had a couple of qualifying series results to get herself back onto the Challengers for next year. Well, later this year, I should say. But it's been a tough go on the series for her this year. This is going to be her best result. Hadn't cracked the final series of an event on the Challengers this year. So a good reminder for her at the end of the season that she's capable of taking down the big names, some of the favourites in the contest, and maybe did the whole field a favour by disposing of Sally Fitzgibbons just yesterday. And here goes Sarah, getting after that 8.43. She just wants to continue to improve. Swings the tail on that final section. So she built on her first ride. Went from a 4.67 to a 5.4, knocked a bit off the requirement, and could possibly take a little bit more off that 8.43 she was chasing.
Needs the 8.43. I don't get the feeling, Ronnie, that it's going to be that score, but this is better surfing from Sarah. She takes this left hand here. Stone and Wood slow-mo up and over the roof of that one. Now watch this turn. Clean rails here. Swoops all the way around. Gets a nice tidy rebound. Ducks and weaves all the way through the inside. And a cleaner, more crisp execution of that final turn. Gets that slight bit of tail release, kicks the fins out. So I do like that wave. That's the best surfing we've seen from Sarah Baum in this heat.
She riding a Timmy Patterson?
I believe she is.
Yeah, it just looks like it's sitting on the water beautifully. Mentioned those flatter sections have been no problem for her. She hasn't had to resort, and rarely does resort to, you know, hopping on the board to maintain her speed. There'll be some credit for that approach from the panel. You know, and did well to get a high impact finish. Bit of release, flaring out the fins on that final move. So I think she will just continue to raise the bar here and chip away at that requirement. Got a better 5.4 to take a bit more off that 8.43.
Again, looks like she's heading further north too, just trying to get away from Alyssa Spencer, but she's tailing here. This wave standing up. No takers. It was an interesting set, that last one. Alyssa Spencer opting to let Sarah Baum go. Just perhaps saw another swell line behind it. And this is the Women's Championship Tour qualifiers for 2026. The graduates, we've locked them in.
It's over. Now it's all about chasing down the title here at SURFEST. And for a few surfers, elevating your position on the ranks. For Alyssa Spencer, obviously a big goal is to get as high on the Challenger Series ranks as possible. So when she gets down to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, she's not taking on those absolute dominant forces, those world title contenders. There's no easy heats on the CT, but you know, you can draw the toughest heat in the opening round if you don't want to be taking on Molly Picklum down there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, is what I'm saying.
No, of course. And obviously a pet event for Molly, having her title sponsor down there. And a strong backing, but have a look at this score dropping in for Sarah Baum. 6.87, Alyssa Spencer.
Wow.
A momentary lapse in judgment here, and she has just handed priority back. So the door swinging open for Sarah Baum.
So Alyssa with her priority, you know, got a little bit too defensive, and Sarah Baum with her, you know, form's been able to really knock a couple of points, almost 2 points off the requirement now. 6.87 for Sarah Baum on that last ride, under priority, and now she's got control of the lineup. So, you know, she's done really well to fight back here, and Rich, talk to us about the mindset for Alyssa, the incredible start, and then, you know, almost accidentally letting your opponent back into the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look at the GWM recap here, and it was all Alyssa Spencer in the opening moments. Just beautiful surfing here on the backhand. Picked off a couple of gems and some tidy manoeuvres there. Started with a 6 and then backed it up with this beautiful 7.83 on the backhand. Flaring off the top with 2 clean re-entries. Comes in with a beautiful snap all the way to the inside. And the closeout re-entry to put a bit of icing on the cake. But then Sarah Baum changed the momentum of the heat with this wave. Streaking down the line, the powerful, goofy footer with the hometown advantage. She started to build 5.4, and then she found this one, Ron. Little lip glide over the top. Beautiful swooping turn, no catching rails. That's what the judges love to see. And that little tail flare, that's where most of the numbers came from. So she's basically just got to do that again with a touch more on it. and she'll find her way into the lead.
Gearing up for the first quarterfinal clash. We saw Dakota Walters on screen. Caleb Tancred's down there. He's limbering up. Should be a great heat. I mean, Caleb's had a real edge in the bigger conditions. His power, undeniable as he's charged through this contest. But today, we mentioned it earlier, there's been a bit of a leveling of the field, especially for those big, powerful units. And Dakota Walters, you know, like dripping wet, soaked. He's probably weighing in at about 60 odd kilos.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the 60s, I'd say. So, you know, he's going to just fly across these flatter sections, and I think he's got those dynamic turns on lock. So it's going to be a really interesting clash.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Micro was like, the message to you, Caleb, is be on the bigger, better waves and try and blow him away with your power. Big, impactful turns. You can see, have a look at the lad.
I will say this, Caleb, an incredible return to major competition with a QS victory, and that victory was achieved in knee-high waves. The finals day, the conditions really didn't deliver, and Caleb, he got it done in micro surf. So, yeah, he's still a chance for sure. We're not writing him off. But I think it's going to be a pretty even battle. As we go now to Alyssa Spencer, good size wave, big individual turn. We touched on her composure on a row through to this point in the contest. She let Sarah Bourne back into the heat, but there's a chance that this is going to improve her heat score total, because that was a high impact turn.
Great looking wave. Look at the restraint and the patience. The perfect moment, hits that oncoming section. Big closeout re-entry. Stonerwood slow-mo. Let's check the action here. See that back arm? It almost acted as a little pendulum weight that accelerated her up into the lip of that wave. Technique was on point.
I think they're the waves you want today. I really do. Those high impact turns on the outside section where there's a bit more height to the wave. You might still be able to generate a number if you get a big turn done and thread it through to the inside. But you know, I think there'll be a lot of credit for that move.
Well, we saw Tia Zabrowski almost go into the eights with that one big forehand flare. So you'd have to think, just off the feeling we're getting off this one turn, that it's going to be a decent number. Pounds it, throws a heap of spray out the back of the wave.
You think about the highest scoring numbers in this heat so far, and I think the credit was coming for Alyssa for a clean combination of moves, but it was a solid finish on a much smaller section. Same story for Sarah Baum. Yes, she did some nice rail work on the outside, but not really huge individual turns, and her best turn came on the finish. So I'm expecting this score to potentially be the number of the heat.
Yeah,
but we'll see. It's going to be. It's definitely, I think, improves her situation. That was strong, and she's not waiting for the number. She's going to stay busy. Has a look at this one, doesn't see the opportunity for a big turn, and she's going to head back out there. But here it is, it's a 7.8, so falls just short of becoming the best ride of the heat. But a lot of credit there in just a short amount of space. She turns in a near excellent number, and the requirement now for Sarah Baum is a big one, 8.76.
Well, she's really put the pressure on Sarah Baum now, and as a competitor, you're sitting out there and you hear that requirement. You need an 8.76, and it almost just takes a bit of your wind out of your sail, because you're sort of sizing up the conditions, automatically going, okay, well, I've got to drop the best wave of the day so far, which means I've got to be on the best wave of the day so far. And really, it becomes a pretty clear assignment, but it's a huge one.
It is a big one. Sarah's going to reach back into her memories of cracking the round of 16. When there was 4 players out in the lineup, she had a really clutch moment in the dying stages to make the round of 16. And she executed on a solid section. She needs to rally some of that and bring it to the party here. 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining, and she is after an 8.76. She did so well to turn her fortunes in this heat already to give herself a chance against Alyssa, who had a really strong start. But like you said, Rich, she's after the wave of the day. unbelievable on a roll. That's becoming the big focus now, is who's going to take the SURFEST title in its 40th anniversary. I think everyone wants to you know, catch the bouquet, Rich, so to speak. Because
yeah, for sure.
This event, it kind of suggests who's going to get that magic moment and in the future and get themselves to the CT.
Yeah, definitely. It's almost a guarantee of a long and illustrious career if you can get your name on this trophy. And this year, it's extra special, being the 40th year anniversary. 30 seconds to go. Sarah Baum scouring the lineup now, but nothing really looks like eventuating.
25 seconds to go here. In all the years that I've handed the trophy on to the winner at the presentation, I've never handed it to someone that hasn't had tears in their eyes, knowing that they've just won one of the most iconic trophies in the sport. So that's what we're here to see, and Sarah Baum is going to give it one last shot. She needs an excellent score, an 8.76, flowing through that first section, but the wave just didn't have the points in it, and Baumy's run in the contest is going to finish here. But she's had a magnificent performance once again in front of the hometown crowd, but Alyssa Spencer on this occasion too strong. Alyssa powering through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, a very astute heat there for Alyssa Spencer. Great surfing. Wave choice was on point. She didn't fall, just did everything she needed to do. And congratulations as well, Sarah Baum, making the quarterfinals. A great showing. And it sets up some pretty cool semi-finals on the women's side.
Let's have a look at the fat boy right of the heat. And it does belong to Alyssa Spencer, who collected the 2 best numbers in this clash.
Yeah, beautiful surfing here. Nice clean re-entry off the top. Keeps that energy going down the line, and a second. Love the beautiful clean rails there on the third little check, and then bang, hits that oncoming section to finish off.
Yeah, when the pressure's been on in this contest, Alyssa Spencer has been, you know, one of just a handful of surfers that's been able to deliver, getting herself into a position to jump back into the top 7, locking in her place on the CT. She'll make her return at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, and now moving to the semis and giving herself a shot at victory. But here is the semi-final bracket for the women. Decimation of the favourites in the top side of the draw, Rich. And a lot of young campaigners will fight it out for the title this year.
Big opportunity here for Ziggy McKenzie and Solagere to take the title, put their name on this prestigious trophy. And Tia Zabrowski and Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa now, the most experienced in the field, up against, well, someone who's on an absolute tear. As we look at the fans here, just getting a piece of the action. It's going to be a jam-packed Sunday down here at SURFEST.
Yeah, we're going to have a new champion here on the 40th anniversary of the Bioglan SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We're going to get the men's quarterfinals underway after the break, with Jesse, Vaughn and Flick stepping in for the call.
The women's semi-finals are set down here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We're looking to do the exact same down here for the men's quarterfinals, and it's a beautiful day for finals day at Newcastle. The sun is out, the waves are super fun, and the tide is starting to drop out, so we're starting to see some nice, fun walls rolling through. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughn Blakey and Flick Parmentier. Guys, there's 4 women left in the draw. We've got 8. We've got 4 quarterfinals to get through of the men's, but it's been a day where we've had some high highs and complete heartbreak already.
Oh, we've been gutted, especially for Ellie Harrison and Soph McCulloch. That was pretty tough to watch them, you know, surf those heats this morning and unfortunately not get into that qualifying position. But on the plus side, we've had some fresh faces qualifying for the championship tour as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to Anata. Nerves of steel this morning. She really, you know, was just a passenger on the plane. I said it earlier, but she had no control. So let's break down, though. We've moved on to the men's. We're into the men's quarterfinals. Let's look at this bracket and what's about to unload in the water. Quarter one, Dakota Walters, Caleb Tancred, all Aussie showdown there, and old sparring partners. Quarter two, which we'll be in the booth for, Finn McGill and Alistair Reginato. Power v power.
Yeah, and quarter three that's the big one. That's our last, you know, real tense one for the day, really, in terms of qualification, because Collie Vast, who is looking to win the Challenger Series, is up against Levi Slauson. He gets through that heat. He's on the CT. And that is a huge story playing out as well.
Yeah, these two guys in their water right now, though. Dakota Walters, Caleb Tancred, best of mates. And we got to kind of touch on it the other day, Vorno. We had a heat back at the Oki Gromcom. I actually went back and did a little bit of a deep dive. Did you dig that up? Yeah, 2017, it was a semi-final heat between Codes and Caleb. Codes was winning the whole way. Caleb got a 9-1 in the last minute. So these guys with so much competitive history, but Dakota getting a start here in the break.
Yeah, and these two, as you say, they've been competing against each other for a long, long time. I remember once upon a time, they were the upcoming rising stars, and they were in each other's pockets all the time. Sure, wow. So Dakota Walters opens with some fireworks. He's been super busy here. Let's have a look at this little replay, though. He's loving this sort of inside bank. He can get so much speed out of nothing, this kid. But, yeah, they were tiny little groms, these two. And, yeah, they both would have had no trouble fitting in a pack of Smarties. But these days, you know, well, Caleb Tancred, he's lucky to fit in a GWM tank, isn't he? He's huge. And Dakota Walters, you know, different physiques. They've really filled out differently, these two. But one thing they both have in common is they are elite surfing talents. They have, you know, fireworks galore. They're both huge impact surfers. They can rely on the power moves, but they've got the ability to take to the air and get massive scores as well.
It's so interesting today as well, you know, listening to Rich in that last heat, he said, note to Caleb is be on those bigger waves. When we think about, you know, the conditions we've had all week here, Flick, it's really suited Caleb and that big power surfing. It's a little bit smaller today, so we're going to have to see him maybe just change up a little bit.
Totally. I agree. I think, you know, it's really called for that bigger power surfing, those big one-turn crazy moments that we've been seeing go down all week. Caleb, he's been on fire. I mean, you look at those, you know, even right into that opening round of the draw, he has won every four-person heat coming up. And then, obviously, yesterday, round of 16, he won that too. He has been blistering his way through the draw. And there we go. Finn McGill checking in. JP receiving the Apple Watch.
Yes, we love the Apple Watch. It has everything you need. But, you know, even before heats, you've got a kind of a countdown going in. You've got your priority, your highest wave scores, your competitors as well. So it's such a great kind of asset that our athletes can tap into here. Not just on the talk about taking the pressure off. She's just looking for a win here. She's already back on the championship tour, and we get to hear from her right now with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Well, listen, that was a great heat. 15.63 heat total. You looking for him? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. It feels nice to surf some heats without all of that pressure looming over my shoulders for qualification. So I'm just excited to be here again today and hopefully surf a couple more heats.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. Is the whole vibe just lighter, everything lighter with you right now now that you've qualified?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like that added pressure that you just have in your mind and, you know, the nervousness and all of the just feelings that you get from being in that position kind of have loosened up a little bit now, which is nice, but I definitely still have the same fire and drive to want to win the event. So I feel like that's my next goal now.
Awesome. We'll see you in the semifinals.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kaipo. Alyssa with a big smile on her face, and we love to see it. She's back on that championship tour. It was her birthday a couple days ago as well. So freshly 23 years old, and now she gets to live out another year of her dream life.
That is wild. 23, and she's the oldest competitor left on the women's side of the draw.
Yeah.
That says everything you need to know about where women's surfing's at right now.
It's wild to think, you know, Tia obviously just turned 15 a couple of days ago herself. For a lot of birthdays happening down here at Newcastle. Right now, though, these two guys, both 24 years old. They've been competing against each other for years. Codes, he wants to take a win here, needs to make a couple more heats. He ramps up into a big full rotation here for Dakota Walters, and you can see he doesn't even look like he's trying, and that's almost annoying. The annoying part of watching Codes, because he makes it look so easy.
It's classic. You know, the Caleb Tancred air rev, in sort of contrast to that, looked like a full power move, didn't it? It was such a hectic whip. It had a lot of energy behind it. Codes is just so light. And even with that one, you know, not a huge amount of height, but the projection, the comfort in the air, and the way that he just rides out is, yeah, you're right. It's easy.
It's like watching Parko do a carve. It's kind of like, it's like for Codes to do an air reverse. He just has it on lock, and I love the fact that, you know, he can kind of size up Caleb and be like, yeah, you know what? You actually probably do turn harder than me, and you throw a lot more water than me, so I'm going to try and get as high up in the sky as I can. So Codes, he's going to lock in a pretty healthy number here. So the judge is rewarding this progressive surfing.
Totally. Look, the other thing too is there's a lot of speed in his surfing too. And I feel like there's a clear distinction when he stands up, just how much speed is carried through all of these airs, right? I mean, just from start to finish, I feel if you're going to be hypercritical of it, either maybe once Caleb landed, there was a bit, you know, he just stomped it, right? Because that's power. Whereas Dakota just, like, it was like he was automatic power.
Yeah.
He just had all this speed coming out, and it just carried throughout the whole air.
Look at that score.
7-5 for Dakota Walters. He's holding down a really healthy lead here with just over 15 minutes to go. Caleb Tancred needing a 9-5. Let's see if he can get it right after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Sunday rides here, Fat Boy Bikes, and your last chance to win a Fat Boy. Got to come over here, scan that QR code, give yourself a chance to win the Fat Boy bike. Eats up skinny bikes all day long. Whether it's the dirt, whether it's the grass, the sand, or the road, Fat Boy eats it up. Scan the code.
Love it. Nothing brings me more joy than Kaipo and the Fat Boy bike cross.
Drop the clutch and spray those grommets with some rocks, Kipes.
Those bikes look so fun. And yeah, anyone who's down here this weekend, just go scan that QR code. It just, who wouldn't want to take that home? Right now, Dakota Walters here on a little left rip bowl, throws the tail, but just gets away from him here. So you can see, like you mentioned, Flick, just that wind puffing up a little bit. So we got air wind for the rights. It makes it a little bit more difficult on the lefts. Caleb Tancred needing a 9-5. We'll get back to that. Here's the replay of Codes here.
Oh, he's just so fast, right? I mean, look at the whip. I think it's even once he gets into the air, just how quick his body position changes to be able to get the rotation so fast. It's super impressive. And look, we're seeing obviously here once again, two very contrasting approaches to a heat. The sit and wait versus let's keep going and let's roll the dice here. I mean, we saw it. We were rearing on the heat with Sophie McCulloch and Sol Aguirre, you know, Sol operating on the bank, trying to make things happen, catch as many waves as you can, opportunities come, versus Sophie, sort of the sit and wait approach, maybe not necessarily backing her, you know, game plan, moving around a bit. So, look, we'll see what happens here between these two approaches. I could be eating my words any moment because Caleb has been on a tear this whole event. So I'm never going to count him out. But right now, as it stands, it's looking favourable.
I think
Codes.
Dakota woke up this morning and thought, wow, look at this. The swell's really, you know, dropped off quite substantially overnight. This could be my day. This could be my chance to win this thing. There is some big units left in these quarterfinals. Finn McGill's a solid fella. Alistair Reginato's a big fella. Caleb's big. Kylie's big. Levi even is a pretty big dude in terms of just stockiness. Like this is just playing to Dakota Walters right now. Like, we've seen him out here basically having a free surf. He's being left alone on this bank. There's a puffy little air wind that is actually taking me back to a classic semi-final heat at Maroubra against Joel Vaughan, where they went so beyond ballistic.
Crazy.
It was just raining 9s and 10s. I think.
No, it was.
And I think, did Dakota break his ankle, landing a backflip or something in that?
He did. That was one of the best heats I've ever watched.
Yeah.
And we were all still Groms, and Joel and Dakota were just going absolutely crazy. Joel would get a 9.5, Dakota would get a 9.5. Then if Dakota got a 9.6, Joel got a 9.83, and then Dakota went for this air, got a 10, and then broke his ankle landing it. So Mikey Madonna actually won that event by default because Coates couldn't even surf
the final.
in the final.
Wow. Yeah.
And then they got a rematch in Taiwan, and Coates did the exact same thing. He's looking to channel a little bit of that right here. Wow, he's rail surfing, looking so sharp as well. So Coates, he's just got so much variety. He's going to take this one all the way through to the inside. And I feel like, we know he's an air guy. I think the whole surfing world knows he's an air guy. But I love that he's also proving a point, even at the ABB over the weekend. He's got a great rail game as well.
He does, and this is on full display with his first turn off the bottom, hacks it back to the whitewash. And, to generate that sort of turn on a section that isn't very steep is a full credit to just how fast this guy is. Speed is power, and so he was fanging into that section and comes right through onto the inside, and I just think everyone in the draw is sort of thinking, uh-oh, Coda's on here.
Yeah.
And it is a worry, because, he's just he's having his own way with this heat right now.
We kind of got like the Greyhound versus the Rottweiler in this heat. That's kind of the two contrasting approaches that we have. Caleb sitting for a really long time here, and you know what, it kind of takes me back to, there was a Burley QS 6,000, 4,000 we had a couple of weeks ago, and listening to a post-heat interview with Jacko Baker, he said, I'm probably the biggest guy in the draw, and it was really small Burley. He said, I know I'm not going to beat these guys on the smallest wave, so I need to be on a set. And it feels like Caleb channeling a little bit of that energy right now. He knows he's got size behind him. He can throw a bit of water around. He looked like he was interested in that one, but that's probably the approach he's taking right here.
Yeah, well, he's got Glenn Micro Hall in his ear. Superb coach. One of the best ever. Coda loads up. A rare fall. Just missed that one, but yeah, his strategy would be sound.
Dakota's just got a bank to himself pretty much. It's similar to what we saw with Sol. Sol kind of had a bank to herself as well. You can see Jules a little bit nervous in this one. I love how much Jules feels for his athletes. He is so invested in the Rubia team.
He has been one of the best figureheads, like a real presence at this event throughout the entire comp. He was there when Matthias Hurdy had the heat pinched out of his hands, and Matthias sort of lent into Jules in that moment for comfort. He brought Matthias back down to the beach to watch the heats that would decide his fate. I think that was Julian. I would be so surprised if he wasn't. Mate, you want to be there when this happens, and if you don't, you want to remember the feeling, because that'll fuel you for the next time around. He's so staunch, Julian, and I really think he's been a really important figure, not just for Caleb Tancred, but for Matthias as well. And there's a little forced turn here. So that wave, he waited a long, long time for that Caleb Tancred, and it didn't give him a whole lot. And you're right, Julian is looking for, not the first time in this event, but just a little bit nervous. Everyone wants to see this fairy tale continue.
Yeah, I think as soon as he knows he drops down for this turn, he's like, that doesn't feel it. That doesn't feel like it, right? I know he's chasing a 9.5, right? And that's a big score. We've seen him drop big ones all event. Yeah, there wasn't much. It was kind of running into that deep water. It was a good shot. It kind of just demonstrates like.
Felt like he gave a little thumbs up to Codes down the beach as well.
It did look like that to me.
These guys have shared so much time in the same lineup their whole careers. I went on 2 Surfing World trips with them way, way back in the day when they were so little. And, every time one of them caught a wave, the other one would try and match that almost exact turn and do it better. They were like a couple of chihuahuas chewing the skin off a tennis ball. And now, Codes, oh my goodness. How's the technique on this? Like almost zero speed, nose peak, tail blow.
Did you see the tactics from Dakota Walters? It's not very often you see him get really competitive. He had priority there. Caleb Tancred's looking right. Dakota almost looked like he was looking right too, and then goes, nah, I'm going to keep him off this. This is all tactics here from Codes, and made the most of a section.
How inverted was that, and like loose and cat-like, and also let's just not. You can't.
My goodness, the tail whip on it.
The decision making in like microseconds there. One with the priority decision too to keep Caleb off that. 2, then to go for that kind of turn. That all happened within less than 3 seconds. And with an oncoming section approaching, it's just like goes to show like the critical thinking in such a fast, it just the response time from Dakota right now is insane.
That turn, I don't think it exists without Taj Burrow. That takes me right back to, you know, sabotage, montage. No one could hit the lip with power, bury the nose, and just flare that tail out the back like TB. Right up until his last CT heat against John, he was still doing that at huge, solid cloud break. And, you know, that turn, it's just a one-turner, but technique is flawless to get this done. Blast the tail out. He's all on the nose there. There was a time before TB where crew wouldn't even wax beyond sort of like where their chest went. And now it's all the way to the very, very tip of the nose because you have to utilise the whole board to make a turn like that.
Yeah, Alistair Reginado, he'd be getting fired up watching some of his best mates battle right now. He's going to take on a Hawaiian, Finn McGill, and we talk about those two. It's a really even playing field between Finn and Alistair. A lot of power between those two surfers here. Different to what we've got going on in this heat where we have power v just this progressive powerhouse. Not even powerhouse. He's just too good. And I'm just going to let the GWM recap speak for itself here.
Yep, the Ninja versus the Samurai in this one. And the Ninja gets going. Flying stars all over the place. And out the back with a big power move of his own. And that was a beautiful air there. It was just the one turn from Caleb Tancred, but it has really just been Dakota Walters here, just flaring.
Oh, he's been incredible. For me, it's the reaction time. It's just the quick responses, the decision-making. It's all been on point. Caleb sat for so long and then used priority on this wave, and you could tell he was like, oh, just not happy with that one. And, yeah, it's left him chasing a 9.5 at the moment, so he's almost up a certain creek without a paddle, you know, with only 3 minutes and 3.5 on the clock. You know, Dakota at the moment is really, you know, in my eyes, just, it feels like he's on. It feels he's connected to his board.
These guys are just kind of respecting each other's space and just trying to let their surfing do the talking, I think. Caleb stayed well away from Dakota. They've kind of swapped banks even, it looks like. Unless there's something that Caleb's seen further north that, you know, he can access. But now Codes is making a little bit of a move down towards him. But it has been a display of futuristic, tail-blowing, high-speed shenanigans from Dakota Walters.
Yeah, Codes, a 7.5 and a 6.5. That's a pretty good-looking lead right now with 3 minutes to go. Caleb Tancred needing a 9.5. Just never really got started in this. And it's kind of that, you know, not taking anything away from Caleb and his progressive game that he has himself, but it is kind of that tail where, you know, he's trying, I felt like maybe he's trying to beat Dakota at his own game, where Dakota, he's one of the best aerialists in the world. You really do have to, in situations like this, play into your strengths, and Caleb feels like maybe not even allowing himself to have that chance.
Yeah, I definitely think that's true, but the waves that he's caught have really only allowed him to have one moment, and the moment just hasn't really been, it just hasn't sat up for him to really utilise his strengths. So it's been about opportunity as well for Caleb, Jess. Like, just no waves coming his way in this one. And meanwhile, Dakota's just been grabbing whatever little lump comes his way, and with that speed and that light footing, he's able to just make the most of them. Yeah,
thinking of aerialists that would be loving this puff of wind as well, Flick. Lucas Cassidy. You got to expect big things from him coming up.
That is going to be a good heat because, I mean, he did it already in this Challenger Series season. We saw the 10 at Bolito, and you're thinking, okay, wow, that was an incredible moment. Some surfers go their whole careers without even dropping a 10, and he's done it in the Challenger, his first Challenger Series season, right? Then yesterday, the 9.25, and that moment right there, actually, for him to get that win was the moment that, you know, granted Mateus Hurdy basically his spot on tour. So Lucas Cassidy's, you know, incredible in the air, and he would have been watching this with Dakota being like, thank you very much. That puff of wind is very welcomed in my eyes.
Opposite sides of the draw as well. Could potentially meet up in the final. We've got a minute 20 to see if Dakota Walters can hang on to the lead here. Like I mentioned before, has a big 7.5 in his lineup. He's got a 6.5 to back it up. Caleb Tancred chasing a 9.5 here. These guys are still sitting on that main peak where we've seen competition all through the week. There's a really fun left rip bowl. We saw Sol Aguirre really making the most of that earlier this morning, but there's also peaks starting to move further south as well.
Yeah, actually just sort of sitting here at the contest site, in the stone and wood bar waiting for it to open, I was looking out at just the little off-rocks breakers starting to flare up a little bit too. There's some nice waves in there. So I wonder just, you know, who's going to utilise this entire beach here at Merriweather?
This morning early, I was drinking my morning brew and I saw Lobby out on that little rock breaker. No lie. Pull up, tube, come out, 2 big belts. Next wave, tube, come out, 2 big belts. And I was like, hang on a second, what's going on with this rock break?
Think back to this event, you know, at the start of the Challenger Series. There were people all over the place. People were utilising the rock break. They were utilising out the back of the rock break, at the point. They were up the beach. There was just, you know, there were heats there where you had at least 200 metres between athletes at times.
We had athletes on those rocks at the end of waves. They were putting everything on the line. You could see a splash of water there from Caleb Tancred. We are going to lose him out of the draw, but Dakota Walters trying to keep another Challenger Series year dream alive. He's going to take a really solid win, but these guys, the best of mates, you know, they were housemates for a little while as well. They've lived together. You could not get any closer than Codes and Caleb. So this is just going to be another one for the books for them. Yeah,
it was a complete demo job, though, from Dakota Walters, because he had all the opportunity and he didn't waste anything. Big frontside rotator, lands tail first there, but, you know, rides out so smooth.
Yeah, big 7-point ride here. The fat boy ride of the heat flip.
Oh, yeah, this thing was absolutely massive. I'm stoked for him. I'm stoked for seeing him moving forward through the draw, and obviously just going to make his way in here. But, you know, wants to join his brother on the Challenger Series next year. So, yeah, powering through onto the semis.
This is his best ever Challenger Series result into the semi-finals. We're going to find out who's going to join him. Is it going to be Finn McGill? Is it going to be Alistair Reginato? We'll find out right after this short break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST, and by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Surfest Sunday is well underway here down at Newcastle for the Bioglan Surfest presented by Bonsoy. Dakota Walters, our first semi-finalist, and it was all going his way in quarterfinal number 1, defeating Caleb Tancred, one of his best mates, and the local Groms just making the absolute most of it. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey and Flick Palmatier. We've got sun, we've got waves, and we've got great competition. There's not much more we could ask for.
No, we've got 2 trophies to hand out, Jess, and we've got a great heat in the water as well. North Shore versus North Shore, 7 Mile Miracle against, you know, the club from up there on the sunny coast. Finn McGill, he's number 1 on the Hawaiian Tahiti Nui ranking. So he has locked himself into the Challenger Series for the next go around. Alistair Reginato, he's got a little bit of ground to make up. Can he get into that top 20?
Well, Alfie's already re-qualified for the Challenger Series
too.
through the QS, so
wow,
he's coming back no matter what, and he's going to get our heat underway here. Alistair Reginato, like you mentioned, North Shore on the sunny coast. Tweaks out the body for a carve there. Wasn't overly convinced with himself on that one.
No, he lets that one slide through. Well, what about the double qualification scenario? Because that would open the door for
someone.
Benny Lawrenson,
Benny Lawrenson's already on. He got the confirmation just yesterday.
Fantastic.
We saw the post, so we got to kind of get to know Benny Lawrenson on the Challenger Series format already, and he was super impressive.
Oh, the backhand on him. Wow. So fast, so zippy. And look, I'm looking forward to seeing him next year. It'll be good. Good little showdown here in Newey as we see Cowley Vast.
Oh, this is hard not to get up and about for, isn't it? This is the biggest heat ever for Levi Slauson. And one more heat of complete torment and torture for Liam O'Brien to watch before his fate is sealed. Will he be there? Will he not be there? Will it be Levi? You know, even though I'm watching this heat and I'm thinking, you know, for Finn and Alistair, this is the greatest opportunity to get a huge win here on the Challenger Series. My eye Just one of them, like an iguana, peels off on its own and looks at that next quarterfinal, Carly Vast versus Levi Slauson, and I'm just thinking, oh, wow, do not go anywhere, folks. That's going to be huge.
And if you think as well, Carly got second here in the first Challenger Series season. Jacob Wilcox taking the lead. Technically, the guy who beat him is not in the draw anymore, so in theory, he should be able to go all the way.
It's interesting, right? I think it's a similar story of the Caleb Codes situation where all week it's been big, it's been powerful. We know Cowley's not afraid to back down like from a big section, right? That's not to say it's not in Cowley's wheelhouse right now, because obviously we know he has that progressive surfing. But let's think about Levi, smaller build, and absolutely loves to spin it. He loves airs. He loves that's his. When I think about his, strengths and weaknesses, that is 100% his strength. And coming in today, and you've just watched the heat go down with Dakota, and you've watched what he's been able to do with similar sort of surfing to you, you're thinking, okay, like this is possible. But for Cowley, he is the opportunity for the #1 position, in those seedings moving forward to the CT that starts only in, just over a week's time down at Bells Beach.
If you're Liam O'Brien, is there anyone better that you'd want to defend that spot than Carly Vast? Here we go. Alistair giving us his rendition there. Sick, lofty air reverse. He was pulling them all week down to a win down at Phillip Island just a couple of weeks ago. Jams it for a nice looking finish too. So we talk about codes. Let's not write Alistair off as being an air guy himself.
Yeah, well, I mean, he dropped a monstrous score for a big frontside rotator to the flats at Phillip Island. He took out a QS down there only a couple of weeks ago, and he's seen Dakota and gone, okay, well, look, this is the move. This is where I'm going to go. I've definitely got it in my arsenal. He pulls it out early, and even better for him, like, this isn't anywhere near as high or as projected as he can get in the air. So that's just a good settler, and if he needs to go to it again, he'll feel super confident.
This is cool because, coming into this quarter, we're like, yeah, power v power. But they're changing it up and they're adapting. And I think that's the best thing about all the surfers. Obviously you've got your strengths, but at the end of the day, it's the ocean. You've got to be adaptable, right? You've got to have versatility there because it's forever changing. And we've obviously seen that this morning. Offshore conditions, puff out of the north. It's perfect for airs. And Alistair's been like, no, this is where it's at.
As well, just touching back on that next quarterfinal coming up between Cowley and Levi. Levi obviously winning over at Huntington, and in smaller conditions too, so he's felt victory and rocked up to the beach, and it's probably really similar size to what we had. So just another moment that Levi can kind of fall back on, but you can't help but be nervous when you draw a competitor like Carly Vast. Look how locked in he is right now. He's going to be such a great contribution to the championship tour. I don't think there's been anyone more ready than Carly Vast.
Nah, he is... well, he's an Olympic champion for a reason. That gold medal looks right at home around his neck. He doesn't mind a bit of bling, and he wears it well. And, this guy is driven. He is ready to succeed. Look at that. That is just pure focus here. So, he has no pressure. He came into this event, with a little bit of work to do, but not much. Qualified, and now it's all about lifting that trophy at the end. Yeah, he made the final last year. There's work to be done. I'm going to get to this final. I'm going to lift that trophy. That's all he's thinking in his mind right now. But yeah, look, Finn McGill, this guy has it all as well. He is such a well-rounded surfer. He can go from huge pump and sunset. He actually won, I believe, the QS over there after 6 runner-up finishes at Sunset Beach. Broke the curse, thank goodness. And let's see. Reggie, he throws the tail so high, doesn't get the ride out. But that was cool. That was exactly what I was talking about. A little bit more pop, a little bit more throw, so more risk. Doesn't get the ride out, but still, very cool move.
Oh, all the hard work was done here, Flip.
Yeah, I love that. He's just gone a bit harder, a bit higher, a bit harder there. The air wind is definitely well and truly. It feels like it's kicking up too, even since that last heat. I feel like we're clicked up a few knots, so a little bit more power there in the wind. But still such early stages in the heat. And look, Alistair seems to me he's taken the approach of he's rolling the dice a few more times on waves, and then we've seen that pay off this morning.
Yeah, I love it. Alfie's going to stay super busy in this one. Finn McGill, like you mentioned, Vorno, he's got such a big bag of variety himself as well. So he has kind of the potential to click into that gear. He's been a world junior champion right here in Australia. It was down on the South Coast when we had it there a couple of years running. We saw Macy Callahan win down there, Bahine Fierro. And so Finn adding his name to a long list of incredible champions in that world junior kind of chat. He wants to be one of those guys who adds it to a Surfest champions list as well. And looks like we might have Alistair Reginato having a paddle here. He's going to go to the rail, swoop on this first carve here. Starts to gain a little bit more momentum, talks it out on a second carve. Let's hope and see if he can get a solid looking inside section here. Has to get over a bit of dead water. He's going to click it there for a finish, so that outside work, it's definitely going to help. Someone who nailed just every single opportunity in that last heat. Dakota Walters, he's on the glass with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. We were just talking about kind of two different strategies in that heat, right? Dakota, Caleb, just 3 waves. You caught 11 waves out there. Was that always your strategy?
Or it just depended sort of how priority played out, I feel like, for me. It's a bit slow, and then like at times there's flurries, and there's a bit of a difference between the ones that are all right and then the ones that don't have much on them. So yeah, I don't know, I feel like Caleb got off to a bit of a slow start, and I got a few under my belt and then kind of just built from there.
Best finish so far in the Challenger Series. How are you feeling with the momentum?
Yeah, no, I'm stoked. Best finish for sure. Yeah, I'm excited and keen to surf another heat.
Light-footed, progressive surfing. It looks like it's going to be on the menu today with these smaller waves. Seems like you're the guy.
Oh, let's hope. Yeah, it's fun. Always sick to surf right with the Northerly, so let's hope there's a few rants.
On to the semi-finals, Dakota Walters.
Awesome. Thanks, Kipes. Thanks, Codes. Acting as nonchalant as always.
Looks steely. He looks steely. He actually looks so focused. I love that. That's one of the, one of the most comfortable sort of post-heat interviews I've seen Dakota do. I really do feel like he's locked in a way that we haven't seen from him in the past.
Yeah, I got to spend a lot of time with Codes over the last year. Came to a lot of the events on the tour just to kind of get the feel, and then went over to Trestles over there with Joel and stayed for an extra 3 months with Kolohe. And I think just that 3 months in the States and hanging out with that crew over there did him a world of good. You could see just being amongst that crew and hanging out with someone like Kolohe for that long, it's always going to rub off in a good way.
Yeah, I agree. You know what is cool, like looking at this heat, is that these surfers have taken Coda's lead. They've both come out and gone, well, sorry, Finn is actually a little more like Caleb, but Reginato for sure has taken Coda's lead. He's taking any wave that comes near him and he's taken to the air at every opportunity. That's really cool. I'm so curious to see what Finn brings to this, because when we were talking about Finn's sort of role into this event, it's not dissimilar to Alistair Reginato's. You know, he's caught fire. He's coming in on the back of a win in Hawaii. And I always think of Finn McGill, like I think of Pipeline, I think of Sunset, I think of Haleiwa, and just standout performances at those waves. But this guy can take to the air. He is a total firework when he wants to light that fuse.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what he's going to bring here. We've got 16 and a half to go. Finn McGill, let's see what's going to happen right after this Bonsoy brew break.
And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Oh, happy birthday, SURFEST. The big 40 years down here, and we could not be happier just to be celebrating in such a big way as well. We've welcomed so many surfers to the championship tour or back to the championship tour. We look back to 40 years ago. Our original winners, Wendy Botha, Tom Curran. Now we get to add 2 more incredible names to that list. No previous champions left in the draw, so we're going to have 2 new names this year, and of course, the GOAT. He's down and watching all the events.
The Gull.
The Gull.
The wounded Gull. Kaka! Mark Richards. He never misses a heat here. He's part of the furniture of SURFEST, of course. Why wouldn't he be? Long time, local, a hero of Newcastle. There's really only two people who come to mind when you think of Newcastle champions. That's Mark Richards and Andrew Johns. And, you know, MR, he's just a surf fan. He loves it. He was obviously part of that big push to make surfing a professional career. And it's on his shoulders that all these surfers stand today. You know, what a legend.
You could just stand and talk to him for hours too. He's just a wealth of knowledge. Finn McGill finally got started in this heat. He throws the tail around here. This one's going to lock in. It's a small score, but just at least getting a start here, Flip.
Yeah, he needed to roll the dice. You know what? I'd love to get eyes on Doug Silver just to see what he's doing right now. We know that he's a colourful character. He's Finn McGill's coach, and probably one of the most eccentric coaches that we have on the Challenger Series and the World Tour. But yeah, he's pretty colourful and usually gesturing quite a bit with a few hand signals. But right now, you know, we watched it go down the other day. Women's, it might have been the round of 32 with Eve, and he was on the beach like, you know, waving the flag. It's pretty cool.
It looked like a jumbo jet was about to land on the beach.
Yeah, here we go.
He is, Dougie Silver. I swear he has more shades of sunglasses than anyone I've ever met. The first time I ever met him, he had bedazzled sunglasses on, and I was like, we're going to be good friends.
Is that Carly Voss gold medal hanging around his neck? How did he get hold of that?
You want to hear the coolest thing I saw the other day? He walked into the competitors area, and you know, we all have these wristbands, you know, for accreditation and where we can go and how we get into the certain zones. And he's like, I was like, what's that on your shoe? And so he's tied his wristband around his laces so it doesn't need to be annoying on the arm. So it's just, there we go. It's seen better days, I will say. But,
look at the shoes he's got on.
They're cool, man.
Wow.
That is fashion at its finest, I will say. But yeah, look at the wristband.
He's one of the best characters that we have in surfing. We get him another year on the championship tour. Hopefully it feels like him and Seth make a really good duo. So let's see if they come back. Obviously starting so soon at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. 11 minutes to go in this heat, and the theme continues, Vorno. We've seen Alfie with a 517 and a 467. So it's a good total. It's nothing crazy. But Finn McGill, just a kind of similar story to what we just saw from Caleb. We're almost down to 10 minutes to go and hasn't really done much.
Yeah. Well, Alistair Reginato's gone out there with the game plan of if it comes near me, I'm just going to go for it. And he's made the most of these opportunities. Just speaking of, 40 years of this event, this was the first contest that I ever got sent to as a little Simpsons teen-voiced surf journalist. Oh, hello, Mr. Kelly. But I remember I remember getting in the lift up at Main Beach where the comp used to be held, and I was going up to my room, and the elevator door was just about to close, and this hand stopped it, and in walked, carbon fibre, young Elvis-looking Kelly Slater with Ross Williams and Shane Dorian, and I was just in the full thick of my momentum froth, and I just sat there. And I'm pretty sure I just started drooling all over my feet. I was just this is unbelievable. I can't believe I'm in a lift with these guys, and it's one of the great things about this comp. You've just got such personal access to these surfers. They all set up camp on the boardwalk. There's kids who can just go up, say hello to their favourite surfer all day long, and you feel like it's just one big family do or something like that, where you're constantly in touch with all these great athletes and future legends. And Ross Williams, if he's watching, I'm sure he is, shout out to you, mate. He said g'day to me.
Oh, that's nice.
Made your day.
Kelly didn't, but we said g'day later on down the Well, I said g'day to him a lot
now.
Before he said g'day to me.
Your homies now. Obviously, that kind of speaks to the long list of just incredible names that have been coming down to Newcastle over the last 40 years. If we take a look at previous champions, Mick Fanning, like you mentioned, Kelly Slater, Barton Lynch, Damien Hardman, Julian Wilson, Mikey Wright, and then, of course, our recent world champ, Yago Dora, has won this event before too. So it just holds so much prestige. We think back to other prestigious events around the world. Obviously, Pipe is a really big one. Bells has been running for a really long time, and SURFEST, it holds that same kind of weight.
And the other thing is, you win this comp, it's almost a guaranteed little crystal ball that you're going to be on the CT at some point. In that highlights package, I saw Dion Atkinson. That was cool. I was like, yeah, that's right. He won this, and then he qualified. And, you know, that's just a good thing to keep in the back of your mind. A great little confidence booster.
Yeah. I feel like it's just one of those events that you're desperate to win and be a part of. The Newcastle Flight Cam getting to show the amazing community that we're enjoying right now. Finn McGill starting to get it going in this heat right now. A two-stage car back to the whitewater. He's building speed. He's going to use that to his advantage here on the inside and connects. You can see even just from that one finishing turn, the amount of water that can come off his board, it speaks volumes to how powerful this guy is.
Yeah, I feel that maybe just like me looking too deeply into it, but just the body language on the wave, it feels a little bit of a frustration for him. I think, you know, you see your Finn McGill and your last heat, you're dropping excellence, and then right now you're sitting out there with a 1.5 and a 2.8. You're like, far out, what's going on? So I felt there was almost like just give me a section here. Like he floats over this, you know, he surfs this wave as good as what you can.
Yeah.
It's just what was on offer. I mean, it popped up in front of him. He's really in a situation where he has to go. He's obviously chasing a 7, but look, Alistair is not really running away with this thing by any means. I mean, he's got a 5.17, the 4.6, the 4.67, but they're not big scores.
Well, that last punch, that's added meaning to that wave.
Yeah,
it had a little bit of frustration, sure, but it was still juicy, and he's going to lessen the requirement needed. Finn's obviously worked with Ross Williams, my mate, who I met nearly lift all those years ago. But yeah, they run mock heats with, as we were saying yesterday, you know, John Florence. I don't know if you've heard of him.
No, I actually haven't.
He's a very good surfer, very good.
I'll look him up.
Yeah, 3-time world champ, and so, you know, Finn is well bred for these sorts of occasions. He's not going to like lose his cool here.
No way.
6 minutes 30. He's going to put a little score on the board that'll make the job a bit easier, but yeah, I think you're right. It is a little frustrating at the moment. The worst thing was he comes out of that float with speed. He comes into a section that just offers nothing.
And you can see, you know what's kind of scary right now is 6 minutes to go. You said it perfectly, Flick. Alistair's not really running away with this heat. Finn McGill just locks in a 3.83. That score comes down. Now he only needs a 6, right? There's 6 minutes to go. Look at the distance between our athletes right now. If you're Alistair Reginado, you know, if you go by the textbook of priority, are you not sitting on your competitor right now?
Well, you may as well take an opportunity away from him. You know, that this is where my brain goes if you go. But also, like, I could eat my words a bit. And hindsight's the perfect science. I could sit here and he could do the right thing. So, but let's get into the GWM recap before we forecast too much into the future. Let's see, Alistair Reginado, 4.67 on this one. And I'm pretty sure he does get a little tap here at the end. So really worked this one through to the inside and really juiced as much points as he could out of this. It's been a tale of, you know, Alistair just really taking whatever opportunity came to him. It almost feels like the conditions are slowing up even since earlier this morning. It feels like we've got a bit more downtime between waves surf. But yeah, Alistair, yeah, he's locked in a couple of scores, but he's, by all means, the heat is very open, you know. We have seen Finn fight his way back into it.
Yeah, nice backside floater here for Finn. And this was just this last wave, the 3.83 here, Borno.
Yeah, again, you know, it never really opened up for him to showcase what he can really do, but he gets through on this inside. And this is just kapow. You know, I've got to make something out of this. I've surfed it all the way through that dead spot, and I like it. You know, it put a 3.83 on the board. I don't think without that turn that score's going anywhere near it. So, you know, it just lessens the requirement here for Finn McGill.
Cali Vast.
Sorry, I'm tripping on just how few battles there've been. Like, we felt like priority and getting in each other's faces would be a big part of the day's action. And really what we've seen a lot of is crew just sitting on their own banks and just surfing their own heats.
It is nice, though, not having someone up in your grill. When you're searching for a score and your opponent's giving you space.
Oh, that man on screen. What is he thinking? What is he feeling? He looks cool. Say that much. He's smiling.
I just, that next 30 minutes, in 4 minutes time, that 30-minute quarterfinal is genuinely, it's going to be the answer to the fate of Liam O'Brien or Levi Slawson, you know, and you'd much rather be in Levi's shoes, you know, kind of having it in your own hands, but there is no better person that Liam O'Brien would want in that heat than Cali Vast. He is such a locked-in competitor, and he wants the win. more than anything on that Challenger Series ranking. So he's driven by goal as well. So these two guys, they're going to be out there in just under 3.5 minutes. Alistair Reginato here starting to look a little sleepy on this wave. Let's hope it builds through the inside. Now he highlines, gaining speed. We know what he wants to do here. Does he get the section? He does.
What?
Gets a straightie, but buries the nose there. So you can see you got to be really perfectly kind of balanced on where your board is to hit those end sections, because it goes deep really quick there.
What surprised me was just the pop. I was not expecting that. I thought that was just going to be a real flimsy, gutless little section. He got a little bit of air, no ride out. But Alistair was really hoping for something that would improve on that 4.67. He gets a nice little pop out of this one on the Bioglan replay. Doink! The tail came up and, yeah, very nice. But needed the ride out to have any sort of influence on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you can just see his front foot. It was just a little too front heavy on that landing here. Like I was saying, you've got to be that perfect kind of weight distribution just because of how shallow to deep it goes right in that section. So you almost have to be a little bit back foot heavy to get those ride outs there. But Alistair, he's such an adaptive surfer. He would pick that up and know it for next time. There's 2 minutes to go here. And yeah, just nothing, like you mentioned, Borno, no real battle happening in this heat right now. It's just been, although Alistair's got a 5.17 and a 4.67, it's kind of just been frustrating for both of these guys. You can see they've wanted to do more.
I wonder how this heat plays into the strategies of the next heat, because the next heat is for the final spot on tour. Men's and women's are locked. There's one spot left. It's the 10th spot, the last qualifying spot for the men's championship tour. Like, what do they learn from this heat, Flick?
It's slow and opportunities are limited, 100%. You take off on a wave, I feel like you're going to want to convert. There's not many opportunities. The sets are slowing up. Like, I just even compare it to this morning. I feel like there was a few more waves being ridden from the women's quarterfinals. It'll be interesting to see what happens as this tide does get progressively lower. But the other thing to remember is pretty sure it is a dying swell all throughout the day. I'd need to check the Surfline forecast again. As we see Finn.
Yeah, he's going to jam this first section here. Needs a 6. Gets a better looking car. This is definitely his best wave so far. He'd be begging for an end section right now. He's going to do his best to get over a bit of dead water here, just to connect with the foam twice there. There's less than a minute to go, so you'd have to think it's probably his last roll of dice. Alistair here playing defense. Gets into the lip at the start. He, again, has to kind of gain some speed over some dead water. That's a better looking second turn. He'd be desperate for the ride out. So that's 3 near makes, 3 scores that have kind of gone begging for Alistair Reginato here. So it all comes down to this last wave of Finn McGill.
Yeah, let's have a look here. So Finn chasing the 6, goes to the lip. Look, he's doing a really good job surfing this wave, but is this wave the 6? Is it the real? Like, he needs, in my opinion, he needs a better quality wave, and it ain't going to happen. It's not it.
Yeah, the guts just say there's no chance. The wave didn't even have a 6 in it.
Nah.
So that's...
What's that?
It was raw shit.
Right, there was 2 waves in the beginning.
Frank assessment.
What you really think?
And then the one that
Finn McGill, he needed the best wave of the heat, and it just didn't feel like it had that moment on it. That was the best wave of the heat. We think back to Alistair's 5.17. That was a really big open-face carve that started off that. So let's see where this score's going to lock in for Finn McGill.
But there was a couple in the beginning.
Alistair doesn't improve on that last one. Early indications say it's not going to be that 6.01. Waiting for one last number, and it comes in. It's a 3.5. So Finn, unfortunately, had an incredible run at this event, but unfortunately we're going to see him be knocked out in the quarterfinals, and we're going to have an all-Aussie affair in semi-final number 1. Alistair Reginato also going on to a career best result here.
This is going to be cool.
Hey, yeah, that will be cool, but don't go anywhere, folks. The big one is upon us. Carly Vast versus Levi Slawson, a spot on the CT on the line.
Yeah, cannot wait. We've got an excellent booth to take you through the call. Stay tuned.
Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia. By Bond University, Ambition Loves Company. By Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST. and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
Here we go. This next heat is going to decide who takes that 10th spot on the championship tour. Right now, though, we are seeing Alistair Reginato, who's on his way to his best ever finish on the Challenger Series. Getting the jump on Finn Miguel there. The boys breaking things down.
But even though it's pretty bad,
They're dealing with those tough conditions. It's challenging out here, but we're all smiles in the booth because Richie and myself are joined by one of Newcastle's finest, the great Ryan Callanan, who'll be surfing in the Bonsoy Legends heat a little later on. How are you, Cal?
Yeah, doing good. Excited to watch it all go down, but very nervous at the same time.
Mate, how is that beautiful wife of yours, Nina, and your little baby Penelope going?
Yeah, going amazing. Penny's getting so big and it's been a whirlwind, to say the least, but yeah, loving every second.
All right, mate, we're going to let you off the hook here, all right, because we know this heat has massive implications for your countryman, one of your best friends in Liam O'Brien, so we know that you're going to have a biased view on this heat. Richie and I, of course, will remain impartial, but Callie Vast, the Frenchman, via Tahiti, of course, he is up against Levi Slawson, who is surfing to realise his championship to a dream here. Encinitas will be tuned in. A big shout out to everyone over there in California watching on. Levi has been on fire. He's had a Challenger Series win this year at the US Open. Huge, getting a victory there. Another one of those big iconic trophies that you want to chase down on this Challenger Series. But other than that, he's had a complete shocker. So he's done really well just to keep his dream alive of backing up that big victory and on his way to a solid result here. But he needs to make this heat. And if he can, Rich, he's on the CT.
Okay, it's clutch moment. It's go time for Levi Slawson. There's no other option. You make it, you make the tour, you're out, and see you back on the Challenger Series next year. And it looks like we've had rides for both the surfers. We'll have a look at Levi Slawson first, and just a somewhat of a mellow attempt at that first air. And this is Callie Vast on the backhand. He has been rock solid through the whole event. Just milking this one all the way through to the inside. And that trademark backhand hook that he has, that is going to be his weapon in this heat.
So a bit of a drop in the size of the conditions, and we've been talking about it, Ryan. You could probably speak to it for us as well. It kind of took the advantage away from some competitors when we look at what's unfolded in today's competition so far.
Yeah, definitely. On the flip side of that, it probably gives the advantage to some other competitors as well. But, you know, Newcastle's always great for giving you variety, and you've got to perform in everything to make it happen. And, I mean, these guys to get this far have surfed everything from, you know, maxing out to now this. It's they're really showcasing it all.
Yeah, I think, you know, that might be the reason why this is such a great crystal ball event, as we see Callie Vast, great speed. Already a fantastic turn to link through this inside section. Unfortunately for him, that one doesn't make it through to the shore break. But yeah, as you said, being able to adapt to different conditions has been the key to success in this contest over the years. And more often than not, people that are able to do that have a great chance of qualifying. So there's no wonder why this has become a crystal ball for future CT campaigners.
Yeah, absolutely. Just checking the replay here of Callie Vast on the left-hander. Geez, that was a classy opening snap to that wave, and you could actually hear the Aussie contingent in the background just really getting behind it vocally when he does each and every one of those turns.
Yeah, he's in a real position of power and confidence. A bit on the line for him as well. Of course, if he progresses through to the semi-finals, he'll overtake Eli Hanneman and take that Challenger Series victory. But we've got some time here, 23.5 minutes to go. A score on the way for Carly, and we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat into the semi-finals, Kipes. Alistair Reginato on his way to a massive result.
That's right, Ron. This is a massive result for you into the semi-finals. Your best finish in a Challenger so far in your career. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Got so much momentum coming into this event, and yeah, got a big year next year, so it's sick to get a result here and take some confidence into next year's season.
Semi-finals, you're going to be faced up against Dakota Walter. Your thoughts on getting faced up against Dakota?
Yeah, I'm so excited. He's one of my best mates, and he's so exciting to watch. And yeah, I'm just keen to match it with him, hopefully, and go blow for blow with him. It's pretty
yeah, it suits Dakota a lot out there, like little northerly winds. But yeah, I'm hoping to come up as the underdog and take him out.
I really think that friends sometimes have the best heats.
Yeah, for sure. I always have my best heats against my mates, and yeah, it kind of sucks coming up against him, but I mean, we're in the semis, so we're in the pointy end, so happy to beat him in the semis.
That's going to be one to tune in for, Ron, semi-final number 1.
Oh, they're all good, Kipes, but that is going to be a big one. And, yeah, well, Dakota was really looking forward to surfing against Caleb, and he dominated his quarterfinal heat. So I think he likes surfing against friends as well, it turns out. But here we go. Let's have a look at the last exchange out there. Ryan, it was Levi trying to launch this little pocket reverse.
You know, I mean, here's Cowley's wave too. I really thought the conditions actually really suit Levi, but to see Cowley just in this last year, it seems since the Olympics, you know, I did some training with him with Dog a year or two ago, and he was really kind of focused on that, and he was obviously trying his best in the Challenger, but ever since, you could see his focus was gold medal, Chopu.
Yeah.
But this season, this season, he's really clicked into something else, and you can see the focus has changed, and he just sticks to his strengths. You know, throwing water, bringing power, airs if he needs, but he seems to just be able to have that knack of getting on the good waves and posting big scores, and I mean, you saw it right there.
Wow.
Levi, on the other hand, to get himself in this position to just, if he makes this heat, like to get yourself even into this position in the last event of the season is pretty incredible. And like I said, I really think the waves suit him today. He's incredible at airs, so maybe the nerves are getting to him.
What did you make of his round of 16 performance? It was so clutch. Obviously, Mateus Hurdy, you were part of that Revere Projects team, so he was really riding the emotion of that heat. But that, I think, was one of the most clutch moments that we've seen on the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when Shion got that wave and posted, you know, a good score, and to have him needing a score, and with 2 minutes to go, feeling like, here we go.
Yeah, here he is. So really just trying to get a score of substance, just something that he can build on here, and he's doing pretty well. Levi, just a nice series of backhand hits, but a big number drop for Carly Vast, a 7.33. So Levi Slawson with that ride, he'll get himself out of that combination. It was a gentle combination, Rich, but still.
Nice to get the feet in the wax.
Oh, he had to make it count, didn't he?
Absolutely. It had 2 attempts prior to this and come unstuck. And at that point, you thought, oh, he was just going to try and blow him out of the water with airs. But this time, on the stone and wood slow-mo, sticks to the face. And he rifles off a couple of clean manoeuvres here. This wave just opened up all the way through to the inside. You can see just great extension on that that previous turn, up and over the foam on that one, and then clicks on that final rebound. So he put together a tidy wave there. He's back into this heat, but really impressive scoreline here for Cowley Vast. Started with the 5, built to the 5.8, then dropped the 7.3. So textbook competitive surfing for Cowley at this point.
Yeah, but Levi's going to get himself back in. He's going to break that combination and just give himself a chance with a single ride to turn his momentum around. We know he's capable of big scores. We're going to have a look at that incredible moment from yesterday in the dying stages of this heat. How was this thing, Ryan?
Yeah, unbelievable. Like, to even find that wave out there with that, you know, little time and connect these two, that air was huge. And, I mean, there's a lot more power and stuff than it probably looks like on there. So to be able to pull that out and land it in a clutch moment in a heat that he needed.
Also to add some extras on that final tricky section when you're arriving late. But he boned the air out. I mean, the purists, the aerialists out there are just loving that turn. And I think loving that the judges went so high with it. But he is back in the game here. 6.5 for that last ride after what looked like a really nervous start.
Yeah, I think, you know, he probably just needed to feel himself get a completion, and he actually looked really good on that wave. He maybe calmed himself out the back or resettled his nerves and just thought, I just got to make one, just get back in the heat, surf what's in front of me, don't have to do airs. There's a lot more opportunity out here, and he's done really well to put himself in this position.
18 minutes to go. The lead is with Carly Vast at the moment. He's got priority. Levi Slawson chasing a 6.67. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to Finals Day, the World Surf League and the Newcastle SURFEST. Would like to acknowledge the Awabakal people, the traditional custodians of the land and waterways here at Merewether and Newcastle. We pay our respects to the Awabakal people, their elders past, present and future, and want to send that shout out and acknowledgement to all First Nations peoples tuning in who join us, of course, live here at the event site and on the broadcast. What a special place to grow up, Ryan. It really is a beautiful stretch of coastline. You lucky dog.
It's nice to see these shots. I've never really seen it from this angle.
We're loving the Newcastle flight cam. It's just been bringing us beautiful images. We had a couple of rough days with wild weather at different stages, but we've got a huge crowd to watch this exciting and iconic event unfold. 40 years of SURFEST this season. As we see Levi surfing for a championship tour spot. He's going to kick out of this one. You can tell there's that onshore flow in the conditions. He's ramping up and thinking air. A lot of the time out here at the moment, it might be where he finds an edge over the powerful and incredible repertoire of Cali Vast out here. This kid's been a revelation on the Challenger Series this year with some memorable rides. Lucas Cassidy taking on Australia's Callum Robson in the next heat, representing Mexico beautifully.
Yeah. How's that warm-up? Is that indicative of what we're about to see in this next heat?
Yeah, it is. This guy...
Compared to that warm-up.
Oh, yeah. Well, Cal just always...
Straight first spins.
Runs hot. And, yeah, he had a big clutch moment of his own in the event yesterday. Keeps surging up the ladder, and he's surfing for... a higher seed. He wants to avoid that opening round of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. He goes Levi Slauson, and I don't think it's going to matter too much that he fell on that opening turn, but I guess, Ryan, as a competitor, when you go for a move, you want to complete and just maintain the confidence.
Yeah, it really looks like he's looking at this northerly on the rights and just feels like he's just thinking air. That's my score. I do an air, I get a score. Where the left probably pulled him back and he was able to get a bit more flow because he knows he's not going to have to try that. He's just got to surf what's in front of him. So probably when that wave went flat, he went a little bit flat too.
There was the emotion for different countries has been felt. Australia, lost Jacob Wilcox pretty early in the event, but they had some great days here at the contest as well, with some surfers returning to the championship tour. And, Liam O'Brien is sitting in that danger zone right now, 10th on the ratings. Really rough few days for him. How do you think he's feeling right now? You've been in that position.
Yeah, it's brutal. Especially to come down to, finals day, the last day, last event, last few heats, it's been a nervous wait. I mean, he's had Soph in the comp, his partner as well. So, they've both been in a similar boat. So, I hope he's doing all right because, I wonder if he's even watching this or if he's just trying to get his mind off it.
Yeah, been crazy emotions on display for good reason. We talk about the dream of getting to the CT. There's also been the conversation of later of just how huge it is financially for these surfers. The sponsorship backing is hard to come by these days, and graduating to the CT now with a full schedule to chase down those big results, it guarantees you a certain income for the year as well.
Yeah, definitely. The prize money variations, massive. So I think just even being on there, we've all seen Liam on the tour and how good a surfer he is. And it also just shows the caliber of surfer that's coming through. Like, he's on the cusp. He should be a staple on there, I believe. And like you said, the financial stuff too, just to know that you've got that income and that year locked in, no cut this year or till not really a cut this year.
Yeah, there's a slight whittling of the numbers towards the back end of the season.
You get a full year to, figure it out and show your stuff. And like you said, you could make a lot of money if you did really well, and if you don't, then you're still doing pretty good.
Yeah, the minimum wage as a championship tour surfer is pretty decent. Just on 11 minutes to go here, and things are intensifying for Levi Slauson. Needs a 6.67.
It's just such a flat bank out there too. Like, I feel like as the tide drains out, it should get a bit steeper and there should be a few more opportunities. But right now, it's kind of that in between where some of the rights are hitting the dead water on the side, and some of the lefts are, you've seen Levi take off on a few that have just closed out and been a little slopey, too slopey for him to get enough speed to try and air.
Yeah, he's loading up here. So he has the speed. You can see he's just focusing down the line, not rushing it to the end section, reading each part of the wave for what it's worth in front of him. And on that occasion, threw the cut back in, didn't see the wave steepening down the line. But I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to get a Bonsoy locals take with Ryan Callanan in the booth. Mate, it was always going to be a tricky year with a lot of sand on the reef at Merriweather, so the contest bank has been kind of a little north of the actual structure here.
Yep. Yeah. Seems every year at Surfest we get this little bank to the north. I mean, last year, the start of the season was probably some of the best waves I've seen along the whole beach in my life. Like, normally you see one part of the beach really good, but the other part's not that good. But, the waves that I'm sure they've shown a lot of highlights from, that was just an incredible couple days. But, yeah, obviously we've had a lot of north swells, which pushes a lot of sand on the reef and on the rocks. And then it's just continued to push in, and it's made this nice bank up the beach, which is, yeah, like Ron said, north of the contest zone, but it's quite peaky and the tide's affected a lot more. There's been a bit of backwash. There's been, kind of a couple dead sections, which you're kind of trying to avoid, but there's some high quality if you can find it.
There is. Now, we had Emily Burke down there at Cafe Del Froth yesterday, just giving her local take, and she was just making some predictions on what we could expect here in finals day crowd-wise. What about the way this city turns out for Surfest every year, and in the 40th edition they're here in force again?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always am so proud to be from Newcastle in this week, as we see Levi flying along this one.
Or gets the section, does extremely well, a nice tail high reverse, and the judges will pay attention to that. And Callie Vast chasing him down the line here. Amazing flow, and he whips the tail himself on that final section. But I like that. Levi put a little extra into that throw into the rotation. And we'll see if he gets the number he needs here.
This is an important paddle battle as well. You can see Cowley really putting some emphasis on getting out the back.
Look at him go.
Prior to Levi Slauson, he wants to hold priority here. He would be doing the calculations in his mind now.
Wow. And Levi could have given that a more committed effort. But, this is going to be really interesting because it does look like there's a pretty significant edge here to Callie Vast. But sometimes in this situation, when it's super close and Cowley's ridden the last wave, they might give priority to Levi. But I just felt like he could have given that a bit more. It looked like Callie Vast had a 80 horsepower Evinrude on the back of his board.
Well, mate, he's got a couple of tree trunks for legs. He's got that much power in him. So let's have a look at the Bioglan replay here. And just streaking down the line, Levi just gets that one section, gets a lot of pop, tail high.
It's so well.
Gets pretty inverted on the air rev.
You can see the section went a little flat, so for him to get that kind of amount of lift in his tail over the section was really impressive.
Really cool. And then Cowley here connects with that first re-entry up and over that foamy section, and a bit of a forced tail flare, and right there he just knew that, okay, I'm not really adding any points here. Let's just go back and get priority.
Like you said, Rich, it's the little things in the contest, even aside from the performance, that can make the difference. And getting control at the takeoff zone here for Cowley is absolutely key.
Yeah, I mean, now he can just, depending on what score comes in, I'm really interested to see how they score this. We've seen some good scores for airs. Cowley,
I don't think it's the number.
First score, I don't think so either. But
it could have
before.
It could have.
So have we here all week.
Cowley's not looking like he's going to improve. He gets a 5.63.
Yeah, I think the reason why we're kind of just unsure, definitely unsure, is just how much height he got in the tail, which kind of flared out the air on a pretty small nothing section. But the number's starting to roll through, and he won't get the score that he needs to turn the heat. But he is still only chasing a 6.67 because Vast was unable to improve on that 5.83.
Yeah, I'll give you another reason why. All week we've seen a lot of these full rotations where the surfer goes virtually 360 degrees. That was more of a 180.
Here he goes on the backhand. Nice start. Blasting that board vertically. And this wave, unfortunately, it's going to fizzle out there on the inside. Cowley Vast, I think we'll see him moving into shot in just a moment.
How rock solid is Cowley Vast letting him have that wave?
Yeah.
Just that split-second decision of, nah, I don't think he's going to be able to get the 6.67 on it. I'll let him go.
He just seems so sure of his decisions at the moment.
Totally. Really confident.
Yeah.
He's just been on a massive download for the past couple of seasons. He's worked with some of the best. That started out under the tutelage of Hiraterina Tufa, Michel Barrez, Jeremy Flores, mostly over in France. And then when he started spending a lot more time in Hossegor, you mentioned Richard Dogmarsh, but, you know, the French Surfing Federation bringing a number of coaches into the mix as well, Alain Rieu, and this man who's proving to be a massive difference for all those surfers representing France, Joan de Roux, and I've seen shades of Joan's approach even in the surfing from Cowley Vast in this event.
Yeah, I mean, Joan was always such a good competitor, and like obviously his level of surfing, especially backside, was phenomenal. So I mean, to have that knowledge behind you and just to be able to tweak little things, I think Cowley, just like we said a few years before, he probably just needed a few just touch-ups and 1% here, 2% there. But his timing's just been so on point. You look at this turn, how much water he throws, it's crazy. Board looks so sharp.
Doesn't it just? The GWM recap here. Cowley Vast just rock solid control through each one of these manoeuvres, and that strong lower body, just he throws so much water off the rails of his board. Even these little kind of adjustment cutbacks before he gets to the bigger turns, they just look like they've got so much power behind them.
Levi's right there though, Ryan. He had a 6.67 of his own, and he's had a couple of pretty good shots at getting himself the heat lead here.
Yeah, he really flowed through this one so nicely, and like, I mean, he put as much into every turn as he could on that little left, and this one too. I mean, he's really maximising the score that the wave has, but the waves just haven't given him that extra X factor.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a zippier approach from Levi Slawson, isn't it, versus Cowley Vast? And say it, Ron. I can see you.
Mate,
you want to say it.
This is where I start wondering whether that duck curry we ate last night, Rich, was
a good choice.
It was gone off because your guts are twisted. You start to feel the anxiety. We'll get a camera on Liam O'Brien, who's down there on the beach, I think, watching this unfold in a moment, because this is huge for him. Wow. 3 minutes to go. Levi Slawson, you know, he is sitting here chasing a 6.67. What's working against him is about 6 foot 1 inch and pushing 90 kilos of just Tahitian French power. And he has been strategically so spot on in this heat so far, Cowley Vast. And, you know, I think it's going to take a two-wave set for Levi to even have a shot here, just to sell Cowley and get him out of the way so he can, you know, set his sights on a big score.
Yeah, this is coming down to the wire here, and I'm sure Cowley really doesn't have Liam O'Brien in the back of his mind. He's got a win in the Challenger Series in the back of his mind. So still a lot of at stake here for Cowley Vast, but the fate of Liam O'Brien and his career possibly on the championship tour lies in this next 2 minutes, and it lies squarely on the shoulders of Cowley Vast.
Yeah, this is intense. Much of this event has been like watching a horror movie that you can't flick off, Ryan. You've been watching it through your fingers. You don't really want to see it go down. It was too much for Liam O'Brien. He actually left the beach. So he just couldn't be down here. It is a lot. Of course, our cameras are just magnetic in those moments.
They just want to ask, where would you rather be? On the beach or?
I'm pretty happy.
You want to be on the beach?
I'm pretty happy right here.
And you want to be at home with no one around if it doesn't.
Yeah, well, it was really... well, here we go. Levi Slawson has a minute and 25 seconds to go. He gets some space here, but this wave's not going to do it. Cowley Vast, he is going to chase him down here. And he's got that motor going again. And he's almost breaking his wrist, just revving it at full throttle. Again, holding that priority back into that position of control.
Just such a steely resolve, man. Again, just being able to you know, have that confidence to let Levi go on that wave. That in itself just shows how experienced this guy is now.
On the live rankings, Levi Slauson already has jumped into 11th spot. So he is right there, knocking on the door, trying to bash it down at the moment. But there's not a whole lot you can do when Cowley Vass is on the other side, pushing it shut.
Oh, my goodness. 30 seconds to go.
This is intense. Levi kind of knows it. You can see he's resigning himself to the fact that it may not happen here.
Can Lobby drive back down and we get him on camera somewhere?
I think...
FaceTime?
I think he'll make his way back down to the event here. 20 seconds to go. And, yeah, even if a wave came at this point, Cowley Vass, he would take that ride. He'd block the opportunity for Levi Slauson here.
Yeah, it's...
The young surfer from Encinitas who's making his rise up these Challenger Series ranks every year that he competes. But his run, it's going to come to a close here.
Wow.
And, well, let's hope for Levi's sake that he gets some call-ups as a replacement surfer throughout this season. A magic run through this contest, his second best result in this Challenger Series season, and something that he can really build on. He's done himself proud here.
Definitely. I mean, he came a long time before the event, like a lot longer than what I saw most other people come. And it just shows how well he, you know, performed and was able to read the banks and read the lineup. And yeah, what a great year.
And he hardly melted in that heat.
Definitely
he gave it
not,
everything.
yeah.
Like you said, Ryan, he absolutely just juiced the points out of each of the waves that he got. Cowley Vass, though, connected with waves that had a bit more opportunity. And as he's done here and, you know, did last year in the event, finishing runner-up, he actually was incredibly strong.
Doesn't even look happy. Just
well,
ready for the next one.
Well, again, you know, he's just secured the #1 spot on the Challenger Series, but you can tell as we go to the fat boy right of the heat, and it was Cowley Vass just putting this backhand attack on display with all that power, just such clean rails through all these turns.
So still off the bottom too, like everything, there's no extra movements. The board just looks like it's flowing perfectly under his feet.
Yeah, so smooth. Again, big props to Levi Slauson, and tough luck for him. But on what has been a tough morning for the Australian contingent, there is a bit of a silver lining there. Liam O'Brien solidifies his place on the championship tour for 2026. And Ryan, we said it before the quarterfinal heat got underway. You're off the hook. You're always going to be riding with Liam O'Brien in that one. How's that feel for you, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's 5 Aussies out of the 10. That's insane. But I mean, just to see Lobby get another chance to show what he can do on the tour, and can't wait to watch everyone else though. Morg, Cal, GP. You know, I think I'm forgetting someone, but they're like, feels like Australia's got another push coming through, and it's really cool to watch.
Awesome, mate. Well, Liam O'Brien takes that last spot, but we've still got to decide our champions today here at the 40th anniversary of Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
The SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Well, welcome back, Cowley Vass. He is your Challenger Series champion, overtaking Eli Hanneman with this semi-final result, and he is absolutely beaming there with Juan Daru.
Wow. Just when I said there wasn't much emotion.
It's all coming out of him now. The Olympic gold medalist setting his sights on the championship tour and collecting some big accolades along the way, and the emotion hitting him now.
I think to be in that spot too, going into a year on the tour, that compared to even 5th or then even 10th, just makes such a big difference in terms of seeding. And you know, you don't have to verse those top guys. You skip that first mini round, Yeah. Where you can get a 33rd, you put yourself in kind of the middle of the pack where you're versing not still very seasoned competitors, but maybe not.
No easy heats, but some easier than others.
Exactly.
Okay, so getting ready for quarterfinal number 4 here. The teenage sensation, Lucas Cassidy, has been one of the highest scoring surfers on the Challenger Series this year, up against Callum Robson, who's coming off the back of a victory at the Pipe Challenger where he jumped 23 places. He was nowhere near qualifying before he got that big win over in Hawaii, and he has come here to Newcastle. He's on his way to his second best finish, already locked in his Championship Tour spot once again, and now he's after a finish in the top 5 to avoid, like Ryan said, that opening round that the low seed will have to face when we get the Championship Tour underway down there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. But here are the live rankings, and if Callum can make that semi, he'll crack that top 5, and yeah, that's the big goal for him at the moment.
It's probably the last thing to do in terms of these live rankings and adjustments, because we've basically locked everyone in on the men's and the women's side. And that little name there, down there on number 10, Liam O'Brien, he would just be letting out the biggest sigh of relief.
Yeah, he's had a rough go at it ever since he cracked the code for the Championship Tour. He injured himself straight away. There was a number of injuries that year, and he had to fight really hard to get his CT spot after, not even getting to surf the full schedule. And he did it somehow. But it's been an uphill battle since then.
Yeah, I mean, I just even feel like he hasn't been able to show the world what he's capable of. Like, I've done a few trips with him, especially in heavy water, and it's just, just phenomenal to see what he can do, along with a lot of these other guys, actually. So hopefully they get some good waves and see him really light it up.
It's a done deal now. This is the graduating Challenger Series class of 2026, joining the CT ranks. And Liam O'Brien just hanging on to his spot with Levi Slawson falling out of the mix in that last quarterfinal heat. Callie Vass, your Challenger Series champion now. And as we mentioned before, Callum Robson just trying to hop a couple of spots and get himself better situated on the rankings. As we see now, Lucas Cassidy taking to the sky. He's going to stomp that with ease. Another one of those surfers that's been really strong in the final stages of some of his earlier clashes in this event. And this guy, Richie, you were blown away by just his bravado in waves of consequence when you're over in Hawaii this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Super impressive at Pipe, and it was Brent Power who tipped me off. He goes, mate, watch what this guy does in these big waves, and just took it on. Looked like he'd been surfing Hawaii for 20 years, just had so much confidence. Positioning was on point. Opening manoeuvre there, Arkau was exactly like the warm-up on the cement. Got the air rev, milked it all the way through, and just sort of weaved it together and got a few more points on the inside. So not a bad way to start things off for Lucas.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think throughout this year he's done some pretty insane airs. Did he get a 10 at Bolito?
Yeah, got a 10-point ride there.
Just a 9 here.
A 9 here, yeah, exactly. He's definitely got a lot of stuff going on above the lip, and these conditions probably suit him pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in that round of 16, Levi Slawson, Lucas Cassidy, Callum Robson threw down the airs of the event in high-pressure situations too, to turn heats.
All three of them. All buzzer beaters, weren't they?
So, it's going to be challenging for Callum. As much as he has worked on his aerial game, it just feels like for Lucas it comes a little more naturally.
A bit more of a live wire. Cal's rock solid, but in saying that, I probably thought the last heat was a pretty similar matchup. Levi had that spark and maybe the more solid air game, and Cowley just picked the eyes out of it and did what he needed to do.
Great pickup. 20.5 minutes to go. Mid-range score starting to come through for the teenager, 5.67.
Yeah, it'd be silly for Cal, really, just to try and match Lucas and go air for air with him. You've kind of got to stick to your guns and really highlight your strengths. And in Cal's case, it is that real power base to his surfing. His board's going to sit a little deeper in the water, and he's going to be able to displace a bit more spray off the board with each one of those turns. But we've recently he's recently shown, I should say, that he has worked on that air game, and it's coming along really, really, really nicely.
Well, he continues to collect some pretty major titles. He's got the Olympic gold medal. He's now a Challenger Series champion, Carly Vass with Kaipo.
Carly, he had another accolade, right? CT qualification, Olympic gold medal, and now congratulations, you are the Challenger Series champ. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. It was a stressing heat, but I had a couple of stressful heats the last few years, so this one, it was kind of like a remake. I mean, stressful in terms of like looking for a goal and then a heat away. So yeah, try to calm down, try to serve good, and of course it was tricky. The conditions were super hard, and then I know how high the expectation of also for Levi to pass this heat, but at one point it's individual surfing. It sucks, but it is what it is, and I'm super happy to make this heat and now to be in the top of the ranking. So let's go.
Let's go. Hey, you know what? In that heat, Carly, you made CT style decisions in the heat. Your heat IQ was really high. You let Levi go on a couple waves, even though you had priority, knowing that he couldn't get the score on that. That decision-making process. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, it was a smart heat. You have to be really smart in this heat because of the condition. You have to match your surfing and also the condition that you're going to surf with. For example, I was staying for a long time before the heat with Joan, and we talk about the strategy because this is it. You have to take 2 scores, and then there's not much opportunity for both, really, in 30 minutes. And yeah, at one point you have to play also with the pressure. He had a lot of pressure already, and then I put more, and then I was already full of pressure also. He would have done the same thing. And yeah, so play 2 waves and then start like pretty much put pressure on him, be close, and then at the end, yeah, block. It's the game. But yeah, no need to take or like to better other scores and then just play with the pressure. So that was the game, and yeah, it worked for me. So still,
I guess the next goal is to win this.
Yeah, for sure. Try my best, but the waves, it's really tricky. So I'm gonna watch more in the ocean today and spend the day on the beach. So yeah, we'll see, but let's go. Yeah, that's the goal.
See him in the semifinals.
Thank you, Kipes. Yeah, what an impressive run through the contest for Carly Vass. Unbelievable. Getting the victory, and he got so close to taking out this contest last year. A runner-up finish for him. And yeah, let's see if he can get the job done.
Lucas Cassidy.
Lucas Cassidy taking flight. 5.67 on his first wave. It's going to drop something in the 7-point range here, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, the lofty was able to get off that, and then to come out of it and even just do that little foam climb and throw the tail of it was pretty impressive. He just looks like he's got unlimited speed. Going back to Cowley's interview, though, and just, I guess, that whole class that has qualified now, there's a lot of firepower in there amongst all 10 names. I mean, I think, and potentially maybe because we haven't seen the CT for so long, like half a year, maybe I'm definitely not forgetting how good everyone is on there, but like to watch these guys surf event after event and see them build and lift, and like, it's going to be such an exciting year, some crazy matchups.
Massive year for the 2 surfers representing France that also obviously represent Tahiti as well. Tia Zabrowski getting the women's Challenger Series title, and Cowley now taking the men's. So huge for Joan Deroux and Jeremy Flores and the team involved in helping those 2 realise their potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, 6 out of the 10 men on the Challenger Series to make the grade are former CT surfers, and we've got 4 newcomers.
Wow.
So it'll be great to see how they go.
So solid scores here for Lucas Cassidy. A great start for him, 5.67, 7.33. We'll see if Callum Robson can get himself back in the heat after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. It's that froth moment. What am I frothing about today? It's finals day. That is a froth in itself, but you may ask, how do you prepare for finals day? Here's the routine. Flat white with Bonsoy oat milk for breakfast. That's in the morning. Midday. Sparkling coconut water. Ginger right here. Great for the stomach. And then, afternoon, you need your probiotics. Kombucha. Apple cinnamon kombucha by Bonsoy. That's my formula for maximum froth.
Wow. What a treat, Kipes. Swing that little quiver over this way, because we are getting a little hoarse in here with the emotion of what is unfolding on finals day. The CT spots are now locked in for our Challenger Series competitors. So now we can shift our sights to crowning fresh champs here at the 40th anniversary of Surfest, as Callum Robson on the replay gets things started. Wow, we've talked about this guy and how hard he's worked to really refine his air game. And that is going to be a pretty decent score and a great way to get himself back in this heat, Ryan.
Yeah, that's one of the bigger waves we've seen ridden for, well, I mean, since I've been in the booth. And to just, you know, back himself on that section and spun really quick. So I think it should be probably, I don't think it'll be as good as Lucas's, but probably in between his two scores.
Talk to us about the work ethic of Callum Robson, also someone that has had some huge moments on the CT, a runner-up finish at Bells Beach as a rookie. You know, how hard has he worked to get himself back to this spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone knows how hard he's worked, but he seems to be going to every event early. He's spends a lot of time in the gym, getting his body ready, and he's just like, he's hyper focused on just being kind of the best he can be in all conditions, in his physical body, his diet, his like strength training, and just being prepared at everything. But I mean, like, you know, we were talking about how he's worked on his air game, but he still seems to be so adaptable and knowing his rails, and just whatever the heat calls for.
Oh, there we go.
I don't have to show that one.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the heat calls for, he just seems to be able to go and, you know, perform with what's needed.
Great shot, though. And that was an incredible final. You and Julian tied on points.
Yeah.
He had the single highest scoring ride of the final and got you there.
He did, on a similar bank down the beach.
You flew here, I grew here, mate. But of course, you guys are doing great things now with Revere Projects. Must be awesome to be part of the family, and it's been a great event for the Revere team as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 40 years of Surfest, and to have this brand that's, you know, we got the pop-up store down at the Junction. Everything's based here in Newcastle, so to be a part of 40 years of Surfest and to have a store down here and everyone repping the gear, and you know, it's really special.
I love how hands-on you guys are too. Julian basically making the decision after he got that Challenger Series call-up and wildcard to take more control of his business, and brought yourself in. But you guys are down there even sending orders out at different times. Everyone's involved in every part of the business. As we see Cal up again, loading up, you can see what he's thinking, 6:07 on that opening ride. That one's not going to factor in 10 minutes to go here. But yeah, it is really cool to see how involved everyone is.
For sure, and I think it's really cool to see, you know, it's led by Jules.
Yeah.
To see how much effort, blood, sweat and tears he puts in. He's doing days in the shop, he's packing orders, he's doing everything from the top down to the surfing, and it's like, I don't know, lead by example for a leader. It's pretty insane, and it makes everyone else fired up to be a part of it.
How was yesterday afternoon? I know there were some celebrations for Matthias Herdy. You guys all got together and, you know, just let the pressure out of the tyres, because he had a hectic couple of days, didn't he?
He did, for sure. I mean, we got a tent halfway along the beach here, and you know, everyone's been in there for everyone's heats, which has been really cool just to see the support of all the team riders kind of getting behind like a real family and an actual team. It feels like team environment, helping and supporting. And everyone was there for all those heats yesterday, where it was consequential for Matthias and riding the highs and lows with him. So yeah, like I said, to see him qualify, to see how excited Jules was, and to see, I mean, Matthias has been working so long for something like that.
Oh, here we go.
Wow.
This kid's got a lot of pop.
He sure does. Lucas Cassidy. And he was sold on that wave by Callum. You can tell Callum's sort of competitive prowess coming to the fore there. Even though Lucas did what he needed to do on that ride, Rich, I think that Callum still got what he wanted out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was for Lucas to relinquish priority and not better a score, and that's exactly what's happened. Pretty cool little air, bit more of a forced air reverse there. You could see just kind of landed with the fins facing the beach. So he only got about that 180 spin. And then Cal behind him. Let's see what work he got done here. This is a Bioglan replay. First time we're seeing it. Beautiful carve off the top. And then another little air rev of himself. But again, I think Cal just identifying that wasn't going to be the 694, so he opts to just go back out and get priority.
Yeah, it was a real shame there wasn't an end section on that ride for him, because he started pretty nicely, and that little point of difference, that power that Cal puts even into a transition turn there, Ryan, it sent a lot of water, and it's sort of undeniable, that power.
Yeah, I nearly would have liked to see him lay into the second one instead of doing air, you know, just to see when he connects on the rail and can throw as much water as he can. It really puts an exclamation point on the wave, and especially against someone like Lucas, who's a bit smaller and maybe has a bit more spark, to see a bit of power behind some turns could be a point of difference.
7 minutes to go here, and Callum Robson in these last couple of events, you know, the goalposts have been shifting for him. Got a Challenger Series win, tick, gave himself a fighting chance, came to Newcastle wanting to get into the top 10. He's done that, and now, after jumping 28 spots to get himself in a 6th position, he's really hungry now to get through this heat and elevate his seed and get into that top 5 and avoid the opening round.
Is six safe from the round, though? Isn't it the bottom 4? Am I wrong?
No, he's got to get into that top 5.
Top 5, yeah, okay, that's huge.
Because there's a wild card to join the mix as well down there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. As we dive into the GWM recap, the teenage sensation from Mexico, Lucas Cassidy, he's been strong, even against these established names on the Challenger Series, Rick.
Yeah, he sure has. He's really made us all sit up and go, this guy has a big future. And he doesn't seem to be fazed by pressure in any way. He's up for the challenge. This is Callum Robson on his one and only score at the moment. It was a beautiful air reverse. You can see the wind just starting to puff up. Really good wind, actually. The direction's great for these front side attacks. And that was a good example of that real power, flare and carve that Callum can produce off the top. But at the moment, Lucas Cassidy out in front.
5.5 minutes to go, and Callum doesn't see much in this one. As we are gearing up to watch the semi-finals hit the lineup, Solagire, she is on her way to her best ever finish in a Challenger Series event. She'll be taking on Zigga McKenzie, who's achieving her best finish at this level as well.
It's quite a good event for that. There's a lot of underdogs coming up, putting on good performances.
I think it says a lot about the depth of the Challenger Series ranks, but also I think, you know, those surfers who had that fighting chance with a big result to get to the top of the rankings, you know, you can see how they felt the pressure, but also how those defending the positions at the top felt it and fell out of the mix too. On both sides, it was a demo job on the top of the order.
For sure.
And there's been some really great narratives unfolding here.
You saw, I mean, in the earlier rounds especially, it felt like a fair few people didn't come. They were out of contention, which opened the door for some wildcards to come in and people that don't normally get into the Challenger Series. And it felt like they really stepped up, had nothing to lose last event of the season, maybe first ever Challenger. There was a Hawaiian kid that was doing crazy airs, and even Ocean.
Makana Fransman.
Yeah.
Yeah, his first wave ever in a Challenger Series event was a mid-range 7 for a huge rotation, and he continued that role. 4 minutes to go here, Ryan. We know that this city loves its sport, but what has this contest in 40 years now? What has it meant to the people of this city and the people of Merewether?
I think you just see it when you walk along the boardwalk. You can see it in the shots of the beach. You see Lucas using priority.
Yeah, loading up, trying to improve on a 5, 6, 7. There's that pop and that loft that's been blowing our minds. He really manufactured the height there.
Insane.
Consistency is off the charts. I think he's stuck everything he's gone for so far in this heat.
Oh, it's Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. Let's have a look here. Kind of gets a little bit stuck on that first turn. You can see his foot placement just shifted. Gets the back foot back on the tail pad and just with hardly any speed. It's quite incredible how much height and distance he covers.
For sure.
He has these things on lockdown. As you said, Ron, he's made every single one that he's gone for so far.
Got a bit of seaweed in his leash there.
Yes,
he'll
plenty
feel
of
that in a
weed
moment. Just under 3 minutes to go. Callum Robson's got what he needs now. He's got the priority and the requirement's going to be the same. 6.94, I think, against a super consistent aerialist. Only chasing a 6.94 with 2.5 minutes on the clock is not a bad outcome in this heat. So Callum's just going to hope for the opportunity now, and we can see if he'll shut it down. But just continue what you were saying about this event and what it means to the people of this city.
You see it along with, like, everyone is so excited to have events here. We love, like, Newcastle loves SURFEST. And to have it here for 40 years and for it to be able to come back, like you see, I go to a lot of events and you'll go 1 year, it's not on the next, it's on the year after or whatever, but this one's just non-stop. Every year it's kind of adapted to what that year can provide, and we've gone all the way up to a CT and then down to qualifying series as well, and to have it, you know, twice in this Challengers season, and to, you know, round out the 40 years with people qualifying and all the scenarios going down, you see everyone just getting so fired up to surf. People out in the water, like, excited. Can be annoying when you're trying to warm up, but
we love it. Like, it's one of the cool things about surfing, though, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. But, you know, everyone's just so happy. You go some places and the locals are angry and don't want people to get waves, and here it's just like, oh, hey, he was out, this guy was ripping. Like, it's just such a cool... Makes me so proud to be from here, to be honest.
Yeah, surf fans.
We love
surf
it.
Fans.
We love our time up here at SURFEST. It's a great way to kick off what's going to be an amazing run of events here in Australia. This is huge. A minute remaining. Lucas Cassidy is holding on to the lead. Family down on the beach watching him perform. Callum Robson. It's regardless of what happens here in this heat, he's had the run that he needed in this contest to get back onto the championship tour. He still has a shot here. He's got priority.
Incredible year so far.
Amazing.
Hopefully it can continue on into the next few events.
30 seconds to go. Is there anything approaching? Lucas wants the update. It looks like it's pretty quiet out there at the moment. Cal's not making any moves. He's not looking too excited at this stage of the game. The requirement's gone up a little bit too. Lucas turned in a 6 on his last ride, so that requirement's grown by a point.
Was worth using priority in the end.
Sure
it's not going to get here in time. Have a look at this. Set approaching.
Oh.
It's going to beat him by a second or two.
It's a repeat of yesterday.
Oh, the hoot is sounding. And Callum Robson, he'll give it everything anyway, and throws the reverse and sticks it, and quite possibly could have been the score that he needed. But I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that result. Of course, everyone wants to win this trophy, Ryan. But at the same time, he's just had such a magic event, Callum Robson, and yeah, he's going to carry a lot of momentum into that first Challenger Series event. But what about this kid?
Yeah.
Amazing
Very
result.
impressive.
Minimum semi-final finish. That's an equal third. But he's got a chance to take this whole thing out and really put the world on notice that this guy is the real deal.
Really good conditions for him today.
17 years of age.
We've got some exciting semi-finals coming up.
A 9th place finish at Bolito. He was counting as his best result on the Challenger Series this year. But he is into the semi-finals in making his first run at the Challengers, and that is huge for him. And there's his cheer squad getting behind him here. A great effort from Lucas Cassidy getting the jump on Callum Robson. As we have a look at the bracket on finals day. What fantastic matchups to look forward to.
Incredible all Aussie affair with Dakota Walters and Alistair Reginato in semi-final number 1, and then the internationals. Cowley Bass, the newly crowned Challenger Series champion, up against the wonder kid Lucas Cassidy from Mexico. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, it is going to be awesome to see what unfolds here on finals day. Sun's out, big crowd joining us. Ryan Callanan, an absolute pleasure. Thanks for coming in and calling those heats with us. And you can go and find your mate Liam O'Brien now and give him a big hug. It's going to feel good, isn't it?
It will, yes.
Awesome, mate. Enjoy the rest of finals day. We'll be back in a moment with Jesse Starling and Flick Parmentier.
Finals day shaping up to be exactly what we thought it would be down here in Newcastle. Just a beautiful sunny day. We've had stories unfolding left, right and centre. But what we can say is we have all of our qualifications finalised here on both the men and the women's side. Now we just get to enjoy some good quality surfing. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Flick Parmentier and Flick. We can kind of just decompress a little bit now.
I know. Wow. We've been in a roller coaster all week down here. And, yeah, a little bit of a sigh of relief. But the good news is that we're getting semi-finals underway now. We're moving through this draw. You know, today is powering through and, you know, the conditions are holding up. And, wow, I can't believe that Liam O'Brien essentially had to hold on for so long, watching his fate unfold. We look here to the finals bracket. Obviously, we're through the quarters. We're moving through to the semi-finals now. We're looking at the women's side of the draw. And, yeah, coming up first, we've got Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie taking on Sol Aguirre. And semi-final 2, Tia Zabrowski, Alyssa Spencer. And both of these shaping up to look really good as we see Tia just warming up on the skatey.
Oh, I love that. That is the true Grom. You know, she's such a talent. And we've all kind of grown to love this real mature approach from Tia, but she's just a grommet. You know, she's 15 years old, so the fact that she's still, you know, skating, zipping up and down a street, you can see that there's still a real youthful approach right now to Tia. We look to semi-final heat number 1, though. Ziggy Mackenzie taking on Sol Aguirre. Both of these ladies, you know, they had big tasks on hand. Ziggy, one of her best mates, Ellie Harrison, she was always going to put up a really big fight, but Ziggy just had impeccable wave selection this morning. And Sol, she needed to make that heat to keep staying alive, but we have confirmed our top 7. It's out of reach now for Sol Aguirre. Big paddle here for Ziggy. She's chased this one well down the beach. She's going to start off exactly how she finished her quarterfinal with a big opening turn. Goes to a little bit of deep water, but Ziggy, she really has played just full heart crusher this entire event, but has done it in fine form with some good looking surfing. In the break though, Sol getting started.
Just straight to the backhand. You know, the last heat that we saw, I mean, this was her strength, right? She just went and sat on that right little, the left little grip bowl. And then this is Ziggy's first wave. So nice little slash in the pocket here. And yeah, I mean, look, Sol advantage, I think, you know, just, you know, on the backhand, just crisp surfing. And kind of going back to what she relied on in the heat against Ellie Harris. No, not Ellie.
Sophie McCulloch.
Sophie McCulloch, yeah, wow. Okay, they were the 2 heartbreak heats this morning, wow. On the opposite side for Soph and for Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, but the show must go on for these guys. You know, they both had, you know, jobs to do. This is Ziggy. This is her second ever Challenger Series, you know. And that first one, she was kind of saying it was just a bit of a dud. You know, it was a bit nerve-wracking being on this bigger stage, and now she's really starting to show just so much confidence in the jersey for someone so young. She's down here working with Adam Dufner. And, you know, if we look at those 2 coaches, Adam Dufner, Jake Patterson, they both have a wealth of knowledge and an entire career backing up that knowledge as well. Obviously, you're getting to work with Jake on a personal level, but we spoke to him in the quarterfinals, just a full tactician, Snake.
Yeah, oh, totally. And I think you touched on it before, Ziggy just, well, I mean, look, Ziggy's gaining confidence throughout this draw for sure. I mean, you've just taken down you know, a really informed surfer, someone who, you know, had a big crack at a potential qualification here and a good friend as well. But, I mean, look at how close. I mean, the battle's on, right? Because both of these women are staring down their potential best ever Challenger Series result, and they know what that means. Obviously, the prestige of this event, the prestige of taking out a win here, what that comes with, and, you know, what generally tends to unfold after a career win here is you qualify for the CT, you know, in just a few years' time. So both of these women knowing what that means, and you want to wrap up the year with a good result, you know. It's just nice, you know, going into this fresh Challenger Series season, you know, knowing that you put in a really good performance and you're going to continue with that momentum.
It's a lot of confidence for Ziggy going into her first full year on the Challenger Series. Sol, you know, taking this and, like you just said, you know, applying that into that next season. So scores locking in. Ziggy getting a big number for that first wave, a 6.67. She got a quick 3.5 to back it up as well. Sol with that 4.33. If we talk about, you know, advantages, we really touched on it on the men's side. Ziggy is such a fast surfer. She is so light on her feet and she flies across the waves, where Sol probably has that edge on power. Ziggy, again, just in position for another right-hander here. Snap, she's not mucking around. Straight up in the lip again. And you can see even out the back, you know, that there's still energy. We're still getting this leftover swell filtering through Merriweather right now.
Yeah, I think definitely that there's definitely opportunity out there. It is obviously a bit slower, there's no doubt about it. But there is waves to be had. Let's have a look here. So just a fast, zippy turn out of the lip. Just a real trademark where she puts that back arm back to just jam it in the pocket. To me, the scores are really reflecting, you know, you look at Ziggy's 6 compared to Sol's 4, they're really appreciating her just drive straight up into the lip as opposed to, you know, out in the face. I love Sol's style and I loved her backhand approach, and then, you know, there was a couple of manoeuvres clicked off, but yeah, Ziggy, you know, all those points are really coming from her driving that first turn up into the lip.
Yeah, and I think that it's great, no mucking around, because the steepest part of the wave is right as you take off, and then it hits that dead water. You might get the link through the inside, but we're not seeing many people get that done today. Obviously, Sol, one of the standouts to find that, especially on those left-handers earlier this morning in the quarterfinal. But you can see we've still got that little bit of wind, so it's also kind of, you know, these women constantly adapting because they surfed in 0 wind, pristine conditions this morning. Now we've got a little bit of a puff up on the face, so they've got to stay reactive. Looks like we might have a little line rolling through out the back. We can see a bit of a kick. Ziggy trying to get across. Sol has priority here. She's not going to be able to use it. Neither one. So it's maybe a point that Sol can start to work on, because she might not lose priority here, but she lost it a couple times to Soph in that quarterfinal.
Yeah. Look, I mean, that was pretty touch and go there. They were both having a little bit of a sniff, but yeah, priority remains with Sol there. But it's so interesting when I feel tactics just come so much more into it the less consistent the surf gets. And I touched on it earlier today when we were in the booth, but the whole week we've just had such big surf really on hand and so much opportunity. There really hasn't been a break for about 5 seconds. There was just consistent waves, right? Whereas when you get time to yourself to sit, I feel that priority just becomes so much more crucial, and how you use it, especially when there's so much inconsistency here. You know, we've seen big breaks between these set waves rolling through the lineup, and, you know, where you position. I mean, Sol right now tells me that if she wants to position close to Ziggy, because if a wave comes through, she wants to be able to take that opportunity away. Whereas if she positions, you know, somewhere else on the bank, she's only really like bettering herself. Whereas at the moment, she kind of has the opportunity to take that off Ziggy. You know, it just, to me, priority has been pretty crucial today, and I think Jake would have noted that with Sol.
Yeah, you can see Sol having another little look here. Ziggy, she's going to try and scratch across to get into this wave as well. So she's had incredible pick of the ocean so far. She's going to be taking this one into one big hit again. So knowing her strengths, knowing what she's get scored for, and why not just keep giving herself these big open sections. I love how she got a bit of a drift on that one, so showing us some variety. A guy who constantly shows us variety, Lucas Cassidy, one of the most incredible aerialists we have in this event. He's into the semi-finals and he's with Vaughan.
Thanks very much, Jess. Yeah, here with Lucas, mate. You must have been pinching yourself when you woke up this morning, saw the swell had backed off a bit, the wind had puffed up, that beautiful air wind, and you could just really showcase some of your strengths.
Yeah, you know, I would have definitely loved maybe a little more waves in the water, but you know, it's just more opportunities for everyone. But I'm glad it worked out for me. You know, I got those 2 waves right off the bat, and now I kind of backed it up at the end with another 6, and yeah, I'm just so stoked. Wave came in, that last one that Callum got came in like just after, so I'm so grateful for that. I'm sorry, but
Well, I mean, yeah, you pulled off a great buzzer beater yesterday. The last thing you need is another guy who pulled off a great buzzer beater, giving that back to you. Yeah. But, mate, look, we've seen glimpses of what you're capable of on this Challenger Series so far, but you are into the semi-finals here in the last Challenger Series of this season. Like, that must feel incredible.
Yeah, it feels great. You know, I unfortunately didn't qualify for next year through the QS, so I'm just so happy. And, you know, I came in pretty bummed into this event because I flew from Barbados straight here, and I'm just so happy I'm getting a result. It means a lot to me, and yeah, I'm just so stoked I'm in the semis. And but you know, job's not done. Still hopefully a couple more heats to go. So yeah, I'm just so grateful to be here.
Yeah, mate, and I think, you know, when you reflect on this year, you've done it unlike anyone else. You're still attending high school, so you're flying in and out of events, going back to school, trying to live a normal teenage life. But, you know, this result is going to give you so much confidence moving forward.
Yeah, you know, I just, yeah, it's great. Yeah, so I'm super stoked.
Well, who are you rolling with, mate? Because we've seen your mum on the beach, but, like, who else is sort of cheering you on, and who would you like to give a shout-out at home?
Oh, well, first of all, I've been here with my mom. Brent's been, you know, helping me out before every heat. We've been working on, you know, little game plans, and then Reed, Lulu, they all come down for my heat, and yeah, Byron, Stevie, that live up the coast, they came down with their kids, and yeah, yeah, I'm super stoked. Mel and Luke that live right next door to us, or that we rented, they're right next door to us over there in Cooks Hill, I believe, and yeah, and I just want to give a shout out to everyone back home. Estoy muy feliz de pasar mi hit. Estoy en semifinales. Sí, un hit muy difícil con el campeón olímpico, pero pues de eso se trata, de surfear contra los mejores. Y un gran saludo a todos. Muchas gracias por todo el apoyo que me dieron ayer y durante todo el evento. Y sí, pues vamos por el primer lugar.
Thanks, Lucas. Lots of support from home, mate, and lots of local support as well. Best of luck in that semi.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you.
Oh, we love it. We cannot wait to see Lucas Cassidy coming up in a big semi-final against Callie Vass, who has just been on an absolute roll. He's looking to take a win here. Solagire, she's going to give us her best here in the women's semi-final #1. There's a good-looking snap on the second section, hoping that she's got a little bit more through this inside track. She's not going to get much out of it, but we kind of keep seeing this storyline unfold in every single one of our heats. Someone staying busy, someone left scrapping behind as we get past this halfway mark. Ziggy, she'd love to get around this section, and she does. Just for a quick carve, but just going from strength to strength. I feel like now we can say sitting and waiting isn't paying off.
No, definitely not. Ziggy, wow, her speed that she surfs with when she comes out of the top, she just gets so much acceleration, so much zap. It'll be cool to break down these couple of waves soon. Yeah, I mean, Ziggy, though, wow. I just love her brand of surfing, just going right up into the lip and leaving nothing on the table.
Yeah, living it pretty simple. She's just belting it, and we love to see it here. We got just under 14 minutes to go. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break. Beautiful coastlines, mountain ranges. There's not much that you can't really come and find here in Newcastle. If you're a foodie, there's an incredible abundance of restaurants around here as well. And if you go just a little while up the coast as well, you hit the Hunter Valley, which is a great wine region. Everything just at the tip of your fingers here in Newcastle. And we love to keep coming back to SURFEST for the 40th time this year. And so a big happy birthday to SURFEST. This is finals day though. We're looking to crown some champions. Ziggy McKenzie, she's in the lead. Sol Aguirre looking to answer back here, Flip.
Yeah, so, Sol, straight out of the lip there. I mean, she was looking for a section that was going to stand up a bit more so she could go a little bit more vertical, but unfortunately just not finding sort of a finishing turn there. Look, judges have really been appreciating that style of surfing, I will say. They're really liking Ziggy's sort of quick approach straight into the lip. Sol got her own sort of moment there, up into the lip on the backhand. But yeah, you can't take it away from Ziggy. She is surfing with so much speed out here. It's really noticeable as soon as she stands up on the board, just how quick she is. And yeah, it's really going to her favour today.
You know, she's a wild card in this event. She got a call up to be in and show everyone what she's going to bring to the Challenger Series on this next season coming up. We'll get back to that in a second. Sol here. Her backhand's been looking so sharp all event, but just not finding a moment to breathe right now, just a moment to belt it, like we saw in that quarterfinal. But what a statement for Ziggy McKenzie to make, to come in as a wild card, and right now is 10 minutes away from getting into the final, which is a really hard task. I mean, how many people have you seen on the Challenger Series now for 5 or 6 years and they've never cracked a final? It's the second ever one. She could be doing it.
16 or 17 years old?
She's 17.
That's amazing, really. I mean, for your second Challenger Series to be able to crack potentially in 10 minutes crack a final, even the semi-final finish, you know, she's got to be really proud of herself. I'm sure her family is too. What that does, though, is it's just going to give her a world of confidence for this next Challenger Series. I think that and the season, right, going ahead. I mean, you know that you and it is just she's gonna be paddling into her. You know, this next season's gonna start, and she's just gonna have a certain flex about herself. That's what happens. You know, you get on a roll, you start winning a lot of heats, and yeah, that confidence it's going to be oozing off her, and yeah, she'll continue with that momentum. As we see Sol just asking, I guess, for the situation now. So Ziggy is putting space between herself and Sol, and you know, with these conditions ever so slightly deteriorating, obviously we've got that little bit of onshore flow. She's making it harder for Sol. Sol's chasing, you know, 7-5.
Yeah, that's a massive score. 7-5-7 for Sol. We saw her go into the 7-point range this morning. You know, Ziggy with this really awesome childhood. Both of her parents are Australian, but they moved to Bali. She grew up in Indo. Her dad, if you've ever been to Uluwatu, both of her parents own this really cool store called Drifter right on the corner before that long road into Bingin. And I feel like anyone ever who's been to Ulus and that Bingin area has definitely been to Drifter. And that was Ziggy's stomping ground. So she got to be surrounded by great surfers who come into Bali all year long. And then now she's actually just made the move back to Australia. She lives on the Gold Coast. She's joined school over at PBC, so she's not even finished high school yet. And this is how she's spending her weekend.
It's cool. I think growing up there and really, I always say you're a product of your environment. So I think she's had the best of both worlds, essentially. You've got perfect left-hand reef breaks that have some consequence to them. And then you've also got, you know, the growing up in Australian beach breaks, because and just being able to flip-flop between the two and sort of adjust your surfing accordingly. I mean, and she's been able to do that all week. I mean, we've had swell all week. It's been a bit bigger, a bit meatier. She's been able to put it together there, and now she's adapting. It's smaller. Obviously, it's still a beach break, but it's cool. You know, someone like that I just see as a really well-rounded surfer, and especially when you're growing up on a reef break, you know, not everyone has that sort of luxury. So to be able to sort of have that and in your back pocket as an ace, and you know that, you know, travelling around on even the regional QS she would have been the last few years, and, you know, Cruy is on the regional QS, Nias.
So good.
You know, just having that awareness in those type of ways, which Ziggy does, I mean, it speaks volumes for your surfing. And you also get a lot of street cred too, I think, when you grow up on those serious reef breaks around the world. You know, you rock up somewhere else that's a bit of a serious reef break, and you feel at home, and you know, maybe people are willing to maybe give you a bit more of a wave because they know you're going to go. You know, I feel like, yeah, she is really well-rounded.
Yeah, she was so young in the Padang Padang Cup over there, which is obviously a big wave comp that they have. And Ziggy was absolutely charging, went all the way to the final. Sol, you know, she charges as well. There's an incredible group of Peruvian surfers coming through. Sol getting this wave under priority here. Ziggy letting it go, didn't see 7 points on it, but Sol, she's going to try and just break that total here. If she can lock in anything above a 4, it'd be a dream run. She was on her way to doing it there.
You've got to think if she gets the last turn, that potentially, you know, she's going to be drop it. It potentially would be her highest score, I feel. Nerves of steel for Ziggy to let her go, that one. I think that there was definitely points on that wave, but we'll see where she repositions on the paddle back out, because the time's ticking down. And let's break it down. So she drives around this section. That's a nice first turn. She connects with the lip, gets a little slash here, but the wave goes a little bit funky. And, just unfortunately goes into a little bit of deep water there, and really the footing just comes unstuck. So, look, she's choosing to sit on the same bank as Ziggy. Obviously, that's where the best waves are coming through at the moment. But it is going to be difficult for her, because right now Ziggy is staring down a potential finals berth here at Surfest, and I don't think she's going to want to let this one slip.
I really feel like Sol was on her way there to locking in her best wave, just like you mentioned, and that would have brought that requirement down and made it feel, just even that little bit more possible. 7.57, it's a big number, but just to break that down ever so slightly would have helped Ziggy on her second turn here. She's found one with energy through the inside, drifts the tail. She's not going to get the completion on that, but you can see she's comfortable now. She's loose, and she's really showing us what she can do when she opens up.
Yeah, that's what happens when you've already, you put a bit of distance between yourself. As we see Sol, quick in and out. But when you put a bit of distance between yourself and your competitor, naturally you're going to be feeling a bit more confident to push it a bit, right? I mean, we saw it. She went for that little tail slide at the end there, just trying to show a bit more progression. Let's have a look. She's just so fast and whippy out of the top here. Real nice placement of turns. You got to be thinking here, she makes this last turn, the layback jam. I'd say potentially going to be the best wave of her heat too. So I like her intention. And you know what? Moving through, you look at the two surfers in this next semi-final, right? You got Tia Zabrowski. We just saw her running down for her heat, and Alyssa Spencer. If Ziggy is to advance out of this heat, she's potentially matching up against one of those women. Now, both of them are so in form. Alyssa, she's had, previous CT experience. Tia Zabrowski, obviously one of the most, if not informed surfers. She's won the Challenger Series. So she's going to have her work cut out for her, and she's going to know that moving through. So, she's going to have to rise in her surfing. So it's cool to see her pushing pushing it a bit right now.
Yeah, it feels like everyone kind of getting ruffled by the wild cards. They're getting a little bit rattled here, and you can't expect to win against a wild card. Not when Ziggy McKenzie is putting more big scores on the board here. 6.43 here for Zig. So now Sol, it's gone up to excellence. It's an 8.5 here, Flick.
Wow. Judges are appreciating Ziggy surfing. They are really loving it's the two turns, right? Because she didn't make the last one. The two turns into the lip. If you can find a critical section and drive that board up there into the lip, they will reward you. 6.4. I mean, for this grommet, basically, she has put on such a clinic right now. Smart surfing. She knew she had to push it if she wanted to up that requirement for Sol. And now Sol's staring down the barrel of an excellent wave.
Yeah, 8.5. It's got to be something pretty special here. 3 minutes to go. This is exactly the situation that Sol put Sophie in that quarterfinal. So it's kind of been a bit of an Uno reverse. It's come back to Sol, and now she needs to figure out how she can break out of this. Good news is it's a really short paddle back out. You could borderline still do it in 2 minutes 40, but you'd need Ziggy to slip up, and she's just been so informed, so locked in that you don't see that happening in the next 2.5 minutes here. And she's got first priority. That's going in her favour right now. But the ocean, we've seen it come and go in lulls today. So Sol needs it to really start to flurry through right now, have multiple opportunities here. If not, we're going to see a wild card go all the way through to the final. We haven't seen that happen since we saw Tia Zabrowski go on to a big second place finish over at Portugal a couple of years. Last year, actually, that was her first ever Challenger Series. Sally Fitz taking out a big win there. But we watched what that did for Tia's career this year. Imagine what it could do for Ziggy's.
Yeah, it's massive. It's so massive. 1 minute 50 and she's in the final of her first Challenger Series event. It's just confidence. That's what it is. Especially, you can have a really hard time on the Challenger Series, especially as someone so young as her, 17 years old, having a crack at it. And you can also be putting a lot of pressure on yourself at that age. You think to the other girls that are women that are on the tour, right? The tour the women's World Tour is so young. You know, you look at the median age. I think it's under 20, or maybe it is. It's so young, so you can start to draw comparisons. Be like, oh, I should already be there, and you know, these women are doing this, but you just got to remember you're on your own journey, right? But Ziggy's journey right now, this is just going to speak volume. It's just going to do wonders for her confidence. You know, 17 years old, and she's staring down her first proper season on the Challenger Series, and a minute away from her first final.
Yeah, 60 seconds to go here. Ziggy, she's looking like she's interested at something coming her way. So we do know that with 50 seconds on the clock, Sol, she's got to get it done in one wave here. She's got a 4.6 and a 4.33 to her name. So just never really getting going in this heat. You know, a pair of fours is not what she was chasing in a semi-final. She's been posting out really big numbers all event long. And this is definitely, you know, been her best result in her career on the Challenger Series. It's helped her move a fair way up the rankings here. But Ziggy, she's just been so dominant from the start. Looks like we might have potentially a little wave rolling on through here. There's 20 seconds to go. There's still a chance right now for Sol. She's got priority. She's going to let it go with 10 seconds to go. So it just feels like everything going Ziggy's way right now.
Oh, yeah, it's all said and done. Wow, congratulations to Ziggy, because this is a massive, massive result for her already.
I can't believe Ziggy's in the final. That is incredible. You can see beautiful sportsmanship right now between Ziggy and Sol. So we've confirmed one finalist already. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie, in her second ever Challenger Series appearance, is going to go to the final. She's going to take on either Tia Zabrowski or Alyssa Spencer, two women who have just been qualified for the championship tour. Alyssa Spencer, she's back on the CT. And Sol, she's going to take this result and let it really ramp her into another big year on the Changers. We're going to, however, go to a quick break, and we're going to welcome back in your Challenger Series #1, Tia Zabrowski, taking on Alyssa Spencer.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is so stoked to be welcoming Lobby back to the championship tour. You can see Will Hayden-Smith there just getting a moment, and he had to sit on the edge of his seat all week. There was no one in more agony than Liam O'Brien. He lost out in the first round, and his fate was in the hands of Levi Slauson and Callie Vast, and all he wanted was Callie to win, and he got the job done. Lobby is back on tour, including, as well as these two ladies, Tia Zabrowski, Alyssa Spencer. We've got an incredible rookie in Tia, Alyssa coming back, Jessie Starling and Flick Palmetier in for the call here, but how good. Lobby's back.
It's so good. It's so deserved. He's just such an amazing surfer, so well-rounded, obviously incredible on your right-hand point breaks, but the guy knows how to charge. He's kind of I think it's really well known he knows how to charge now, but for a few years there, a little bit of an underdog, but he's put the world on notice with some of the waves we've seen him catch at Chopes, you know, not scared at pipe or backdoor, and I am looking forward to seeing Liam O'Brien a full year on the championship tour.
Getting into this semi-final, whoever wins this is coming up against Ziggy McKenzie. Liz, getting us underway.
On the backhand here, cracking away, locks off a few turns. You can see this onshore is affecting the face of the wave. That was a better turn, but she falls. But I feel the onshore flow's coming in a bit stronger. And as we see Tia just potentially at the end of her wave there, so might have clicked off something beforehand. But yeah, I feel like, let's have a look. Big open face here, one big belt. And that'll be all she wrote for Tia. But yeah, I feel the onshore is...
This is our mate.
This is our imaginary friend. We like to talk to them sometimes. But yeah, so I feel like the onshore flow is affecting just the texture of the face of the wave. It just looks a bit wobbly, a bit harder to read. But yeah, looking forward to seeing where these couple of scores go. And they've locked in.
Yeah, 383 for Tia Zabrowski, 317 for Alyssa Spencer. You know, you hear a lot of comparisons between you know, Tia and a young Carissa Moore. And it's, when you kind of compare the two, it is actually pretty bang on. You know, she's an absolute machine. She's a complete competitive warrior, and her mindset towards winning, it's terrifying. And I think she's one of the best rookies that we're welcoming in this year.
This whole year, I don't think she's finished worse than a quarterfinal finish on the Challenger Series.
Never before has she finished worse.
That says something. That speaks a lot to me. I also just think, you know, really, I think about Carissa coming up. She's my era of surfing, and just the dominance she had. You're spot on, Jessie. There really isn't anyone that I can remember. I mean, that has been as dominant competitively as what we've seen from Tia. I am really, really, really looking forward to seeing her down at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in, you know, just over a week's time. It's going to be cool to see her. That's the next step. It's the big stage, and she's going to be competing, you know, with the person we're drawing comparisons with, which is Carissa, potentially later on draw her in the contest, and just to see where she does fit in on tour. You've got the younger generation there. You've got Carissa coming back. You've got Steph coming back. You know, the greatest of all times. And it will be really cool to see if that competitive prowess continues on the CT or if it is a little bit daunting to her to be matched up against these women that she's looked up to her whole life.
I genuinely am so excited. It's one of the stories that I am just hanging on the edge of my seat for. But I do believe our mate Vorno is down on the glass with one very happy man.
Liam O'Brien, congratulations, mate. You have qualified for the World Championship Tour 2026, but what an incredible week. So many highs, so many lows, and in your case, you know, we saw Matthias Hurdy literally lose his knees. His legs just fell out from under him as he watched buzzer beaters sort of put his dream on hold for another one. For you, it was an even more precarious position. That last spot, you were holding onto it, and it all fell your way in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I had my chance at the start of the week and just blew it. So I was pretty sure I was going to be just packing my bags and heading home after that. And then stuck around to support Soph, which was obviously hard for me. I wanted to leave straight away, but was sick to be here for her. And then today was so rattling again for her. Like, she's surfing so good and just couldn't quite get there in the end. So I was so gutted for her, and I was like, not quite as bummed as her, but, you know, was feeling like that a little early today. And then I was assuming I was probably toast, and then I got the message saying I was through. I was just like, this is a weird day. But yeah, very relieved for sure.
Yeah, you mentioned before, mate, that, you know, the second it's out of your hands, you're almost just hoping for mercy. Just cut the cord, like, let's go. But in the end, man, you know, things did crumble your way. As I said, the cookies crumbled in the right way.
Oh yeah, I got really lucky. I mean, the guys chasing are all phenomenal talents, and, you know, full credit to them. See Levi today, was a shame for him that he didn't quite get there, but he's been surfing so good, and I was pretty certain I was toast. So yeah, I got lucky, and I got an opportunity to have another crack at the CT, which is what I've been working really hard for. So hopefully I can take the chance and run with it.
You're a big part of that group, you know, this huge Challenger Series Aussie push that's come through. GP, Oscar Berry, Morgs, obviously, Cal Robbo. It's an incredible crew that you've got here. Can you kind of describe the energy in that crew at the moment?
Yeah, a lot of the older guys I've travelled and surfed with since we did, like, junior pros out here. I used to stay with Morgan here to do the Newey Junior Pro. He'd come stay on the Goldie, and that's kind of like where our friendships have started. So, like, a lot of us are really tight, and it's cool to have friends like that on the road, and people that you can trust to be around as well. But then obviously everyone's competing for themselves, so it's kind of a weird dynamic, or can be, but everyone sort of navigates it pretty well, and it's a good unit. And then you got all these younger guys coming up now that are so talented and doing all this crazy stuff, and yeah, it's pretty cool to see, and it's been cool to be part of.
And it feels like you guys will take that group dynamic onto the tour. I mean, you've been there before. You've experienced that gut-wrenching position of being cut, but that's gone. Like, you know, you guys will have a full year to really build momentum, and you're coming off the back of a really tense time. It feels like the blades will be sharp.
Yeah, I mean, just have the whole year to like give yourself a really good opportunity is nice. I mean,
if you get cut after a year, it's a little easier to swallow. You know, at least you had your full chance, and the old system was what it was. You know, you knew what you signed up for. But I think it'll be good for everyone just to do the whole tour and get to show off their whole array of surfing. And yeah, I'm stoked. It'll be different. I haven't actually done a year on there without the cut looming. I've always been kind of on the cut line too. So yeah, I haven't even really thought about it, to be honest. I've just kind of got the news just before and came back down, and yeah, I have no idea, but hopefully I can do some good surfing and make a few heats.
Mate, I know it's a bittersweet day with Soph just missing the cut, but all surf fans are so thrilled to see you back on that championship tour, mate. We know you're going to do damage. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see what you bring to that tour, especially kicking off at Bells.
Cheers, mate. Thanks so much. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for all the support. Sorry for butchering my heat, but stoked to get there in the end.
Go and have a rest, brother. A well-earned rest.
I love the honesty for Lobby. You know what? If there's one person I wanted to see get back on tour, it was Lobby. He's just so welcome there, and he's surfing. He's just a CT surfer, and now we get to look at the championship tour, the 2026 men qualifiers, and this is actually the rankings order. So 1 to 5, Cowley, Eli, Morgs, George, Sammy, they get to skip that opening round and they're through to the second round.
Yeah, it's massive in the scheme of things, right? I mean, it's just one less heat. And, you know, with this new format, there is no elimination round. There's no second chances. It is do or die. So that is so beneficial to number 1 to number 5 there. So Cowley, Eli, Morgan, George and Sammy Pupo getting a bit of a jump up there. But, yeah, congrats to Luke Thompson, Callum Robson, Oscar Berry, Mateus and Liam. Lucky number 10 there, just squeaking in at the end. Yeah, congratulations to all those guys. What a big week it has been getting to this point.
I know, when you said do or die, I was like, oh no. We're straight back in, and you know what? Alyssa Spencer just absolutely tagged this one. Big 4 turns here for Liz.
Yeah, she belted it. And I really, her surfing is just precision. That's the word that comes to mind. She really is able to flare that tail on her forehand so well, and she's going to lock in a good number for this. See this cool drone angle here. You'll be really able to see her just flare the fins on these last couple of turns. There wasn't much to this wave, but she just pushes so hard, really shifts the weight really well, and in the scheme of things in this heat, it's going to be a good number, and it is.
Yes, 6'5" for Alyssa, so she's putting pressure back on Tia Zabrowski. She's chasing a 5.85 here. Liz, you know, didn't even know that was the heat she needed to qualify for yesterday. And she's back on the championship tour. And it feels like today, we spoke to it yesterday and you identified it perfectly. You know, she looked nervous on some of her waves. And then today, just it seems like a complete different competitor.
Rightfully so. I mean, yesterday there was a lot riding on it and she didn't even realise the heat and in the scheme of things and how important it was. Today, it's a different story. You know, she is pressure-free. She said it in the interview on the glass. It was Kaipo. It must have been with Kaipo, and she was just saying it just feels nice to put together some good surfing, surf pressure-free, and know that, you know, in just 10 days' time, I'm down at Bells.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see both of these ladies back on that championship tour. They still have a goal in mind, though. It's winning this event. Someone's going to win the semi-final, though. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
It's finals day down here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and we have a star in the making. What a dream run for our first finalist, Ziggy McKenzie. Congratulations, this is an amazing result.
Thank you.
Tell us about that last heat. I mean, you know, you're in the semi-finals. It's the biggest comp you've ever been in, and it's tricky conditions. How nervous were you feeling going into that matchup?
Honestly, not too nervous. I have been looking at this whole event and just have been trying to just gain experience from it and not put any pressure on myself and just enjoy the way there. And it's been a great event, and I'm stoked to be in the final.
We've seen you in a multitude of different conditions throughout the course of this event. Has your strategy changed much, you know, when you woke up this morning and saw the conditions so different to yesterday?
Yeah, the waves are quite different. They're not small, but smaller than they have been, which I love. I really like rippable waves, and It's probably like 2 foot max. And I've been having a lot of fun. This morning was fun, and stoked to get another good run and into the final.
It's classic, you know, all around you, the world has been twisting inside out. There's been so much pressure on so many competitors. Fun seems to be the key to your success in this one.
Yeah, it's honestly just been a lot of fun. I'm here with my family, and I'm working with Adam, and my poppy's here, and I love Newcastle. I feel like I've said that before, but the waves always kind of show up in one way or the other, big or small, and I'm just really enjoying myself.
You've qualified for next year's Challenger Series already. I mean, this is the ultimate reward, really, and a great chip shot into that series for you.
Yeah, it's great. I'm stoked to have gotten a wild card, and I'm just glad to be keeping I'm just glad to be going, really.
Oh, it's so cool to see a young talent, you know, carve their way through the field and get a spot in the finals. Best of luck. Anyone you want to give a shout out to, because I know you've got friends and families all over the world.
Yeah, too many people, but I just want to say thanks everyone for the support, and my parents and my poppy and my siblings, and yeah, everyone who's been backing me, and I'm stoked to get back out there soon.
One heat to go, Zig.
Yep.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Bono. Thank you, Ziggy. She's just always so humble about her wins. You know, she's just made a Challenger Series final, and she's just stoked.
Kind of keeping a lid on it.
Yeah.
And pretty composed, really. If I was 17 and I'd just made a Challenger Series final, you'd know about it. It'd be written all over my face.
Same. T. Zabrowski, she'd love to make another one here. Just trying to make a late charge into this heat right now.
Yeah, so just the one turn from her, and then Alyssa on the forehand. Nice little jab there, but then the work's done here. That board is moving so nicely through some really flat water. It doesn't look like, you know, we've seen this morning, you know, there's two types of approaches to getting through flat water. Some people are hopping, and it's not necessarily the nicest thing on the eye, you know, like really the way her board moves and the way she's moving through that flat sort of more dead water, just a bit nicer to watch. And yeah, I like that wave from Alyssa. Really nice and zappy on the forehand.
Yeah, she backs up that 6.5 with a 4.7 here. So Tia Zabrowski now chasing a 6.7. And, you know, Flick, we were chatting about it just before. It's not very often you see Tia on the back foot. So this is kind of murky waters for us, because we haven't really got to know what she's kind of like to be answering back.
Yeah, this is going to be cool. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see, you know, what the pressure does to her, really, as we see her up and running now.
Tia bowley section into it with a big vertical hook and goes down. Really rare fall here from Tia Zabrowski. It started off so well. Liz a little bit deep on that one there. So, yeah, Tia, just you could see it was on its way to being a big moment, but just those fins skidding out.
Oh, I was like, okay, what's this pressure doing? Is she going to crumble? And she answered straight back. Let's have a look. This thing was I feel like it was the score. It was reeking of a 6.7. If she makes that carve, even just with the strength of those two turns alone, let's look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. The placement here, the release she gets on the fins, she drives around into this turn. She kind of just slips off, maybe a bit of seaweed caught in the leash or something. I mean, that was uncharacteristic from Tia.
Yeah, very. Maybe just hit a little bit of a bump on the wave, and you could see she was kind of just as shocked herself. I'm interested, though, that first turn, it had some spice in it, and you think it's probably going to have enough to give her some sense of a score, probably better than that 3.83. We'll see where the judges are going to lock that one in. If it's better than a 4.51, it will bring that requirement down here. 10 minutes to go. And again, we got the exact same storyline. Someone who's caught a lot of waves, another competitor who's sat and wait just a little bit longer, and now we have distance between our competitors. But early indication saying the score could potentially go there. One judge is giving it the score. 3 judges are saying it's not there, but it's going to be close to the best wave of the heat. Just for that one single turn out the back was a 6.17. So now only needs a 5.04. So the judges absolutely loved that wave.
Where Ziggy in the last heat just went straight up into the lip. They just want to see that, right? And I think the message is loud and clear. If you can square up with one solid section, you're going to drop at least 6s. If she makes that, here we go, live, Alyssa.
Wow, times that first section beautifully. Gets into that second one as well here. This is better. Love when Liz starts to wind up. She pushes off that back foot so well. So Alyssa would have heard that and thought, you know what, let's better this 4-7. And that first turn, it was really nice as well. So kind of sticking to that same formula, belt it straight away.
And here we go, Tia. This is cool. We've got a bit more wave action on hand.
Yeah, we've got a battle on our hands right now. Tia Zabrowski gaining some speed on this one. She gets in for a floater. She's looking for more, but she's a bit deep. She's got potential to get back out and regain priority. You can see she's just a bit further ahead of Alyssa right now, but I love when we get, you know, back-to-back action.
Yeah, it's cool. It makes it super exciting. Really impressive. Tia sticks that second carve. She's on her way to excellence. That's what that tells me. I mean, and who knows what the rest of the wave could have unfolded. So judges just appreciating that. But let's have a look at this backhand attack of Alyssa. Beautiful timing there. And then, I mean, this is difficult to surf. It gets a little bit, you know, full, this section, but she just tags it. Nice timing. Brings this through to the inside. And look, it's nice. You know what it is, you know, Tia took off and straight away behind her, Alyssa also took off. It also kind of takes that attention from Tia straight to Alyssa from the judges. You know, it's kind of like a little bit of a tactical play to be like, well, I know Tia's kind of just taken off and they're kind of trying to process her score, but let me just give you something to think about before you do that. Kind of just plays on the judge's mind. So it was smart behaviour there from Alyssa.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where this one's kind of going to go. She's interested in another wave, staying super busy. I love when Alyssa's up on her feet. We get some good action. Great looking section into a massive first turn here for Alyssa Spencer. She's racing to get around through to this inside track. She's going to get another bowl to work with. 2 quick turns into a fourth, and then she'll come through and click the finish. Alyssa, yeah, I was going to say pump your fist, sis. That was a great ride.
Wow, this is cool. This is really cool. We're seeing a lot of action here at the end of this heat. It was a bit slow in the beginning to get things going, but it's all coming down to these last sort of 7-8 minutes, really. Let's have a look. Nice steep wave. She really lines up with this section, tees off beautifully, and you know, we're coming right to the bottom of the tide here. I think 1:10 was low tide, so yeah, 10 minutes away from it. And you know what? This was great surfing by Alyssa. So really good to see her clicking off, you know, series of manoeuvre on the backhand there.
Okay, check this. Previous to last wave, it locks in. It's a 7-1-7. So now she's got yet another wave to lock in, which I actually think is probably better than that 7-1-7. So she's adding to the total right now. Codes and Alfie setting up near each other, just not even phased. These two really good mates, and I think they're going to have a pretty fun battle. Maybe a little quick doom scroll, pre-heat doom scroll for Alistair Reginato here. And yeah, those guys have had plenty of heats, plenty of matchups over the years. Kind of goes to that same power, be progressive. But I actually got lunch with Codes just before, and he was like, I got one of the only guys left in the draw that can actually do a proper air. How's that? And I was like, I love it, Codes. It's going to push you. Obviously, we still have Lucas Cassidy, who's an incredible aerialist himself. But yeah, that's going to be fun in about 5.5 minutes time. But still waiting for one last number of Alyssa Spencer, but she's caught fire.
Totally. She's just stayed really busy. She stayed so busy this whole heat. I mean, that last wave came through and she just swung and went on it again. Obviously, it was a good-looking wave, but yeah, the approach of taking the opportunities when they're right there in front of you is really paying off. And I do agree with you, Jessie. I feel that was stronger, that last wave. So,
well, put us in the booth. 7.4, the judges' tower, I should say. So she's betted on those last 2 waves, 7.4 and a 7.17. Now, Tia, she's looking for an 8.4. So that needs to be absolutely massive. Let's think back to that 6.17 though. That was for 1 turn. You do 2, 8s, easy totally. 8s. So that's just the threat that Tia Zabrowski, you know, holds in her fingertips. She's just so talented. It's ridiculous how much talent she possesses. So again though, chasing down an excellent score. We don't see her in this kind of situation, but I'm really glad that she's in it, you know, before the CT season starts, so she can start to get comfortable in that feeling of I need to fight back right now.
Yeah, it's totally doable. You spoke to it. The 6.17 was just off the strength of 1 turn. And she'll know that, being the competitor she is, how competitive she is. She's going to know, if I get 2 sections, I can do this. And that's got to be her mindset right now. She's not going to say die, that's for sure. She's just not going to roll over and give it to Alyssa. She's definitely going to want to try and give herself the opportunity right now, but really comes down to, is the ocean really going to provide?
And she's just a shark as well. She will try her very best to try and regain this priority off Tia here. 3 minutes 40 to go, so feels like we've just started to hit that part of the tide as well where it's draining out that little bit more. That last wave of Alyssa's, it just ran the whole way along that sandbank. So 7.4, the wave prior, a 7.17. She's got close to 15 points. 3 minutes 30 to go. She's not slowing down yet. She's going to have another look here. Decides not to go this one, but I just think she's kept it so simple. She's just belted it and stayed busy. That is probably the most simple recipe you can have, and she's just nailed the brief.
Yeah, she's picked great waves for, backhand surfing, obviously. She's gone left as well. I mean, we can't deny it. She locked in a 6.5 earlier on in the heat. She's been open to all opportunities, She hasn't just pigeonholed herself into sort of a one-track mind of thinking. But I feel like the right, look, it could also be a sign that we're, really at the bottom of the tide. But she really has had great wave selection. As we look to another set rolling through, and Tia
having a big paddle into this one. She's gaining speed. Goes for the air reverse. She lands, but just gets swallowed by a wall of whitewash and a little bit of seaweed coming back down towards her there. But, I love that she even has that in her repertoire. Okay, I need an 8.4. Let me huck the fins to the beach. And Tia, she's 15 years old and not afraid to go for that in heats, which is so exciting to see. And just the speed she had before this section, she nailed it. Just unfortunately didn't get this ride out.
Yeah, she was unlucky there. She was really unlucky. It was great technique. It was great intention too. I think she only had the one section. Let's just go for it. It's cool, right? I think we'll be seeing that from her, I feel, on the championship tour too. I feel like she'll probably be going in that, as we say, just a little bit of seaweed in the leash there. It's kind of funny that seaweed sort of has appeared.
Yeah,
wasn't really there earlier, but must have come with this sort of northerly wind. Yesterday it was southerly, right? And then it's north now, so it's brought in that bit of weed on the inside. But she was so close to sticking that. She sticks that, she would have got the score in my book. I feel.
You think about other women who are so comfortable of doing that, in heats, just going to the air. Sierra Kerr is really the most consistent at doing it now, and Tia would love to kind of get her consistency really up there in a jersey particularly as well. So there's 1 minute to go here. Tia needs an 8.4, and look at this, Alyssa just so close to Tia right now.
Yeah, she's not going to want to let this slip. I think Alyssa's qualified, obviously, for the CT, so is Tia. But this is a potential, heat in the future loading, and to have one up, on Tia, who's been so dominant all season, as we see Tia forcing Alyssa with priority.
Yeah, she's going to go this wave, checks this first section, comes through, she starts to swoop and open up a little bit more. So you can't give Tia an inch, because she could have converted this wave into an 8, into a big finishing turn here for Alyssa Spencer. She looks out the back and hopes that there's nothing coming here. There's just under 30 seconds to go, but I agree, if you can get one up on the Super Grom now, it definitely will give you confidence going into the CT.
Oh, 100%. Seeding obviously will play a part in it if they match up or not, but yeah, this is going to feel good. Let's see, Tia has another roll of the dice here.
Yeah, just under 10 seconds to go. Needs an 8.4. Just a slash to kick this one off. Builds some speed. Now goes for the air again. Just lands a little bit too far up on the board. Alyssa Spencer, never been so happy to see her fall. She is going to the final.
Yeah, this is cool. This is really, really cool for Alyssa. I feel, we could really feel, in that moment yesterday where she had an interview once she qualified, and just how emotional she got with the year that she's had and the challenges. And I feel like this is a great lead into the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach with a final, just a couple of weeks prior. We're in that jersey as we look to, the GWM recap. Let's see what went down. Tia started off with a couple of big one hits. This moment here, this single turn fetched, upwards of a 6, which is pretty incredible. It speaks volumes to her surfing. But it was Alyssa who found a couple of gems on her backhand, just absolutely slicing away And really good read on these sections. She also stayed pretty incredibly busy at the backstages of this heat and really gave Tia something to think about. So just squares up so nicely. But yeah, this is going to feel great for Alyssa. I just feel like, you know, these CT surfers that, you know, they've had a long off season, whereas Alyssa's going to be coming prepped in the jersey, feeling good, rolling into the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, knowing that she's got so many heats under her cap, and it's going to be great for her motivation and also confidence.
Yeah, just a massive heat total as well, 7-4, 7-1-7. So she's going to be taking on the wild card, Ziggy McKenzie, in the final, taking down a very informed Tia Zabrowski. Now, we know Tia, she's taken the lead on the Challenger Series rankings. So let's take a look at the bracket so far. We started off with the quarterfinals. There was so much at stake there, and now we've settled who's going to be in the final.
Yeah, this is really cool. I'm really interested to see how Ziggy, you know, shows up in this final. It's going to be, you know, I feel Alyssa, you know, she's had a bit more experience, obviously, than Ziggy, so it's going to be cool to see how she rises to the occasion. You've obviously got this super grommet coming up against Alyssa, who's got a bit more experience here. But yeah, Ziggy's been looking nice and fast, so, and obviously you got the goof v the regular, so it's going to be a nice contrast.
I cannot wait. We're going into the men's semi-finals now, and a great looking booth coming in. Kaipo, Ronnie, Richie, enjoy the call with them.
Welcome back to finals day. The final is set for the women. It's now time to sort things out in the semi-finals here at Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. For the fellas, Ronnie Blakey joined by two of my best mates right here. Richie Lovett, Kaipo, who's been out there running around the comp site, feeling the emotion of the competitors, Kipes. There's been a bit of air let out of the tyres pressure-wise now, though. Things have simmered down a little bit, but now the focus is, of course, the big title and the 40th anniversary of this event.
Yeah, Crown the Champ, taking a look here at the remainders. 4 guys remaining in the race for the title here. Dakota Walters, Alistair Reginato on their best result so far on Challenger Series. Kylie Voss continues to break barriers, and a new name that's been coming up throughout this entire season on Challenger Series, Mexico's Lucas Cassidy.
Yeah, unbelievable, Rich. Lucas has had a magic run through the comp. We'll see him in just over 25 minutes' time. But right now, we're getting set for this first semi-final heat. Dakota Walters on his road to his best finish in a Challenger Series event. Alistair Reginato, the story is the same for him. Both these competitors, I think, unable to reach that top 20. If Dakota wins the event, he'll finish up in 22nd spot, just a couple of places shy of that locked-in Challenger Series boost, I think. So, yeah, it's going to be I guess in some respects, the stress is gone from the event, and these two can just focus on their performances, and that has been so strong throughout the event. Dakota in particular ramping up this morning.
Yeah, both have been rock solid, and Dakota's performance this morning in the quarterfinals was amazing, to be honest. Took to the air, really just identifying these little pockets where he could just jump off the lip and start spinning. There's not too much to him. Pretty light sort of a surfer, very quick and nimble on his feet, you know, and just generates speed really quickly. But for sure, with this wind puffing up out of the northeast now, he's just rubbing his hands together. He knows he's going to get a couple of little ramps and opportunities in this heat. While
Alistair Reginato has some airs of his own, and he used them to claim a qualifying series win just a week before coming here to this event. Dakota Walters has got him covered when it comes to variation with his airs, Kipes, and that could be a real difference in the heat. You know, we see a lot of those air rotations, but Dakota, he just has so many variations, corked out versions of those moves he can go to, variations in the grab as well, and the judges tend to appreciate that when they're seeing a lot of the same thing.
Yeah, Rich touched on it in that Dakota's very light-footed, right, and he's very progressive. And the other thing that he has an advantage, I think, is in really challenging marginal waves. And the irony of
beach break professional surfing, especially on a finals day like today, is the most important heats are held a lot of times in the worst condition, because that's just the way that the day eventuates. Every single surfer knows that's going to be the case, and they know they're going to have to tune themselves up, you know, to just grind through these very important heats.
The eventual winner of this prestigious 40-year Surfest is going to be the surfer who's mastered everything through the week, and we've had it all, haven't we? We've had giant surf at the start of the week, big rogue, sort of 8 to 10 foot faces, and now we've had everything in between, offshore, onshore, and now we've got tricky little, I guess, cross to onshore, smaller waves now, where we're seeing these surfers who can take advantage of that and really mix up a couple of power hits and take to the air. They're going to be the surfer that comes away with it.
Taking a trip on the Newcastle flight cam here. You can see some weeders filled in on the inside there, and I think at different stages, you know, that affected the landing of some air attempts for Tia Zabrowski in that last heat, so it's definitely going to factor in. But Rich, with the Surfline forecast, is there a chance at all this afternoon we could maybe see an increase in the swell?
There is actually. There's another swell that's supposed to push up the coast this afternoon. I've got a question mark whether it's actually going to arrive here on time. I think sort of what we see is what we're going to get at the moment, and oh, mate, we've only got a couple of hours left of competition, and then we will be crowning some champions. So anyway, for the surfers, they'll be just paying particular attention to what's in front of them. Can't really think too far outside of that zone. You've got to just really focus in on the job at hand. And at the moment, this one's still wide open. We're almost down to the 21-minute mark, and a 1.5 for Alistair Reginato.
This morning, you know, earlier today, it was usually the surfer that got up to the quick start that was successful in advancing out of the heat. That was kind of a rhythm that was happening out there. Right now, it's going to be a little bit different, I feel. With these chopped up conditions, it's going to be really use of priority. So Dakota Walters has some really important decisions to make right now, holding on to that priority.
He sure does. Big charge from a couple of surfers. Way outside the top 30 on the Challenger Series ranks to get themselves into these last few heats. Lucas Cassidy's making his way down. He's coming up against Kelly Vast, who is the man sitting on top of the Challenger Series rankings right now, and the only surfer in the top 30 left coming into this event. As we see Reginato there, flaring that tail out and looking for more on the inside. Clean finish. His third ride, and it's going to be a keeper.
I'm tripping out just how consistent Alistair is now. Just in the last year or so, he has just tidied everything up. He's tightened the screws on it, and he's also added way more flair to his repertoire. Really corks that one out and gets inverted. Shuffles the feet back, but look how far forward on the board his front foot is. The back foot well in front of the tail pad. Gets the landing, and he sort of does a little shimmy shuffle back down the board. Does really well to generate speed to get to the final turn. That is a cracking wave in these conditions.
Rich, the Australian summer wave-wise here on the East Coast, everything kind of south of the New South Wales-Queensland border has been in the toilet. We just haven't had a lot of great swell. As we see Dakota Walters looking to answer on the exchange here. Has some speed, but not a lot of wall to work with. Sticking with it, just hoping this thing ramps up down the line.
Oh,
but he's going to save himself.
Yeah, it's been horrible. It's probably the worst 6 to 12 months of East Coast surf that I can remember. Things are starting to flare up now, but it has been horrible. So I know where you're going with it.
Yeah, but having a look at the Bioglan replay, I can tell you that the Gold Coast had amazing waves at the end of 2025 and into January of 2026. And I was up that way. I saw a lot of Dakota Walters and Alistair Reginato out there. So these were surfers that, you know, I think for anyone on the Australian East Coast, that they were getting an edge. They were getting so primed, and both of them have been surfing so well in the last month or so. So I think that was a real advantage. Just under 19 minutes remaining here. We are going to check in with the last finalists on the women's side. Alyssa Spencer, victorious in that last one, Vaughan.
Thanks, Ronnie. Alyssa, happy birthday. I mean, what a stressful week leading up to what should be a celebration. But luckily it was a celebration because you got the job done. You qualified for the tour, and now you are in the final of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Yes, how good does that feel?
It feels so good. Yeah, definitely was a lot of nerves this week and a lot of just crazy emotions and feelings. And yeah, there was some crazy heats. Like our first round, the waves were so messy, and then that second heat, I had to do a bunch of runarounds, and I feel like all of the adrenaline and nerves and everything was just so much to handle. So it felt good to show up today and kind of have that like off my shoulders a little bit and be able to really just surf pressure free.
Yeah, that's right. Once that pressure's gone, though, you've got to refocus because obviously you'd love to win this event.
Yes, of course. And that last heat was a huge heat for me. Surfing against Tia, she's been dominating this whole year. She's been the one to beat. So when I finally got my chance to go up against her, I definitely wanted to, just enjoy it. And those are the people we want to compete against and win against. So it felt really good to get that one on her.
Yeah, Tia is obviously the Challenger Series champion, but it did feel like you paddled out with a little bit of, staunchness in that one. Like it was like you weren't just going to let the Grom run her race. You really fought hard in that.
Yeah, for sure. I knew it was going to be a really tough heat. I mean, she can take off on a closeout and turn it into an 8 any day. Like she threw an air, and I was just biting my nails like, oh my gosh, I hope she doesn't make it. But yeah, it was a great heat, and I was stoked to come on top.
You've got another teenager in the final, Ziggy McKenzie, a surfer you've seen in action before?
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching her ripping over the years, and I mean, she's so young, but she's absolutely dominating this event, so I'm sure it's going to be a really exciting final.
Well, Alyssa, look, congratulations on the week. I know that all your friends and family are just so stoked for you, but fans of surfing in general have really enjoyed what you've put on the table, and one heat to go.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited.
Thank you, Vaughn. Alyssa Spencer celebrating in style. It's her birthday, and she's going to have a shot at the trophy here. The 40th anniversary of the Bioglan SURFEST Newcastle, presented by Bonsoy. And we are going to have a look in a moment at a replay of Alistair Reginato's last wave, the Stonewood slow-mo here, Rich, an 8-point ride.
We've gone excellent. You can see driving down the line here, Alistair just pops it into the air, slightly touches the rail, gets great rotation, lands with those fins pointing towards the sand, and then spins the nose back around. And just here he does that little shimmy shuffle to get the feet back in the zone, and then does well to just throw it right up there. He got quite vertical for such a small section there, and here we go, live action again.
Loading up, racing down the line, opens that stance, throws a big straight air, and he clicks with the coping, gets a great transition out of the air pipes, and that was lofty.
Worst possible scenario for Dakota Walters is what's going on right now in this exchange. This, I love it. Straighties, we've been missing you. Why not? Bring it back right there.
It's like you heard me too. I said that Dakota would have a real edge with his variety. And already Alistair Reginato throwing a couple of different variations at us.
Yeah, and Alistair getting that 8, right, that previous 8 under the priority of Dakota Walters. We're talking about how important, before that, talking about how important the use of priority was going to be. Dakota then gets a dud. Then Alistair gets priority back, and he's going to get another great number. It's going all Alistair's way right now.
It sure is. He said after he won through in the quarterfinals, I love surfing against my friends.
Yeah.
And, well, I don't know if his friends like surfing against him. This is going to be another solid score. It'll be interesting to see if the judges give it more credit. It was a higher air.
Oh.
It was a beautiful landing. They don't get much smoother, and the numbers starting to come through, and it is looking really good for Alistair Reginato out here at the moment, an 8.27, an excellent heat score, the best of the day, and we can't wait to see that one again. I'd take another stone and wood. Slow-mo.
Yeah. Here we go.
Well, let's see if Dakota can get in on the mix. Tweaked out float, but was driving to find a section. He wants to ramp up as well. You just know it.
Yeah, you can see it in the body language. The stone and wood slow-mo. Again, watch the feet widen. And Alistair takes to the air. Love this. Just the full straighty. What's that little grab called? Right on the nose called.
Got a little slobby right there, a little slob air.
Little slob grab right on the nose, and yeah, just paying homage to the old school air technique. I'm sure Potts and Fletcher and Archie, all the boys would be pretty stoked if they're watching.
Absolutely. I'm sure they're tuned in. Just over 13 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Semi-final number 1 will continue in just a moment.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Welcome back. Semi-final number 1 continues. Solid scores on the board for Alistair Reginato. It's been a difficult day to predict who's going to win through these heats. You know, with this onshore wind and these smaller conditions, we really felt like Dakota Walters was going to have a serious edge, especially after what he did to Caleb Tancred in the quarterfinals. But Alistair Reginato is looking fast. He's looking like he's been ready to take flight on each of his ride, and he's made those big moves stick.
Super impressed. He went excellent, but this begins the fight back for Dakota Walters. He gets his own version of an air rev and streaks down the line. Does he get the second? It was bigger and better than the first one, so ×2 on the one wave. Really nimble and fast. The way he goes about these, couple little hop skips, and then he jumps. Wow, technique so good, great extension. It trips me out how good these guys are and just how easy they make it look.
They got a high make rate for sure. We're going to dive into that ride in just a moment, but he's up again now. Walters chasing a score. You can see he's coiled, loaded up, ready to spring into the sky himself. 10 minutes to go. I think, Kipes, if you look at the individual turns on that last ride for Dakota, Alistair still has the more quality airs, but Dakota, there's no denying a combination like that.
He got a meaningful score with that 7.33, but the number for both of Alistair's waves higher than that. It just shows you that a lot of times it's quality and the dynamics of the maneuver rather than just quantity. So coming under that mark, even for 2 air reverses versus Alistair with just 1 big air on his wave.
The purists, those names that we mentioned before the break, Martin Potter, Matt Archibald, the pioneers, and Potts in particular really started bringing airs to competition, but they liked to launch off a lip and explode through that lip. And on that first section, it was a little flat for Dakota. He did really well to manufacture some height, but this was the impressive air. The projection out onto the flats. I mean, not quite the height that he was after, but just the way that his surfers can coil up, Rich. He was able to fling that tail towards the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. So acrobatic in the way they go about these airs these days. And you actually took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say the exit off the wave, it has an influence on how high these surfers will go, the impact of the air, the distance they can travel. And it's almost manufactured when they don't have a lip to take off on, and they almost do a little pop just by, you know, sheer talent. But when you get that lip to launch off, that is when you really get some height in the airs.
And Dakota, you can tell that he is just ready to go. The gauntlet's been thrown down by Alistair Reginato, and Dakota's like, okay, you want to turn this into an air show? You really want to do that? Well, I'll find one. I'll find a section in a second, and I'll show you what I can do, because he is really one of the best. He gets amazing height, and you wouldn't be surprised if he threw just that variation, potentially a bit more of a corked out version of that rotation, Kipes, potentially a stale fish, which is one of the harder grabs to go for.
Yeah, and it looks like he's fully healed and solid. Dakota is. Last time I saw him was probably 10 months ago. He was in foot cast. He was healing a broken foot. Those kind of injuries and those feet and ankle injuries are nagging, and that takes away some of your confidence, you know, when you're an aerialist. But it's good to see that, you know, it looks like it's not hindering him at all.
Yeah, he had that high ankle sprain, a syndesmosis injury. That was after already recovering from a broken foot, which he suffered surfing in a final. And he got a 10-point ride on the wave that he broke his foot.
adrenaline does amazing things.
Incredible. But yeah, he is. It's great to see him back in this position, you know, where he's reaching the later stages of a major surf event. His brother Harley is already going to be campaigning on the Challenger Series next year after a strong QS campaign. As we see Dakota up here at the moment, he knows that's not going to be enough. I think with that ride, he's just asking questions of Reginato.
And I guess it's good for people to hear from me, because I'm not Australian, is that this is a sign of kind of the Australian, another kind of wave, but more energy coming out of Australia with its surfers. Half of the qualifiers that we've seen here, 5 out of the 10, all Australian surfers. We're in an all Australian semi-final right now. I feel, Rich, that this is kind of a movement that we're starting to see coming out of Australia.
Yeah, when you look at the numbers and the results, you actually can't deny it. And, you know, as an Aussie, it feels good. It's been a while since we've had such a strong push. But in saying that, Kybes, I do feel like that there's stuff happening everywhere globally. There's some real talents, you know, that we've seen in this event in particular.
Well, let's dive into the GWM recap. Oh. The GWM right behind this event, and Alistair Reginato, well, in a good position to potentially crack the final here. Some huge airs, Kaipo.
Big airs, just solid in his surfing approach. Really good decision making too when it comes to, you know, waves. I mean, got an 8-point ride under the priority of Dakota Walters right here.
Yeah, Dakota bringing his own version of some aerial theatrics. This one in particular, the end closeout section, bang, hits it, gets a better rotation, more pop, more distance. And well, he's in it. He's not in combination here. As we see Callie Vass prepping for the second semi-final, the newly crowned Challenger Series champion.
Yeah, Dakota's still kind of hasn't found those quality launch pads that Alistair Reginato has been able to capitalise on out here at the moment. Gonna have a new champ here in the 40th edition of SURFEST on the men's and women's side. Callie Vass taking on Lucas Cassidy.
2 guys, watch out guys. Watch out the birds.
Callie's going to have to be really on once again. He did well against someone who maybe had an edge with the airs, but just chose his moves really carefully. It was a composed performance in the quarters to get the jump on Levi Slawson. See what he can bring in his battle against Lucas Cassidy.
Yeah, let's see if Cowley does some airs too in that semi-final. He's been sticking to the water, sticking to its really strong rail game, but he does have some incredible airs. Cowley, I surfed with him out in front of his place in Tahiti, his wave, you know, and it's normally a right. And he was going left into pretty much a dry reef, doing huge airs.
Well, that's something to look forward to. I think it's why we've got him pegged to do so well on the CT, because he's an animal already proven, has cracked the final at the championship to a level as a wild card, and he's, you know, actually made the later stages of the event in Tahiti a couple of times. So he's a danger man, but he's got the power. Here goes Dakota. Nice hit in the pocket there. But the bar's been set, and the bar's been set above the lip in this heat. So even a combination of 2 turns like that, I just don't think the risk is going to be there. Dakota's just, I think, just trying to keep Alistair on his toes and trying to force the issue and get a changeover in priority.
Yeah, he is, but he's throwing the bait out there and the burley and everything else, but Alistair's not buying into it. He's just staying staunch and really competing well at this point.
You guys know Alistair better than I do. Does he have a nickname? Seems like everyone has a nickname.
He's got a couple. Reggie, Alfie. Yeah.
They're the obvious ones.
I think Dakota calls him just a nightmare at the moment. But here he goes. Walters loading up. He keeps finding those sections that are laying flat. He's got the speed. He's prepped. He's ready.
Not to get metaphysic, but sometimes when things go wrong, they just kind of snowball.
Yeah.
You know? And when you just can't connect, it just happens. It's just one surfer in rhythm, one surfer out of rhythm.
It's funny, isn't it? In a lot of these heats, we've seen the ocean deliver the opportunities early, and someone gets that into that rhythm, and they nail those 2 good scores and really put the pressure on the other competitor, and then they just are fighting back all the way to the end.
been a real buzzer beater event, especially on the bigger days. And I think that's due to the fact that on the big day there was some big chunky sections, and it just meant that if you needed a score in the final stages and you got one of those sets, you had a shot. Even with one turn, you could turn the heat. But on a day like today, you know, those smaller set waves, they just don't have the energy in them. And Alistair's sort of benefited from connecting with two of the bigger sets out here at the moment. And they've stood up. And Dakota's just trying to put some space between himself and the sunny coaster. A minute and 25 seconds to go. It's been busy out there in the lineup, Dakota. We've seen him load up on a number of occasions, but just hasn't found that oncoming section that he's so desperately seeking.
I mean, this should be a standard drill right now for Alistair, just to get on top of him and control this last minute.
Well, Dakota went looking for space in the lineup. Now he's going to just try and sell Alistair on just about anything here. And Regginato is going to have a decision to make here. This one's got a bit of a corner on it. He's moving into position. Walters, but he doesn't go. Regginato's going to take it for some reason.
That was bizarre.
35 seconds to go. He wasn't being forced into that wave. He opted for it. And on the outside, Walters loading up. He has the section, full rotation, but can't quite stick it.
My goodness. That was almost an absolute nightmare for Alistair Regginato. Just a little momentary lapse in judgment here. Let's have a look. Dakota, he was telegraphing, ready for it. Did everything right to that point, just the feet. They went together. He didn't have that that balanced stance when he landed, but geez, he did well to get that pop and height. If he had made that,
that's the best section he had throughout that heat. And perhaps if he got that wave at the start of the heat without the pressure of needing that big score, maybe Dakota Walters is on his way to the final. But Regginato got the work done early. He did apply that pressure. It was an odd priority decision in the final stages there, but he's going to get through. He won't make those same mistakes as he goes after his first Challenger Series victory and the 40th edition of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy Trophy. We're going to have a look at the Bonsoy. Sorry, the Fat Boy rider of the heat. And it was always going to be Regginato with that big flared out straight air.
Oh, there's something about those straight airs where the surfer tends to just levitate and hover up there just for that little extra time. And, well, that was pillow puff landings for him as well. Just super smooth.
Thank you, Fat Boy.
This guy's on a heater.
And thank you, Alistair Regginato. Tap the slope grab there. We love to see it. I got one more heat to go, buddy. And then you can have the leggy. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to find out who's going to face Alistair Regginato in the final. Will it be Carly Vast or Lucas Cassidy? We'll find out after the break. Stay with us. Newcastle's done it again. What a city. A variety of conditions on show. The deciding Challenger Series event to introduce a new class of talent that's going to be joining the CT ranks and taking on that first stop at Bells Beach, which kicks off on April Fool's Day. The Ripcord Pro Bells Beach. We're going to be down there, but Kipes, you haven't been to Newcastle for a number of years, and you had to come back and right the wrongs because of double interference when you competed here. What? What a nightmare.
Yeah. I'm not the smartest heat surfer. That's why I'm smart when I'm sitting in this seat right here and
you are
able to dissect everything.
All right, let's talk about it, because this is a huge clash. We got the Challenger Series champion who has just been so on performance-wise, but then strategically taken on a young gun who's just been drop kicking big names out of the draw since day one.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas is definitely the more light-footed surfer out of the two of them. Kaoli being the more powerful. What I've seen for Kaoli Voss since working with Jean Duru, really maturing in his heat IQ. I don't know what that little sprint paddle was about that they started off the heat with. So it's going to be a contrast between these two surfers, a big contrast in their approach.
Definitely. We saw Carly go to the big paddle battle a couple of times in his quarter-final heat. You know, he's really paying attention to the details, and when he wants to sort of accelerate in those paddle battles, there's weight coming off him. Lucas Cassidy could wakeboard.
Yeah.
Behind Carly Voss, for sure, if he whacked a tow rope on him. 25 minutes remaining here, no scores on the board, and in this situation, Rich, priority neutral, and it's a battle of positioning.
Yeah, just get back to some old school hustle. And one thing I have noticed, Lucas Cassidy in his quarterfinal this morning too, he gets right up in his competitors' grill in the lineup, stays super close to them, literally just hanging off their leash. So, look, right there, just moves right up next to him. He's been doing this all day, all event.
I like it.
Yeah, so do I. It's sort of a bit more old school, but, you know, once priority is established, he's even right there. He actually just doesn't give his competitor space. So perhaps his coach has just said, get right up in there, mate. Annoy him.
A monumental leap up the rungs on the Challenger Series ladder kipes. Lucas already progressing to 30th position on the live rankings, and some room to go a little further.
Yeah, this has been a big breakthrough event for Lucas Cassidy. He's shown glimmers throughout, you know, this Challenger season, but this is really the breakthrough, and then we know about that momentum that creates. Sometimes this kind of success will lead to future successes as we look into the next Challenger Series season. Kaoli Voss, the contrast,
look at this.
Yeah,
this is cool. So while priority is neutral, we've seen obviously most of the best waves sort of being held open and a bit more of a corner on the right-handers. So in this situation, Lucas Cassidy just trying to hold that inside position. No doubt thinking, I'm going to launch an air here and set the pace in this heat, because his strike rate with his airs is amazing.
Yeah, I don't know how necessary this is, actually, given this beach break. It's not. It's
entertaining.
It's entertaining. It's not like you're at a point or something where there's certainly like a spot, you know?
No, for sure. But you can see with that north wind, Rich, that it's kind of ripped out, and we saw Dakota have a look at a couple of lefts, and they were just kind of fading into deep water.
Look at them again.
Yeah, absolutely. With the nor'east wind, it creates these little pockety nuggets that you can really blast off. The lefts are sort of breaking down, a little bit softer, and Kaoli Voss is hammering down towards the north, man, just trying to get away from him.
You could almost stand up heading out to sea. He's moving that quick.
It's just pure cat and mouse, zigzagging out there, and it's kind of cool to watch a heat start with some mind games, which this certainly is.
Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah, try to, know.
Not too sure.
Hey, look it. It's the art of war, right? So maybe you're just trying to break your opponent before the battle even begins.
Yeah.
Well, the world's best have claimed the victory here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. It's an incredible honour roll. There hasn't been a surfer that has won on the men's side that hasn't made the championship tour. A lot of those former champs watching on. Joel Parkinson tuned in. He's watching the show. He was victorious here in 2013. And loving what he's seeing from these young campaigners at the moment. Just under 22 minutes remaining here, and still no wave ridden. And they've certainly been moving around this lineup looking for opportunities. Let's quickly check in with the winner of the last heat into the finals, Vorno, Alistair Reginato.
Alistair Reginato, wow, man, that was such an impressive heat. You were coming up against a guy who we know has just fireworks exploding whenever he takes off on a wave, and you took his own game right to him. Big, lofty frontside air rev on your first wave, and then just, mwah, chef's kiss straight. He's so good. How good did that feel out there, mate?
Yeah, you're right. Like, I was that scared going to the air against Codes. I was like, this is just going to egg him on to go even bigger. he's done it to me so many times. It's just like, I've done an air and he's just done one twice as big behind it. So I turned around and kind of expected him to be doing a backflip or something. So yeah, I was stoked to get him that time, and there's really fun ramps out there, and I was stoked to land too.
Dodgy little moment at the end there.
Yeah. I went under the wave and I came up and I seen he was in the white water. I saw a little ramp and I was like, did you land a backflip? And he was like, nah, I didn't get to it in time. I was like, thank God, it feels nice.
Yeah, mate. Hey, talk about this year to us, because, you know, it wasn't what you wanted on the Challenger Series, but this run of form that you've had at the back end of this season, you know, the win down there at Phillip Island, straight into the ABB where you went completely berserk, straight into this, now in your first Challenger Series final.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like you said, didn't have the year I wanted, but I knew my surfing was there and I just put in a lot of hard work, and yeah, it's been really good to just put it all together in heats and feel like just the surfing's clicking. I'm not holding back or anything. So yeah, super fired up. All the Aussies have been inspiring me all year. They killed it this year on the Challenger Series. So stoked to see so many of the boys up there and just hoping to be up there with them.
And how many of the crew are still lurking around on the beach to support you guys, mate? Because I would have thought after all the emotion of the week, a lot of them would probably just be at home in bed.
Yeah, I'm sure they wish they were. I'm staying with Morgs, so Morgs is still here with me, and I saw Oscar this morning. He's been under that tent down there all day. He's maybe a little bit hungover this morning, but he's earned it. So yeah, there's still a few of the boys around, and it's epic. They get behind us, and it's just that extra little bit of motivation that we need.
Well, Ronnie has mentioned, mate, that if you win this comp, you basically sea to he bound. I know you've got a whole year on the Challenger Series next year to look forward to, but the mission right now is to lift that trophy.
Yeah, exactly right. Come all this way, so just one more, and then, yeah, hopefully I can do what Ron Dog says and make it on the CT, and we won't be compost mates anymore, Ronnie.
There you go. Best of luck in the final, mate.
Cheers, Bono.
Please explain.
Yeah, well, he's getting a lot of confidence in this run of form, because just over the summer, I was surfing with him at Snapper Rocks a lot, and he comboed me about 30 times in every heat we had, but we were calling ourselves the Compost Brothers, because we were sitting on the inside waiting for the locals to let some scraps through, and we were just, finding any meat that was left on the apple core, any flesh that was left on any of the fruits that rolled in at Snapper, and just trying to pounce on those. So yeah, Compost into the final here. Compost Reginato. That's another nickname that we'll run with, guys. But that's the game I like to play. Surfing at Snapper is so crowded, you just take what everyone else doesn't want.
Speaking of games, the game has just changed. These two paddling each other up and down the beach. No rideable waves, Ron, and we got another restart.
Yeah, bring it on. I want there to be a fresh clock. I want to see both these competitors get more opportunities. But Cowley Vast, he visibly, you could see the frustration. It goes to show just how engaged he is on getting this win. He was less than a point behind Jacob Wilcox in the final here last year to kick off his campaign. And he wants to go one better. He wants to put himself on that trophy. And what a trophy it is. The Mark Richards Perpetual Trophy, which you hoist at the presentation. Here on the set, we've got the smaller versions. And that trophy is handed over by the 4-time world champion, and that's got to be a special moment, Rich, for any competitor.
Oh, absolutely. MR is surfing royalty not only around these parts but globally. He was held the record for the 4 world titles that no one ever thought was going to be topped, and of course, it got obliterated by one Kelly Slater.
It was the early days in the sport, and I think everyone was saying that'll never happen again at that point. And he did retire pretty young, Mark Richards too, so potentially could have hung around and got a couple more. But he's still shaping, still surfing, and still absolutely frothing.
Yeah, and
on competition.
That's how long it's been since a world champs won a world title on their own shapes, on their own boards. So that's some rootsy surfing right there. You got nobody else to blame other than yourself, not just for your performance, but for your equipment.
Well, Mark was primarily a shaper, and then he went down the professional surfer route when the opportunity kind of just presented itself in front of him, and then he got his 4 world titles, then went back to shaping and has been doing it ever since. And
Yeah.
Just a huge fan. He doesn't miss a heat on the Challenger Series, the Championship Tour. He's always sort of connecting in and sending us texts, just, you know, loving tuning in.
We were talking a little bit about some of his early shaping influences and Reno Avalera, and how even in this particular event and the Coke Classic and everything, that how Reno coming over here and his equipment influenced Mark. And then, of course, we know what Mark did from there, really bringing the twin fin into the spotlight and going at that time a whole different speed than all the surfers on single fins. Ate him up.
Yeah, for sure. And if not for that kind of dominant year of Simon Anderson's and showing the versatility of the thruster, you know, which saw a lot of people stepping onto tri-fins, you know, the 20 might have got more of a run.
Yeah.
No one's really kind of committed to riding it in competition since, but I think a lot of people are starting to, you know, look at days like this and say to themselves, I could probably go to that twin and get that added speed.
Yeah, well, Kersey's been a huge advocate of it. Josh Kerr, he was even competing throughout this Challenger Series at the start of it, exclusively on a twin fin.
Yeah. I mean, but for the you know, everyday surfer, having a twin fin in your quiver is almost mandatory, because it just makes everything so much more fun and flowy. And like you said, this right here on a twin fin, be a fun day.
Have a look at snaketails too. We had the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight yesterday. We saw a number of the competitors that got knocked out of the Challenger Series event head out there for a bit of fun. And Sheon Crawford launched maybe a 20-foot air that he didn't stick. It was huge. It was massive. It's on... it'll be the next edition of Snaketails as we see this semi-final finally coming to life with Carly Vass making his move. Couple of solid hits on a wave that, you know, he's really creating the moments on. He moves some water, he always does, and this will be a reasonable start for him.
So much power and drive off the bottom, and that gives him the speed off the top. So just a note there. Lucas Cassidy had the inside position for that wave. Cowley waited for the very final moment when Lucas turned away, and he went, I'll get it. And then on the backhand, squares up on this first turn, really powers through it. And again, repetition on the backhand, and then gets to that final turn. Really manufacturing a score out of this one. It won't go too high, but he's certainly got things on the board now.
Kipes, maybe an easier wave to surf on your backhand than to your forehand as well, as far as getting that board vert.
Yeah, maybe on your backhand, easier to be a little more explosive, you know, and do a shorter radius turns and not having to kind of just do carves. Lucas has the air probably advantage, but Kaoli Vass in the last 3 years has put on so much muscle. He's a much more powerful surfer, and you can just see him muscling the combination of flow but also strength in pretty small junky waves is impressive. Here he is again.
Loading up, mid-range score coming for that first wave. Can't get to that final section quick enough to let go of a big turn, so he kicks out.
Not to mention the JSs he's on, the boards look really good.
Is this Spartan 2.0?
Maybe.
Maybe. Let's check the slow-mo here. Yeah, the boards are looking amazing. Kipes been working with JS for a number of years now. I know he is pairing it up with the FCS2 JS signature fin as well. Pairing's looking really good. A lot of pros on the tour actually leaning into that template.
The JS template?
Yeah.
All three fins same size?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Is that the white one?
Different to the Merrick, which has that smaller back fin. And that's another popular one.
John. Didn't want to miss the action. Oh, no, there he is. So, yeah, just a throwaway for Carly Vass' second ride there, 1.77. 5.17 to start. Lucas, I think he still tactically played that first wave the way he wanted. I don't think he really wanted it. He wanted a ramp. He wanted to get priority, so when that high-impact section comes, like we saw Alistair Reginato on in that first semi-final, Lucas has the priority and the space to move. Doesn't want to know about this one. I think he's looking for steep sections. I don't think he wants to know about the combination of medium-sized turns. Probably very aware that it's going to be hard to match the power of, you know, the heavy set Callie Vast. I mentioned Spartan before. I was, of course, talking about Michelle Perez, who had a long and successful career on the CT, multiple championship tour wins, and he got the trifecta over there in Hawaii.
Which is rare.
Which is rare.
Right? Yeah.
You can speak to that. Only a handful of people, I think around 5 people have achieved that.
Yeah, yeah. And Michelle Perez being one of them. And Cowley, just talking to Cowley, like, he wants to make Michelle proud. Like, when he qualified, he said Michelle was actually one of his mentors, one of his inspirations, you know, to get onto the championship tour. They got such the combination of Tahitians and the French surfers together kind of make these super surfers, whether it's Cowley Vast or Tia Zabrowski. It's that combination of national support from France, but also coming in from Tahiti, where you have these incredible waves and just it's a real pure ocean culture as well.
Absolutely. You've got the advantage of growing up in sort of 2 training grounds, don't you? You can hone your skills on those sort of beach breaks along France coast there, but then you've also got the reef breaks in Tahiti, and you can really get comfortable in those heavy water conditions.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see many of the people who have been in the camp of these surfers and following their run to qualification, you know, celebrate with them on social media this week. Mateus Hurdy, he's firmed up his spot yesterday. His uncle Gilherme, who had a great CT career, competed when you were on tour, Rich. Posted some fantastic photos. Leandro Dora, who's had a lot to do with Mateus too, and Iago celebrating that jump to the CT.
Mateus's uncle, Guilherme, won this event too.
That's right. Yeah. He did. Yeah, that was back in 1996. But Cowley's had that same kind of outpouring of support in winning the Challenger Series.
Well, and
Raymana.
And think about Cowley.
Michelle.
After his gold medal, he became really overnight a star in France. Getting flown to Paris, you know, doing the whole promo tour, just first class everything. You know, simple Tahitian kid from Vairao, all of a sudden, you know, a national celebrity. And that happened overnight and he's handled it so well.
Yeah, really just kind of took it in his stride, and then, you know, after the Olympics, which was, you know, a home ground game for him, he set his focus on qualifying, and, you know, he's done it with class, really strong, and hasn't let the kind of the momentum go from the first event on this Challenger Series, which was here at Surfest. He had a runner-up finish, and he's been super consistent this year. Slow start here for Lucas Cassidy. He's been out there, Rich, for about 22 minutes now and hasn't had a wave. What's that do to you?
At this point, you know, with 18 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time. It's not a big paddle out, but it does start to get frustrating. You don't, when you go into a heat, you're always thinking, you know, I'm going to get a wave in the first couple of minutes, and you have this sort of, I guess, preconceived notion of how the heat is going to play out. You need to be able to adapt to that. Yeah, he'd be starting to get pretty frustrated. Here goes Cowley.
Yeah, just going to stay busy here, trying to add to the 5.17. Already he's done that. Just needed to improve on a 1.77. It's not going to be a huge score, probably another mid-range number.
And to further what you're saying, Ron, just by taking off on this second wave and getting a second score, it's adding even more pressure to Lucas Cassidy, who is literally yet to take off on a wave.
This is the moment, Kipes. Big spray once again.
Just the balance, the push and pull of being light on your foot with, you know, a wave that really doesn't have that much behind it, but it's powerful at the same time. That's the magic, right? And that's really so hard to do, and Cowley's done that so well.
We're waiting on the scores to come in and still waiting for Lucas Cassidy to use his priority. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Bioglan Newcastle SurfEst presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST. By Cardiff GWM, official auto dealership of Newcastle SURFEST. And by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. There's just over 14 and a half minutes remaining in the last semi-final. And Carly Vast is still holding on to the lead. Conditions have gotten very tricky out there. And he sensed it after a restart. He got busy. Dropped a 5.17 and a 4.5. He had this wave during the break. Rich?
Okay, so Cowley just pushing it a little harder there, going for the reverse. Really tricky to do on the left because that wind coming from the north, it's pushing your board away from your feet. So failed attempt there, but he still got the lead at the moment. 5.17 and a 4.5, so not the most impressive heat score by his standards, but it is enough to be out in front at the moment. And Lucas looks like he's going to get his heat underway now.
Yeah, he's going to scramble into this one.
Wow.
Nothing doing there. And even with 14 minutes to go, 13 and a half minutes to go, we might see Cowley come down and kind of start to take a little bit of priority control here and maybe try and limit Lucas's opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, if it was consistent, this is way too long to play defense. The fact that it's not consistent, it's fine to play defense right now for Carly Vast, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's zoning in here. He's going to make it even more difficult for Lucas Cassidy to even get into this game.
This is old school Q hustle right here.
Yeah, you would have had some good battles, Rich, as a youngster, as a teenager, surfing your way through trials, trying to get into major events initially, and then on the QS. Here goes Lucas, lining one up, and he's got a little bit of room. Cowley doesn't take it. He loads up. He's going to try and force an air out of this section. Does extremely well. That's the danger of this 17-year-old who's yet to finish high school, but on the cusp of claiming his best ever Challenger Series event.
Yeah, so Cowley just not quite being able to hold him off on that one. Lucas just gets the little air rev. There wasn't a lot of disconnection between the foamy wave face and the rotation. He did get a little pop out of there, got the fins free.
Note the discipline of Carly Vast right there. That wasn't worth him wasting his priority. He wants to keep in control of this heat. He saw that wave quality, and he said, okay, 4 max, and I'll let you go. I'll let you have a 4.
In the first exchange in this heat, or in the first ride ridden, I should say, Kipes, Lucas Cassidy had that inside position. Yeah. And we said Lucas kind of didn't push Cowley for it because it looked like a hard wave to surf forehand. That particular ride looked like a hard one to surf backhand.
Yeah.
And I think Cowley just went, you know what, you can have it. And probably expected that he would do exactly what he did, and he's going to do it again here. Finds the rotation this time, though, gets swamped by the white water. That's an incomplete turn. And Cassidy, he's going to be just hanging on what he turns in for that air reverse. It was pretty reasonable, probably very comparable to what Cowley's put up on the board so far.
Yeah, the Bioglan replay here. Let's have a look. Geez, he had no room to work with. Did exceptionally well, even just to get it, the amount of pop and flight that he did. Little mini grab, but the judges won't be deeming that as a completed manoeuvre. You can see just sinking in the foam there, but really in the space of 1.5 meters to 2 meters, he got enough projection there to get in the air. But important score, starting to drop here.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. It's a 5.10 for that air, so he's all but matched Cowley Vast's best wave.
He's in the game. Yeah, he's in the game.
This now.
It was always going to go there. Hasn't been a whole lot of standout moments in this heat so far, so he gets a 5.1. Still just the power and combination of multiple moves, giving Cowley Vast just a very slight and incremental advantage in the scoreline. But Lucas Cassidy needs less than a 5 now to get himself into the lead. 10 minutes to go, and it looks like, you know, Cowley, even with that priority, he's going, you know what, like, I just need to get myself a good wave here.
Sure. Cowley, like, I call it heat control because he's got priority and the lead, so he's just still controlling the heat. Whoa. Jacko Baker. What's this coming up?
Jacko, who won the event in 2022. He'll be part of the Legends Heat. Vaughan getting Ryan Callanan prepped. He's had a runner-up finish here before and obviously been to that CT. Both these legends are part of the Merryweather Surf Riders Club. Philippa Anderson took a victory here in 2009. She's going to be out there.
I don't know. I haven't had that one, but that was good.
Enjoying a Bonsoy coconut water there on the way out.
The
Refreshing.
sparkling coconut water. Perfect time of the day. Yeah, some media control there. Paparazzi all over Ryan Callanan.
9 minutes remaining. Lucas Cassidy eyeing one off down the line. You can't get into it. Taking his chance. Well, having a good look at just anything that rolls his way at the moment. It's things that have kind of gotten slow out here, Rich.
Yeah, it's we're coming right up to the low tide now. I think we may have just passed it. So at the bottom of the tide, that's when weird things happen to the ocean. It tends to just sit down and go quiet and have a little sleep. But well, hopefully we'll shake it up and wake it up, because we've got this Legends Heat and then we're going to be into the finals. So 8.5 minutes on the clock. This one's not done yet. Let's hope for a couple of sets and we'll see these guys really go at it. But really, it's going to come down to this second score.
40 years of SURFEST, Kipes. What are some highlight moments for you that kind of stand out as we take a look at the qualifiers for the 2026 season? I mean, this has been a highlight year, hasn't it?
That's highlight. And we talking about, look at the Australian push right there. Number 3, number 4, number 6, number 8, and number 10. All representing Australia. Congratulations to Kali Voss. He's going to take out the win. And Liam O'Brien. So good to see that stylish surfer back on the championship tour.
Yeah, he's had some real moments. Just like this guy on the Challenger Series this year. He's been unbelievable. 17 years of age. He's found a little runner here. He's hoping that he can just get enough of these smaller turns done to somehow get to that 5-point range. But I got my doubts.
Yeah. Interesting, right? Under a 5-point ride, he needs 4.58 for Lucas Cassidy.
And don't you just get the feeling, Rich, that Kali Voss went, you know what, there's got to be a bigger set roll in here at some point. I want to make sure I'm out the back with priority when that comes. And here he goes. Kali Voss finds one of those bigger rides and allows the opportunity to sink that rail a couple of times. As he looks to finish it off, it doesn't make that connection through to the shore break, but we'll see what kind of work he got done on the outside. 7 minutes remaining here. And the patience may pay off. And Kali Voss again puts the motor on and starts hammering toward the takeoff zone. Can he get priority back? That'd be a huge advantage.
Look at this, the effort right here. You talked about it, Ron. The wake behind Kali Voss. I mean, he's been putting his time in.
He's a beast. And it looks like there might be a little swell line coming as well. Hard to really get a gauge on it with this wind on it. Sort of got that situation where we have that wind against swell line again.
Okay, so that was interesting.
Huh.
The priority judge deeming that Lucas Cassidy was back there at the takeoff zone, even though Kali Voss was a little bit further out. But that does kind of happen sometimes in the exchange. The surfer who rides the last wave in the exchange, they have to really make it clear to the priority judge that they're back out there in position to take another ride. Not
only that, but I just wonder where these guys have been sitting for the majority of this heat is further north on that bank, so that they're really saying that spot where Lucas is, just inside the buoy there, is the takeoff zone where they've been, getting all these waves. Have a look at this. Bioglan replay here. Cowley connects with that first turn, just ropes that second cutback into the foam, and again, but that first turn, second turn combination, really smooth.
There's a confidence, Kipes, in just staying true to your tools and the weapons you've used to get yourself to this point in the competition, especially when you come up against an aerialist like Lucas.
And I think you called it, holding on to that priority for Kali Voss, playing the odds, going, you know what? 20 minutes have gone by. There hasn't been any major wave yet. The ocean's going to have to produce something. And look at the score, Kali Voss.
Yeah, 6.5. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap. The winner of the Challenger Series, hoping to finish in style with a victory at the 40th anniversary edition of this great event, and he got things started with a 5.17.
Yeah, traditional power surfing, even in these small little 2-foot runners, Callie Vast has been brilliant. And just the water displacement coming off his rails is quite incredible. It's been flaring up, and it was all Callie Vast in the first half. And then Lucas Cassidy, he came bounding back, taking to the air, locked in that 5.17. And then this is his backup wave at the moment. Did a lot of work down the line, tricky wave to surf, just connecting all these little sections, no major maneuvers, and he threads together a little 3-point ride, but he's still in second. And then this happened. Biggest wave of the heat so far. Callie Vast just blasting that first turn, holds that rail through the power carve. Another little tap, and then that saw him lock in a decent score, 6.5, live action.
Yeah, doing really well to get out in front of this section. Whips the board into a reverse. He's trying to improve on a 5.17 now. 4 minutes to go. Willing to take a chance on that one. He didn't have priority. This heat, you know, is set for a big moment for the 17-year-old too. 6.57, it's a very achievable score with those huge airs. And Lucas Cassidy, almost similar to a Josh Kerr story. He was on the map for all of us as an aerialist before he started competing in these major surf events. Here's the Stone and Wood slow-mo Kipes. Did really well to get out in front of this one.
Yeah, just not, you know, had to kind of really force it for Kali. So this is not going to increase his score line. I think that one came in at 3.5, but he still has that lead. But to your point with Lucas Cassidy, he's dangerous, and he can do one big aerial maneuver, but this is when, gotta be honest, this is when luck comes into surfing. He's gonna have to be lucky enough for a wave to come in the next 3 minutes whilst he has priority to even give him that opportunity.
Yeah, these guys were specialists at very different things in surfing. Callie Vast had already established himself as a teenager as one of the greatest tube riders we've ever seen. You know, switch footing, waves in competition as a wild card against world champions over there in Tahiti, and then cracking the final of a CT event as a wild card, getting himself a gold medal. It's this performance stuff out on the open face that he's had to really work on. Lucas Cassidy, he's got the airs on lock. You know, the most prestigious aerial events these days are the Stab High contest. Yeah. He won a Bottle Rockets event, a junior Stab High title as a Grom. And he's been working on all the other stuff as well, Rich. He's had to get better in those ways of consequence. You mentioned he's had an amazing winter over in Hawaii where he was charging. And he seems to be really starting to evolve his performance as well. But, you know, both are exciting talents with a lot to offer.
Yeah, this one's starting to come down to the wire. Callie Vast in second priority, so Lucas Cassidy has the choice of any wave that comes through, and he's having a look at this one.
The score he needs is well within reach with the moves he possesses, but that one got away from him. 1 minute and 25 seconds to go, and Callie Vast has just been moving in and defending at different stages throughout the heat. And here he comes now, just to apply some pressure to the teenager.
Yeah, Kali's going to close this out right now. He's going to be all over Lucas. And that's just how the game's played.
Yeah, Alistair Reginato, he had a bit of a brain snap in the final stages of his semi-final heat. The way that Vast has competed through this contest, I don't see him making those same errors. I think he'll defend well. But a two-wave set is the best that Lucas can ask for. He finds a bit of space here. Callie not concerned. Staunch on the outside.
Yeah, well, unlike the other heat, you know, where the requirement was about 8.5, he only needs a 6.57 here. So running out of time, 20 seconds to go. Callie Vast with priority, in control.
Yeah, well, a missed opportunity to maybe sell Callie Vast on that wave, getting worried about what kind of time he had left there.
Waved for time instead of trying to sell. You're great pointing that out, Ron, because that's going to be, it's a done deal. Callie Vast is on to the final.
Wow. a runner-up finish in 2025, and Carly Vast will get his opportunity to go one better here at Merriweather. Lucas Cassidy, congratulations on a magic run, powering up the Challenger Series rankings. I know he missed out on qualifying via the North American Regional QS ranks, but he has made the world very aware of what he's capable of. A 10-point ride over in Bolito, a 9th place finish there, and a 3rd place finish in the final event of the season.
Hey, there's some stuff going on here, and Carly Vast is visibly annoyed with just how up in his grill that Lucas Cassidy got in with him in that heat. It feels like there's some tension there.
I like it. Deal with it, Carly. You did it to the world's best surfers over in Tahiti. You're going to face the same thing and more when you get to the championship tour anyway. But here we go. This is the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Men's final bracket. What a battle it's going to be. Alistair Reginato on his way to his best ever finish. And Carly Vast Kipes gets the opportunity for a 2nd year in a row to claim victory here.
Carly wants everything, right? He wants a challenger title.
Greedy.
Now he wants a title here at Newcastle. Okay, great final setup.
Yeah, and a special treat for everyone. Kipes, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
When we return, we've got Julian Wilson stepping in for the call and the Bonsoy Legends heat unfolding out there in the lineup.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of World Surf League Australia, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Revia, official apparel partner of the Newcastle SURFEST, and by the Beach Hotel, official hotel of Newcastle SURFEST.
A special treat for everyone out there here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Before we get our finals underway, we thought we'd celebrate some of Merriweather's legends out there in the lineup. We got Ryan Callanan, who has been to the CT and given us magic performances. We've got Jackson Baker, who won the contest here a few years back. Philippa Anderson on the women's side, really the first true Novocastrian to take the victory here. Vanessa Osborne early on in the event's history got a victory too. She was from just down the road, but this is going to be a lot of fun. We've also got Julian Wilson here in the booth with us to call us through this Legends heat as Ryan gets things going here, Julian. But I've got to ask you, mate, just such a massive few days for the Revia team. Matthias Hurdy breaking through yesterday. You could see how elated all of you were, how emotional things got, and some celebrations for him last night, mate. How you feeling?
Absolutely, yeah, I'm good. A little bit better than him, I think, today. He's hasn't quite surfaced yet, but deservingly so. Amazing day for him yesterday. The way that those two heats went, that kind of decided whether he'd get on the tour. The first one was decided by the last exchange. Shion had priority, gave a wave to Levi. Levi got the score, crushed his, put things on hold. It was a hard one. There was a big crew that had surrounded him by that point. And it was just like the absolute air got let out of the balloon at that point. Thought the moment was happening, and then the next heat, it came down to the last exchange again, but went in his favour, and Lucas Cassidy did a monumental air to clinch it in. I guess, what a cool style to do it. Same way Matthias tried to do it.
Yeah, huge. I've been listening to the Ain't That Swell podcast. They've been doing raps each day during the event and kind of following that qualification story. And, it was interesting. They were touching on yesterday, which I wanted to ask you about, just the fact that, Matthias was down here in front of the cameras facing that moment, and at times it looked like he didn't have the legs for it. It looked like it was really difficult for him to be here. But were you encouraging him to be there in that moment, or what was unfolding there? Because, it was pretty brave to sort of put yourself in the spotlight like that.
It definitely was. When the other day when he lost, I was coaching him. He sort of asked for my help, and which I was honoured to do for him, but didn't really realise what I was signing up for. Extremely impressed with his performance, and just told him, you know, what you could control, you got to hang your head, you know, so high. That was unbelievably well done with all the pressure and executing on your last opportunity in such challenging conditions. I think that was, even though he didn't make the heat, I think that was the performance of his career. That was his moment, and he stood up and he delivered, and it was you know, it didn't end up going his way. Alistair got the wave behind, and it was a really close call. And man, I was holding back the tears, to be honest, when I got to him, playing that role for him at this event, and knowing the magnitude of the moment, how much it meant to him. Obviously, that's how that moment was created. The score didn't go his way, but the way that he, you know, there was one person that landed in air that day. It was so challenging, and he did it in his last opportunity to, which he knew he makes that air for him. That was his ticket to the World Tour. Like, he was going up to 5th in the rankings. He was a sure spot, and he was fully aware of that. So yeah, when I got to him, just said, hey, what you could control, you got to be so damn proud of yourself. But he really, couldn't see that at the moment, in the moment, and that's fair enough. So yeah, I just kind of, from that point on, the odds were still pretty good for him, but obviously there's some real scar tissue there with finishing 11th last year and being so close over so many years and so many, you know, moments that just had to go his way, and he'd already been on the World Tour. So was just trying to, you know, he's staying in the warehouse, the Revere warehouse, for this event, and he's got his own space and doing his own thing. And I felt like after that heat, I just had to keep him, you know, under my wing, and got him out of the warehouse, and, you know, just kept him above board, and didn't let him ride the wave of fear too badly.
Yeah, mate, good job. And getting him to pack some orders while he was there would have kept his mind off it as well.
Exactly.
Good call. So it was really cool. I just wanted to ask you that, because you're basically taking us inside the camp of so many competitors this week who've ridden that same emotional journey, and full credit to even those that didn't crack the CT. I think everyone performed extremely well, and we're looking forward to seeing you have another good run at it next year, or later this year when the Challenge Series gets back underway. Right now, though, we've got the Bonsoy Legends Heat underway, and it's so fun to celebrate these legends of the local area. Vaughan.
Happy Sunday afternoon, folks. Welcome to Merriweather Beach. It's the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and we're in for a treat because the women's final is about to take the water. Let's get a round of applause for all of our competitors who have led to this moment. Now, we have Beres and Warren Smith up here who are going to be presenting the jerseys, the heartbeat of SURFEST. So glad to have you guys here, and congratulations on a wonderful occasion. Let's get our first finalist up. Wearing the red here at SURFEST 40 will be Ziggy McKenzie. Round of applause for this wild card who has had a dream run through this event. This is only her second Challenger Series, and she is in the final and looking to create history. Well done, Ziggy. And our second finalist will be Alyssa Spencer. Please make a huge round of applause. This fantastic athlete qualified for the World Championship Tour this week. It's also her birthday. Let's give her a shout out. And what a birthday present it is. These are our two finalists. One of these women will be raising the trophy here at SURFEST this year. So a round of applause for our finalists. We wish you all the best. Have a fantastic event.
Thank you, Vorno. Looking forward to watching that one. Alyssa Spencer. She is looking to elevate her position on the rankings. Already has shored up her place on the CT. Ziggy McKenzie. What a wild card story that's been. Ryan Callanan just throwing some fireworks at us. And it's interesting to think about yourself and Ryan. Jules, obviously so many highlight free surfing moments together, but a lot of your biggest career moments have also been Ryan's as well. Shared a couple of big finals together, including one here at Surfest.
Yeah, we have. We've had one here. That was early on when I first moved to Newcastle, and the whole town showed up, and we ended up having a tie in the final, and I got it on the count back. But we've shared a few big ones. The one in France in particular was also a special one to share with Ryan. But this week, we both weren't able to get through our heats, but I feel like it's a pretty monumental moment for us to kind of put our arms around each other's shoulder and just kind of be pretty proud of the way Revere is being celebrated here in conjunction with the 40th anniversary of the event, and feel like we're doing it together, and we're supporting the boys that are that were still in the event, and just getting around the contest and trying to celebrate a lot of hard work that we're putting in to get this brand up and running. And I feel like it's a big moment for us, so it's a nice way to be experiencing an event. It's a first for us for sure.
Away from the comp site, Rich, the pop-up Revere store over there with the Crumb Cafe has kind of been the meeting place for all the competitors, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. It's, the morning ritual of going to Crumb and getting yourself a coffee, and those pastries, man, they're dangerous, Jules. They are so good. And, we've had to be careful, really, about how much we indulge, but congratulations on the pop-up store. It's the fit out is incredible. There's lots of all your memorabilia in there, your trophies, and your pipe winning. The pipe trophy with the board looks incredible up there, and the gear as well. It's killer. You've done a great job. So great to see it. It feels like the brand has like a family vibe to it, and I think. The way that you've got Arcal involved as well, do you sort of have that feeling? Is that how you want to run it?
Definitely. We, me and Ryan have been sharing shifts in there since we opened up the store. We're just doing everything we can to take advantage of any opportunity that comes up that makes sense. But a lot of, just manual labour going into it, and I'm sure for the local community to go in and get served by Ryan at the Revere pop-up store is a pretty cool experience. And mine and Ryan's trophies from that France final up on the wall with a photo from the final of Ryan that Peter Boscovich, the local photographer, took.
Bosky.
Which is pretty symbolic. It's a nice time to be have some bricks and mortar in the hometown with Surfest being celebrated this week, and it's just nice to get all the competitors through the shop, get them stoked on a coffee, and show them what we're all about at Revere.
Mate, and obviously yourself and Ryan have represented the brand in championship tour events, but you've got a full-time campaigner now. Which I know is a really proud moment. Are we going to see you down at Bell's cheering Mateus on? What's the story?
Yeah, I know that Leandro is so excited and can't wait to have Mateus on the CT, and I couldn't think of a better coach. Just Leandro has so many runs on the board, and he's got so much out of his athletes over the years, so obviously completely excited and respectful of that relationship, but obviously want to go and be in the cheer squad and watch what Mateus can do at a CT level. I think he's poised for a pretty special year ahead, so hopefully going and celebrating some good big heat wins at the top level.
Bring it on. Well, right now we're going to be introduced to our finalists on the men's side. We're going to throw it down to Vaughan on the main stage.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Yes, we've met our women's finalists. Now let's meet our men's finalists, two guys who will be battling it out in this Bioglan Surfest 40 presented by Bonsoy. First of all, from the Sunshine Coast, Queensland, it's Alistair Reginato. He'll be wearing red in the final. This guy's on fire. He's won a QS just a couple of weeks ago, represented his club with pride at the ABB, and now he is surfing in his first ever Challenger Series final. Good on you, Reggie. Nice to see you, mate. And in the blue will be the Olympic gold medalist from Tahiti, Carly Vast. He was in this final last year. He came so close to getting it done, and he'll have another shot at taking it out. Congratulations, mate, in the blue. Obviously a happy hunting ground here at Surfest. Good to see you, mate. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing what these two athletes can do. Please give a round of applause for your 2026 Newcastle SURFEST finalists. Big shout out to Bioglan and presenting sponsor Bonsoy. Let it rip, lads.
Let it rip for sure. Alistair Reginato, Julian, from the Sunshine Coast as well. We've all kind of been waiting to see when Reggie is going to bust out a big result. Such a consistent performer, but it's sort of been at that board riders level and on the regional QS where he's had his big results. Great to see him crack up the later stages of one of these big international contests.
Absolutely, Ronnie. The last 3 events has been amazing to watch, including the board riders battle at Burleigh. So he was at Phillip Island. He needed a major result to get into the Challenger Series for the next year. I was watching the semi-final, which was a massive heat, and he did like a full rotation air on like a 6-foot wave and got a 9-point ride on his first wave of the exchange when everything was on the line.
Wow!
Yeah, Rhino. Absolutely dominated the heat, won the event, booked his ticket to the Challenger Series, then jumped on a plane, went to Burleigh, and then he was racking up 8s and 9s for doing 6 turns on a wave. So it just showcases that he has the full repertoire, and he's showcasing it. And I guess this week, the combination of the airs and the turns is coming together for him, and he's found himself in the final. He's wearing the right kind of hat, and vibes are good. I think this looks like the Sunshine Coast out there today.
He'll be comfortable in the red jersey too. Blue just didn't look right on him. A proud Queenslander. But we are enjoying watching the Bonsoy Legends heat. Ryan Callanan, Jackson Baker, Philippa Anderson out there putting on a show for us at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
Newcastle, where the city meets the surf. And for 4 decades, it's been an arena. 1985 saw the inaugural Newcastle SURFEST.
Easily one of the greatest contests I've ever been in.
Transforming the Steel City into a world-class surfing destination.
SURFEST is more than a competition. It's showcasing the incredible beaches and the amazing lifestyle we have in Newcastle. It's just a wonderful event to get down and see and actually support.
Well, since this event kicked off back in 1985, it has been won by many of the sport's greats, immortals of the game. Tom Curran, Mark Occhilupo, Tom Carroll, Damien Hardman, Mike Parsons, Barton Lynch, Shane Powell, Michael Ramelzi. But, you know, always kick-started the event with an unbelievable honour roll and a trophy with Mark Richards' name on it that everyone wanted. It was no different on the women's side with Wendy Botha, Frida Zamba, Jodie Cooper, Pam Burridge, Pauline Mensah, Michelle Donoghue, Vanessa Osborne in those early days, adding their names to the list. And as a result, you know, you've got that next generation just going, I want my name on that. I want to be up there with those names. And, you know, it's just continued to become and build as such an impressive list of former champions. And this year we're going to get 2 new names on that trophy. Have a look at the scenes here from the Newcastle flight cam, looking over this beautiful beach. You can see why you fell in love with the area as much as you did with the people in it, Julian, because it's spectacular.
Sure is. It is. Look at that. Like just south of Merewether is just coastline of National Park. It's like, you know, you got the Steel City, Newcastle with everything to offer, and then you got National Park surrounding the coast as well, just south. It's a beautiful part of the world to live in, for sure.
For you, you were just able to dive straight into a couple of your favourite hobbies. You were big on your mountain biking back then. The Glenrock Reserve has trails just winding through the National Park there. But also, you're just a quick drive into the hinterland and, you know, you're just chewing up the dirt on your motos.
while sipping some very nice red wine.
Yeah,
it's got
right.
everything
Out to
going
the
on.
Hunter Valley.
But yeah, there's a lot to offer in Newcastle for sure. I think some of the best surf shops. I know for a fact the best motorbike shops in Australia. They sell the most dirt bikes per capita. People around here like to have a bit of fun, and there's a lot to offer between the coast and the dirt.
There sure is. Also, Newcastle Golf Course, rated as one of the best public courses in the country out at the Hunter Valley. Rich, your nose still has a bit of a red sort of Pantone to it after a recent trip up there.
I did. There's so many good courses up there. Actually just played Shelley last Saturday or a couple of Saturdays ago. That's a fun little track as well, right on the coast there, a bit further down from Newcastle. But Magenta Shores, there's all sorts of good courses littered around that area. And Jules, you love your golf, and we see a little bit of golf influence in the product line as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's just plenty of surfers that love to have a swing of the golf, and a lot of golfers that live by the coastline. So, yeah, golf's a big part of our business. I'm a die-hard golfer myself, and yeah, it's just a great thing to do, especially when the waves go onshore, and you have plenty of very, very good golf courses close by to pick from. You're finding, used to be a lot of the older demographic that would tend to be out on the golf course. Now it's all the kids. I'm a bit worried about them, to be honest. The waves go onshore, they want to go and play golf now. They've figured it out too soon.
Oh, Ryan Callanan. Just trademark stuff, isn't it? Those cartwheeling, inverted backhand reverses. No one does them like him. They're just so wild.
So expressive, the way he surfs.
Ryan's image too, part of the event artwork for this 40th anniversary. Beautiful water shot, pulling into a pit on these shores.
Whoa. Still got that great extension, doesn't he? Hey, Jules, you're on the jersey for this one. And we saw last year you had the crack at the CT, and you were setting up for an all-out assault on the Challenger, and then sort of changed course. Where's your appetite now for competition?
I'm still building this brand at the moment. This time last year, I felt like I was ready to go and compete, and I kind of thought the brand was in a good spot, and I went and dipped my toes back into full-time competing, and had a bit of success there, and had quite a run, which was very wholesome and enjoyable. And then since then, tough decision to focus on the business and sort of steady the ship. A few major things happened, and now, a lot of work's gone into getting to this moment where it's very healthily sort of on display and supporting surfing, and these are the things I want to do with the brand. And I don't think I'm too far away from going back and having another proper crack at surfing, but at the moment my time is, I'm a little bit kind of, I don't really have a choice at the moment.
Time poor. You're a bit time poor.
I'm a bit time poor. But yeah, I'll go and do the trials at the Gold Coast, and obviously just, I love surfing. It's a lot more simple than what I'm doing at the moment. But it's nice to play a different role and support the next generation of rippers, and I definitely haven't hung up the boots, but at the moment there's only so much I can do, and focusing on the brand is where my head and heart is at the moment.
Mate, that's awesome to hear. I knew you were focused on the brand, but just to hear that appetite is still kind of there, that you're saving some room for dessert. And maybe another shot at the trials on the Gold Coast is music to our ears, because that was one of the most spirited campaigns that we've seen through a CT event. The emotion, having your family there, it was goosebumps all the way, and tears shared on stage. It was one of the greatest finals that we've seen in some time. And Philippa Anderson having a moment out here, stylish surfer, obviously her brother Craig as well, such a talent. But tenacious competitor. But look out, here they come, the finalists. The women's finalists are making their way into the lineup here. Ziggy McKenzie, the wild card on a giant killing run, has one more big name to try and overcome here. She'll take on Alyssa Spencer, who's been to the championship tour before, has had plenty of big finals and knows how to close out big events. She'll be a tough draw here for Ziggy McKenzie, but she just seems so confident.
She does. She absolutely does. And it'll be cool to see just how she handles a final, because it's a different feeling. I don't know whether you ever felt that, Jules. I didn't make that many, but when I did make them, there was almost this different feeling about being in a final. You're getting so close to putting your hand. You've got one hand on the trophy, and that opportunity to be the champion comes with a little bit of extra pressure. As we see Alyssa Spencer just taking a moment to settle the nerves, settle the mind, and prepare herself. She is by far the most experienced competitor in this final. So, yeah, this is going to be a great matchup. Ziggy McKenzie with nothing to lose, really.
What about making the final of the last Challenger Series event before you take on the championship tour on your birthday? That is just a really special moment, and it'll be massive if Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas, California, can get the job done in this unbelievable clash. As we get set to wrap things up with the Bonsoy Legends Heat, what have you sort of taken from the conditions here, Jules? What the women are going to have to be pretty onto it and really capitalise when the limited opportunities come their way.
Yeah, I think we're just on the other side of the low tide, so it should get a bit of a pulse. I think timing's good with it, you know, with the tide, and yeah, plenty of opportunity, I hope. There's lefts and rights. It's a very playful sides today. Alyssa surfed really good this morning, I thought, against Sarah. I watched that heat. Definitely in form, but yeah, hopefully they just get, you know, fair opportunity and they get to surf it out and best girl wins. That's kind of the beauty of priority surfing, I guess. So may the best girl win, and they're obviously, you know, the two in-form girls of the whole event. So let's see some fireworks here pretty soon.
Most definitely. I was touching on it before. Your run was really inspirational. I think not just for the crowd that were watching it on, or the young Australians watching you run, but for the surfers even on the championship tour, Jules, just to put up a fight like that was a kind of a reminder of the tenacity it's going to take to shift this dominant mindset of the Brazilian surfers who've been claiming the world titles on the men's side. What do you make of this big push from the Australian crew? I mean, it was an amazing run on the Challenger Series for so many of them, and a couple finishing just outside the top 10. Yeah, it was a bummer to see them knocking each other out there right at the end of, you know, locking in the Challenger spots. But a lot of Aussies have qualified. They're going to have a lot of momentum rolling into the first event of the CT. I think the way that the boys have sort of been getting around each other, there is a little bit of that Brazilian vibe going on there, where they've really got each other's back. They're free surfing together, they're having mock heats together, they're going out there and they're smashing heats together, and they're qualifying together. They've genuinely got each other's back, and yeah, I think they're poised to make a shift back into the Aussies' favour. I'm excited to see this crop of guys go into the CT and have a big swing. Obviously, starting in Australia again with 3 events. It's yeah, Peter Boscovich, most famous. Hey, one of the most famous photogs of all time in the surfing world, that's for sure. Jules, thanks so much for stepping in for the call on the Bonsoy Legends Heat. Enjoy the finals. Congratulations on sponsoring your first big WSL event, and we look forward to seeing you surfing those trials up on the Gold Coast. We got the finals coming up in just a moment with Jessie Starling, Felicity Parmentier and Vaughan Blakey stepping in for the call.
The Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin of the World Surf League Australia, by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Newcastle SURFEST, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League.
It's been a long but very entertaining road on the way to the finals, but we have done it. We are there into the last two heats of the event, and they're big looking matchups down here at Newcastle. And you can just see the beach is lighting up, where everyone's getting excited to crown new champions here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey, Flick Parmentier. We've got two finals coming up with one very deserving winner, and they've had to go through everything this week. Big waves, wind, and now into small, trickier conditions. So whoever's going to take this out is going to be extremely deserving.
Yeah, and there's just been so much pressure around this event. You know, leading into it, everyone's careers, everyone's hopes, fortunes, dreams, they were alive. But now at the end of it, 10 surfers from the men have qualified for the championship tour. 7 surfers from the women have done the same. But for Alyssa Spencer, that was a couple of... Well, was it yesterday?
It was yesterday.
It was yesterday. So she got it done. She is back on tour. But this is the new goal. To go home, back to Encinitas with that Mark Richards trophy. You know, wow. I mean, this is our SURFEST. This is 40 years of history in the making, and she could have her name on that. And then on the other side of this final, Ziggy McKenzie. Have we made enough of just what an achievement this is for this young, you know, superstar to cut her way through this draw and be in a Challenger Series final? It is remarkable.
Oh, it's massive. I mean, she spoke to it earlier. This is her second Challenger Series event, right? She's come in as a wild card. The first one, she was like, oh, don't worry about that one too much. It didn't go as planned. But this one, as a 17-year-old, you're in your first final. That sends waves of messages around the world to your competitors. She's on the Challenger Series next season, the next season of the Challenger Series. The confidence that you take from this, potentially staring down the barrel of a win also, in just over 33 minutes time, is huge.
Yeah, it's insane. You know, Ziggy as well, like we mentioned, she's had a long road to get here. She took down Ellie Harrison in the quarterfinals, Sol Aguirre, and she was even winning big heats against Anat Law, who's just qualified for that championship tour. Laura Rupp, who was really close. Charlie Haitley, another young gun coming out of Australia. So it's not been an easy road to get here, but Ziggy has just taken this Challenger Series in her stride, Vorno.
She has, and I know that she will have so many eyeballs glued to this final. You know, she is a citizen of the world, really represents Australia, of course, spent a lot of time in Bali. You were talking about, you know, that Ulus, that Bukit connection. They'll all be watching. Shout out to you all over there in Indonesia. They've watched Ziggy McKenzie, like, send it so huge on outside corner on huge swells, pack it in that Rip Curl Cup, the tube riding challenge over there. She's had a start in that, so plenty of experience. She won an ISA junior world title, and this is by far the biggest event that she's ever been in, and she is in the final. It is remarkable.
It just screams versatility to me. I just you list out all those results, you know, all the different waves she surfed, the upbringing she's had, and you know, just this week too. It's really asked that of the surfers as we see our first ride.
Yeah, just a quick in and out for Ziggy here. So we'll wait to lock in this score, but yeah, you talk about versatility for Ziggy, where Alyssa, she's going to really rely on experience here. Obviously, she's still super young, 23 years old, but she's already had a year on the championship tour. You know, she's competed here for a really long time. I'm talking all the way back in 2018, where she first came and competed when it was a big QS 6000 for the women. And so she's gonna try and kind of use that to her advantage here. I think the best thing that both of these ladies have done that have got them to this point is they caught lots of waves, and they've kept their plan really simple, and I think they just need to keep doing that here.
Totally. The conditions today, it's definitely changed since the rest of the week. We've seen the plan just really fail today when you've just sat and waited, and priorities essentially been a bit of an anchor, right? It's really been the downfall of a lot of surfers who have been in form all event. But yeah, the secret to today is taking opportunities when they come in front of you and rolling the dice.
I think Alyssa must just be feeling so light after the week she's had. You know, there was so much pressure on her coming through, getting that qualification. It frees her up. She said it herself. She enjoyed her birthday. I think that was yesterday, but today over in the States. So, yeah. You know, there'll be crew lighting birthday candles and getting ready to celebrate with her if she can get the job here. This is a huge opportunity. You know, a Challenger Series event is something that is really only second to a CT. So, you know, a win here, you're not just etching your name in the history books, you're really sounding the alarm bells to all that crew in that next tier above that you're going to be throwing some, well, you're going to be sticking them up. That's what I'm saying. You're going to be holding them up and ready to throw.
You mentioned at the start of the heat, Vorno, you know, adding your name to a long list of an honour roll, basically, of champions here at Newcastle. If I look back, we've only had one American lady take home a title here in the past, and it was back in 1986, Frida Zamba. She took the win here. So Alyssa looking to continue the roll for the Americans. She's going to swing on her first wave here, gets a section, and lays into it for Alyssa Spencer. She's hoping to get a little bit more down the line here. Let's see this wave stand up, hopefully give her some opportunities. It's not going to do it, but you can even see just looking confident on that first section there.
Just precision. I just keep saying it with her. Her timing is so good. And on her forehand, she's really good at throwing the tail. Really, it just comes easy to her. You know, the heat previous, her semi-final, she just did it so well. And yeah, I mean, look, in the context of the heat, it's early days, but it's going to feel nice just to stomp that, get the completion, and yeah, is it going to be really consequential in the heat? Hopefully not, but just to get that one up on Ziggy, it's going to feel nice.
Yeah, precision is the word, speed. She's been building. There was a heat where she was, her qualification was on the line, and her first two turns did not have that crispiness. They were a little bit wobbly. She wasn't really cracking it. The nerves, that's what it was. They were really, you know, affecting her stance and her belief and just her positioning on the wave, the real basics. But once she got through that, it was game on. And I do recall one backside snap in that heat where you could tell that she'd made the conscious decision to not let the nerves affect her anymore, because she left a few points on the board on that wave, and then the next wave she really went to town. So yeah, she looks primed here.
Yeah, so lucky to come to Newcastle. And just with this Newcastle flight cam, we're getting a real feel of what it's like out there. It's different to what we had this morning. The winds come up. The swell maybe even picking up a little bit compared to that very first heat of the morning where we saw Ziggy and Ellie out there. And it gives us a great kind of indication of, all right, there are some things you have to take into consideration here with the conditions.
Yeah, it's a totally different story to this morning. Also the tide, right? We've swung past well and truly low tide. It's incoming now. So whatever swell's out there, and tomorrow it's supposed to be a bit bigger, right? So you've got to be thinking it might be on the rise already. Got this incoming tide as we see Alyssa on the backhand.
Looking for a big section. She's just going to foam climb to start off. You can see she spent a lot of time chasing here, trying to get that energy on the front foot. Hopefully move through the inside just a half beat behind this whole wave. She'll connect beautifully on the inside there, but you would have loved to see her just 10 more centimetres out in front of the foam.
Yeah, that wave actually did look like it had scoring potential. Look, it's a nice tall set wave. She never quite gets into a spot where she's able to attack the lip, and the lip is a crumbling, you know, it's asking a lot of questions, but without that perfect timing, without that down the line speed, you just don't even have the option.
Oh, anyone that's, you know, surfs and is watching this right now knows the feeling of you get a good wave and you're just that little bit caught behind, and it is so frustrating. She has the right read here and chooses the right turn, but just doesn't get probably the projection she wanted from that turn, like the right squirt of energy out of there to really project around this next section. But yeah, in the free surf, you're just like, oh, I finally got a good one, and I was 10 centimetres behind, like you said, Jessie. It's so frustrating, and she'll feel that too. You know, I think, yeah, she's stuck with it, which was actually interesting. I mean, that's why she's a competitor and I'm not anymore. I would have been like, out of there.
Out of here. Maybe even there was potential for 2 turns out the back before she came through that inside. Like, there was probably bigger opportunity to have out the back here for Alyssa, but she's just so ready for a big green face in front of her. She's got a 4-5 for the first wave. She's going to back it up here with what looks to be a flat 3-point ride. Ziggy, on the other hand, a couple of small scores here, but I love that this matchup is what we're looking at for the final, because I touched on it earlier. When you think about their game plans, they've both been exactly the same the whole time. So these guys, you know, it's going to push each other to think, and I wonder if this is going to make Ziggy want to drop and wait and be on better waves, or if we're just going to see her keep on surfing.
Yeah, I think the difference between these two surfers at the moment is rhythm. You know, Alyssa, even though she's not banking huge scores, she's got the flow. That first wave, just a one-turner, but it was a 4.5. The second wave didn't quite stand up how she wanted, but at least it was down the line and she was doing some surfing. So she's in sync with it right now, whereas Ziggy, couple of takeoffs, not really much doing, yet to really find her space in this heat. But, you know, Ziggy is a product of this sort of Australian pathway that program that is part of the High Performance Centre up there with Surfing Australia. So I know that they'll be glued as well, watching on with interest. Shout out to all the team up there. And they've been, you know, really enjoying a lot of success with those pathways. And, you know, the good thing is with 25 minutes to go, they will have such belief and faith that everything she's learned on that journey will serve her in this sort of scenario.
Yeah, you can see there's a great crew down there. Hoggy and Botsy being one of the two coaches being able to just be in everyone's corner this week and experience everything. Timmy Mack there in the bottom of your screen too. But Ziggy actually this week working with Adam Dufner. So she's getting to enjoy the advice from these guys, but she's leaning on a different coach. And Adam Dufner, he's just kind of been this real quiet achiever in the coaching realm, and he's taken it all the way to a final here. Just one manoeuvre for Ziggy. So she's going to continue to try and build on this one right now.
Look, for me, we were talking about the contrast of the surfing, right? If you're trying to break it down, because they've both been consistent in wave catching in their heats, 100%. That's been the difference. That's why these two women are here. But if you break it down, I feel like Ziggy's really being rewarded for these big one turns, right? Like I think back even to the heat that we were calling the semi-Jess, she really was rewarded for just going straight up into the lip. It might not necessarily given her more sections down the line, whereas Alyssa's been banking off multiple manoeuvres. So we'll see how that goes here in this heat. I mean, I'm thinking Ziggy might also be thinking in the mind frame of, hey, I know I've been getting big scores for these big one-turn moments. So it's totally capable. If a big section presents itself, I have no doubt she was going to go for it.
You can see on screen before Adam Dufner there and Jared Detiri. So having it's pretty cool. It's not very often you see that, especially on the Challenger Series level, having not only a surf coach, but a fitness coach down here supporting you in your corner.
Yeah, true. I mean, she's in good hands here. Duffy was the Australian Coach of the Year last year at the Australian Surfing Awards. So, you know, he's had some success as well. His speech was absolutely out of this world. It was so good.
Oh, my gosh.
Like a Matthew McConaughey kind of
speech.
speech.
Oh, my gosh. The shout out to the wifey and everything.
Oh, it was
it was amazing.
Yeah.
But it was cool to see as well, you know, Duffy, his greatest student, Dane Henry. They haven't lost together in so long. And down at Bells Beach. So Duff's going to get this CT experience with this absolute lethal weapon of a competitor that is Dane Henry. So it's just cool to see, you know, how they've grown. And Dane was actually the one to give Duffy the award at the awards night, the Surfing Australia Awards night. It was such a special moment. I think everyone had a little cry around the room, and Dane also winning Male Surfer of the Year. So it really was just a great night for those two. But you can see just how locked in they are. All these coaches, we've been talking about it all week long. It means so much to them as well. And even, you know, when Mateus having someone like Julian to lean on this week, the minute he lost, you know, you're straight into your coach's arms. And it's a family kind of unit.
Yeah, and you wonder, is Ziggy going to get a call up for the trials down there or some sort of shot at a start in that Rip Curl Pro? We'll have to wait and see. But, yeah, Duffy could have his hands full down there with a really exciting young team. Time ticking away. And Alyssa Spencer with the best of it so far, a 4.5. Back that up with a 3. It's been tricky this afternoon, no doubt about it. The last few heats have been so interesting, just different styles of combat going on, really. We saw Collie Vast and little Lucas Cassidy get stuck into some heated paddle battle. Almost zero surfing going on for the entire first half of that heat as they just chased each other up and down Merriweather Beach. This seems a little more measured from these two, but look at the faces. I mean, there's not much chat going on between these two athletes.
No, definitely not. And, you know, we have to take a moment and just kind of appreciate Ziggy and her road to recovery. We've got a Bond University athlete health check here. We'll get back to that in a second. Alyssa Spencer, she's going to go onto the backhand, clicks with that first section, gets into another one. Could see there was a bit of a paddle battle, so both surfers with interest in this wave. Let's hope it bowls up on the inside here. She's rolling through, trying to high line and gain a little bit more speed. It's got a weird wonk all the way through it. Now Ziggy's turn, out the back. High lines over it. It's just going to be one section. She goes down. That's kind of been her go-to surfing, just one big turn this entire event. But you can just see, you know, we spoke about it earlier, Flick, just the conditions. Even Alyssa's wave had kind of a lump the whole way through it.
Oh, there's a lot of lump and bump out there. That wind just keeps getting a little bit stronger every sort of half an hour to an hour. But this wave right here, she read it well. Those first two turns, you couldn't have placed them better. She just really identified, you know, that little cap, that little, basically the onshore is providing, really. It's providing that little cap. She identified it. She connected with it. Yeah, precision and timing is definitely her thing. So you can see it here. Connects beautifully, and then again, there it is. She just lines up with it and gets a little bit of a release on the fins. So her, like, identifying a wave like this in the conditions how they are this afternoon is no easy feat. I mean, a lot of the waves that are coming through are looking almost like, you know, straight closeouts essentially. We're just offering the one big moment. So yeah, hats off to her, and then behind her, Ziggy just going for that one big jam, but coming unstuck there, probably just hitting a little bit of lump and bump.
Yeah, now Ziggy, like we mentioned, she's been on a long road to recovery here. We've got a Bonn University athlete health check, and she actually did her MCL injury in December last year at the ISA Worlds. So to come back from that, you know, go through rehab all through summer at home, maybe not get to surf as much as she wanted to, straight into her biggest event of her career and this year, and be in the final. I mean, it screams resilience for Ziggy McKenzie.
MCL injuries are tough ones to come back from. Obviously, surfers, you know, we talk a lot about ankle injuries and knee injuries, but your knee, it's the ligament that runs on the inside of your knee, and it's so common for surfers. So just to be able to trust again, because we pivot so much with that in that knee, it's so much of a mental battle. Even if you get the all clear from the doc, like, yeah, you're fine to go, it's fully healed. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Classic little knee warm up there from Callie, but you really... They just bear so much weight, and yeah, to really start trusting in that again is almost, yeah, it's a mind over matter battle. It really is.
It's like Borno's dance moves after a couple of Stoneham Woods.
Right.
On the dance floor.
Please. Mate, I can serve it way harder than that, thanks, Jeff.
Alyssa, she got a 6.67 on that last one. Trying to find another backup here, so a 4.5, anything better than that will do it. But she's got the right approach here, Borno. She's just catching waves. You got to when it's like this.
Yeah, and, you know, the sections aren't huge. They're not allowing really major, high, critical manoeuvres, but she's linking it beautifully, and she's given the judges, you know, lots to like, because there's so much flow here. And when you're surfing fast, it really doesn't matter if you're not getting crazy sections. You know, it's nice to watch. It's easy on the eye, and so you can start to go, all right, well, look, this is a woman in rhythm. A 6.67 for that last ride. So you can see that even without the major explosions that really, like, demand top scores, Alyssa's still giving the judges lots to enjoy.
Yeah, Alyssa's starting to catch a bit of fire right now. She's trying to roll into what could be her third big Challenger Series win in her career. We'll be right back after a Bonsoy brew break. We're 15 minutes away from crowning our first champion here at the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And these drone angle shots make me never want to leave Newcastle. Such a vibrant city. So many incredible surfers coming from this part of the world. And we love coming back here, especially for the 40th year. Alistair Reginato, he's coming up next, and he's looking for the biggest win of his career here, Borno.
How was that shot then? From the Australian flag, the slow pan out to the focused face of Alistair Reginato, who will be looking to do it for Australia at this event. It's been a huge event, obviously, for Australia, with 5 men qualifying for the championship tour, but geez, the cherry on top would be Alistair Reginato lifting it for the hometown crowd. But, you know, he's got work to do. An Olympic gold medalist stands between him and glory. And out the back, big backside snap here from Alyssa Spencer, who could just really put no foot wrong at the moment. She's just sliding and gliding across these waves, and now finally a move of substance.
Yeah, this is beautiful to watch on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. This is one big belt. I mean, the section was asking for it, right? She slapped this thing really, really, really hard. It was beautiful, really great timing, and just connected with the lip. Really, for her right now, I'd be interested. I think this could potentially better her 4.6. Just the one big turn. Judges have been appreciating that all week. So we'll see where that score lands.
Yeah, bigger looking wave as well. So there's a bit more intent on that section for Alyssa Spencer. Just sticking to her guns here. Her coach, Chris Gallagher, would be, you know, just keeping that routine. There's no point changing it because she's winning heats and she's in the final and in a really good looking lead right now. 6.67 and a 4.6, potentially more to her name when this next score drops. A 9.44 is currently the requirement for Ziggy McKenzie.
Yeah.
We're over 20 minutes into this heat. She's got a 1.83 and a 0.87, Vorno.
Well, Ziggy's secret weapon this whole event has been fun. You know, while everyone else has been stressing out all around her, she's just been going, you know what, this is just a great opportunity for me to learn, make a few heats. She's found herself in the final. And, Flick, I'd love to get your take on this. You know, how much do you think she's sort of sat out there and just gone, holy moly, I could win this thing? And does that start to play into your confidence?
Yeah, I reckon. I reckon it can. I think maybe she's been very composed. One thing I will say, almost eerily composed for a 17-year-old in her post-heat interviews. Even the last one she did with you, afterwards, I looked at Jetson and I was like, is she really only 17? Because I couldn't believe it. So I don't know if it really has gotten... I don't know. If I take those into account, I don't know if it would be getting into her head. Obviously, we look at the requirement there needed to move up into first. It's a big one. But she can do it in two waves. The paddle out's so quick, she could break it down if she needs to. But, yeah, I don't know. Something about me just says that she's just say, oh, yeah, like, thanks so much for my post-heat interview and I'm really happy with myself. But I just, you know, when you can, people, unless she's doing a really good job at not wearing a heart on her sleeve, to me it seems there's a real level of, yeah, like nonchalant there and she's really composed.
Yeah, she's steely.
Yeah.
The fun factor comes when you're surfing.
Yeah.
And at the moment, she's caught 5 waves and hasn't really had a chance to go surfing. So, you know, 11 minutes 30. I think you're right. I think she's got the composure to pull something out here, but she needs to get some waves. She just needs to start feeling that energy back up in her body and start to, like, feel like she's in it. It
also feels to me that Alyssa's just had the pick of the wave selection. Obviously, the scores reflect it big time. But Alyssa's read right now on the wave and the lineup, and it's just really allowing her to go to turns. I feel like, unfortunately for Ziggy, she's just picked a bunch of closeouts, really.
Yeah, and that last big turn for Alyssa, it's 5.07, so it does better. And it applies just that little bit more pressure. And now look at her. She's chasing her up the point, or the beachy, I should say, with just under 11 minutes to go here. And it's not like Ziggy, you know, is sticking to a plan of catching waves. She's actually met the same amount of waves as Alyssa Spencer. They both have 5, but Ziggy's just wave selection really letting her down. She was in incredible form in that heat against Sol Aguirre. Wherever she went, a wave popped up. She just had that incredible flow. So she needs to kind of just try and tap back into that right now. These guys, you know, miles down the beach at this point. So it also really helps when you're on one of those bigger looking waves. You can connect with a big section like we saw with Alyssa, because the judges are so far away. It really does give them a point of, oh, wow, they actually belted that.
Yeah, and Ziggy's been great at attacking the lip. You know, if I think about her highlight moments in this comm, it's putting the board through the lip, hooking it really tight and sending a beautiful fairness spray into the air. Like, that's really how she got it done this morning over Ellie Harrison. It was the point of difference, just a little more sting through the lip. I remember one turn in particular where it could have just been a classic sort of lip run, and she just jammed onto the heel and really dug into the turn, and it proved to be the difference. It was actually the top scoring ride in that one. And so she's got the weapons. But, you know, those weapons, they need to be fired on the wave. They can't be fired paddling around. And so this is the frustrating thing now. And Ziggy's just got to find a way to find a wave that will give her that opportunity.
You know, Flick and I were talking about it earlier. She had such an incredible childhood growing up between Australia and Indo, but predominantly, you know, growing up in Bali. And it's such a cool place to be able to hang out. Her parents, Jake and Ness, owned Drifter for a really long time. I actually just found out they sold it recently. And they now have started up a new business called Dharma down near where Ripco, Indonesia is too. And, you know, she still gets to head back over to Indo, spend so much time there. And Flick and I were talking about it earlier, just being comfortable in reef breaks like that, it does wonders for your career.
Yeah, it really does. And here she goes. This is Ziggy McKenzie, just a little wobbly off the takeoff.
Oh, you can see just emotion, a bit of frustration there from Ziggy. We're finally starting to see her maybe wear her heart on the sleeve a little bit more. You could see just that takeoff had a bit of bump in it, so it forced her to be late to that section. And I actually like that we're seeing a bit of frustration from her right now.
Yeah, she just landed on that toe side roll a little bit and off balance here, but I mean, she cares and she wants it, obviously. This is not how she would be thinking that this final would have been going down, especially, you know, every time the women have been on, she's somewhat managed to make it way. She's made her way into the post show, and that means one thing. It means you're performing and it means you're doing really well, right? You're not putting bad surfing in the post show. So she's doing stuff right. She just needs to kind of tap back into those same feelings that she's had all week. Try and find that flow and find those waves that are going to give her that opportunity, because, I mean, I actually do think that last wave could have. It felt like there was a big open section there. Just, I don't know, maybe it could be on the money, Vaughn, and maybe the nerves could be playing factor.
Yeah, it's not the Ziggy we've seen so far in this event. But, you know, 7.5 minutes, you can turn a heat in this much time. This is one of the positives of just a little wind swell like this. You can get a couple of chances back to back. We have seen that today.
And we've had plenty of buzzer beaters this entire event. It really has been the story. We're going to take a look at this heat, though. The GWM recap, of course. We welcome our finalists on stage, a tradition we have here at Surfest. Ziggy getting a couple of one hits, but Alyssa Spencer finding the runners here.
Yeah, it was rhythm. That's the tail of the tape here. Alyssa's got it, and she's flying down. You know, she's not getting huge opportunities to push her surfing to the limit, but what she is doing is linking her turns with plenty of speed, and it's put some decent numbers on the board. This was a beautiful one-turn hit. The backhand has been so reliable for her this week, and that was a 5.07 for just the one turn.
Yeah, for me, the wave selection's on point. Right now, that's not an easy lineup to figure out. Definitely challenging. You know, we heard Jules say it right before he left the booth, you know, when they had that Legends heat on, you know, it is making it quite hard out there, and you know, really wave selection is it. So right now, Ziggy really needs to do something to make things happen. Let's see what she's got.
She's going to go into that section too, but just, you know, she's such a fast surfer, so she can convert on short, sharp sections like that, but just crumbling with that wind blowing back towards her here. So Alyssa Spencer, she's 6 minutes away from her third Challenger Series win. That's a massive accolade to add. You know, she's won in Portugal, she's won in Brazil, and now she's on the championship tour. Pressure's off, and she's looking for her first real big major win over here in Australia. And if she can do that and then take that momentum down to Bells, that is such a moment in her career to be able to roll into the CT like that.
And let's not forget, most of those, you know, the women and the men who are going to be competing down there at the Ripco Pro, they've had months and months off. Okay, like Fiji finals, if you're competing for a world title, that was August, September. But the guys and women before that, that's had another month onto that. It's like 6 months of no competition, really, and just, you know, obviously trying to get tuned, trying to get strong, fit, the best, you know.
Or you're just sitting around eating burgers
and drinking beers.
Can't wait for the tour to rock around, walk in the park, should be a problem, cut line's gone. But yeah, no, I think the blade, keeping it sharp, is a real advantage for these Challenger Series surfers, and not just the competition, the strategy, the performance, but the pressure.
Yeah.
You know, like these surfers have been through the ringer to get that qualification position, and so they'll be really tuned in to that pressure again.
Oh, and let's have a look here, Ziggy.
Ziggy needs to get going here. Comes up. That's a better looking turn. But
No!
hold on. This has been a nightmare heat right now for Ziggy McKenzie. And you can really feel for her. She's done all the hard work to get here, and she just can't connect right now in this heat.
Jess, I heard you say moments ago, you know, I like seeing a little bit of emotion here from Ziggy, and this is why, because you were like, when you do get frustrated, sometimes it just makes you throw it. You throw everything at the section. Ziggy did that then, and she almost rode out to put herself back in the heat, but just cops a bobble. Yeah, you know, I know that feeling. You know, I think all surfers do, where you're having a bit of a shocker and you just, all of a sudden, you just bash some section that you wouldn't normally even look twice at, and you make it, and you're like, oh, hang on a minute. I'm back here. I mean, that happens in free surf. So that could have, you know, she could have utilised that frustration into a meaningful score just then.
Yeah, you could see she was really trying to do it as well. So Alyssa, now she's got priority. There's 3.5 minutes. Ziggy's needing practically a 10. She needs a 9.91 to take the lead here. So Alyssa, you know, she's not even like she's surfed super out of her skin. You know, she's still kind of been sitting in cruise control this entire final, but she hasn't had to. You know, she's been able just to surf a really smart heat. And obviously we talk about her being incredible down at Bells. Obviously Snapper, she's going to be pretty hard to beat there as well. But then we add Raglan into the equation. I mean, the goofy footers would be loving that. We have an exceptional list. You know, think Caroline, Bahine, Erin, and now we add a Nat, Nadia, and Alyssa to that. She's going to be so lethal, and this is exactly, you know, the class that we're welcoming in for 2026. Our 7 women, for the first time in history, we're welcoming 7 women to the championship tour.
Oh, it's really cool. It's awesome. It's been a long time coming. I'm so excited about it. Like I said, I've said it all week. It's going to be new people to support, new people to get behind, new narratives. You just touched on it, Jess. 3 more goofs to the tour, and that's something that I am excited about. So is Vaughn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean...
You're goof, right?
No.
I thought you were.
I'm a regular footer, but I love goofies.
Yeah, hang on.
No, I'm not
Get my
biased towards natural footers. I mean, but I don't have the same love for a 1 foot left shorey like goofies have, that's for sure.
Yeah, we do love them.
I love a 1 foot left shorey. I'll join you with that flick.
Yeah, you grew up in Narrabeen though, so your 1 foot left shorey is a lot better than a lot of other people.
I'm just standing the wrong way. 2 minutes to go here. Alyssa just not letting Ziggy out of her sight right now. Little bit of space here for Ziggy McKenzie though. She might even get a bit of work done. Slash holds on with a bit of white water, pushing her back down here. Let's hope she can just get a big section under her belt. It's not going to happen. And you can't help it, you know, your heart hurts right now for Ziggy, because you can see how bad, you know, she wants to put a big score on the board, but it's just the ocean just not providing, and with priority coming into this as well. Yeah, my heart, it really does hurt for Ziggy.
Yeah, I think the disappointing thing for Ziggy is that she's capable of putting excellent scores on the board, and she just hasn't had the opportunity. You know, her rhythm in this heat was definitely offbeat, while Alyssa's was just on point. And, you know, so far out. I mean, you cannot be anything other than totally stoked for this young woman who is, you know, in a Challengers Series final. She's really, shouldn't be here till next year. Like, she's qualified for the Challenger Series next year, but she gets a wild card, surfs it all the way to the final. Yes, it isn't the performance that she was hoping for, but imagine what she has still to come.
Oh, it's massive. We've already said it. It's going to do big things for her confidence, but you really got to commend Alyssa Spencer. I mean, she's converted on every wave. You know, could be wrong here, but I don't think she's fallen. Could jinx her also, but she hasn't fallen. She has really picked this apart. She has had great wave selection, great flow between her turns, and, you know, 27 on the clock. It's not looking likely here that, you know, Ziggy might get another opportunity.
Yeah, and you can see the boys on the beach clapping her in. That's Chris Gallagher and Zoe Zeitz, Ollie Zeitz. You see Levi Slawson, who had probably one of the hardest losses of his career, and he's still down here supporting Alyssa Spencer. And I think that speaks volume to the type of person Levi is as well. And Gally, you know, like I mentioned, Alyssa and Chris Gallagher just make an incredible duo. Alyssa has just won the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, her 3rd ever Challenger Series win, and she's taking that, like we mentioned, into the championship tour.
She won it with pure class, didn't she? Experience and fantastic rhythm. She was in complete flow zone with this heat. And there wasn't a whole lot going on out there. It's just that if a wave came, she was on it. She linked the dots perfectly with lots of speed, and that is a well-deserving win.
Let's talk about her week. Turned 23, qualified for the championship tour, and then just won a Challenger Series event. It doesn't get much better than that.
Oh, well, you know what, though? At the beginning of the week, it was quite the opposite, right? I feel that the trajectory of this week that is crazy that she's been on, because yes, she was right there, you know, in the conversation of qualifying or not, but then she jumped out of it with the live rankings and, you know, kind of watching everything unfold, and she didn't even know when she qualified that was the moment and the heat that was going to, you know, really allow for that to happen. So talk about kind of a 180 and probably feelings from the start of the week to the finish.
Oh. And here she comes, big smiles. There's your champion. Best birthday ever.
Best birthday ever. Cool. Alyssa Spencer, just such a deserving winner as well. You know, she just kept believing in herself. I ran into her on the boardwalk and she told me, you know, I just kept saying, you know, believe in yourself. The wave's going to come. You can do it. And you can see just how much that pays off for her. There's such a big smile on her face here, and straight in to Levi and her team that get to support her so much. She said, you know, she's had a lot of personal growth this year as well, and there'd be moments where you'd probably want to be like, you know what, I kind of want to quit, but she didn't, and now she gets to reap the rewards of that.
All right, she's got the board.
And of course, the chair up. Here it is, the moment. Alyssa Spencer, your champion here.
Oh my God.
And the smile, it really does say it all.
Yeah. She's not just back on tour. She's a champion here at Newcastle. Bioglan SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Her name goes on the honour roll. That's going to be a lot of fun for her to look at, you know. Go through the list of names, see the world champs. Ronnie was speaking earlier, you know, if you win this event, it's a good sort of crystal ball that you could get to the CT, but I mean, on the women's side, there's a lot of world title winners there, a lot of champs.
So many, and of course, you know, we spoke to it earlier in the heat. Only one other American woman winning this before, and it was Frida Zamba, and now Alyssa gets to add her name as one of two. You know, and listen, Frida, what a cool list. You know, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's so epic. I'm just so stoked for it. I just cannot believe how she would have been feeling coming into this event versus how she is exiting it. She's exiting it on the shoulders, you know, of these great guys. You know, this is so cool. It's just the 180 in emotions. It's radical, right? And that's what surfing is. It can just be, you know, one extreme to the other, and it brings out the best in you. And yeah, are they going to carry her all the way? That's impressive.
I think so.
They're going to. They have to. All the way to the stage.
They must.
We love the big smile here from Alyssa Spencer. She's our champion on the women's side. We have one last heat to roll through, and the question is,
congratulations, Alyssa Spencer, the champion in the 40th anniversary of Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, winning the event, that prestigious title on her birthday, her 23rd birthday. An intense week for her. She got bumped out of the top 7, needed to fight hard to get her qualification spot back on the championship tour, and she has done it and finished the job in style here. A memorable victory, her 3rd Challenger Series win. And she'll add her name to an honour roll that, man, is going to be celebrated forever. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett. We're gearing up for the men's final now, Rich. We're going to have a fresh champion adding their name to the list as well. It's going to be a good battle. These two have been on fire.
It's going to be a really good battle, and I feel like they're quite evenly matched as well. Both very capable in the air, but underpinned by a real power game as we look to the men's final bracket, starting with the quarterfinals. That's where we kick things off action this morning. And you see semi-final number 1, Alistair Reginato, got up over his good mate, Dakota Walters and Cowley Vast. Well, that was a real tussle, a bit of an arm wrestle between these two guys. A couple of fireworks and, well, maybe a little bit of pepper on that one as well. Those guys came out of the water pretty fired up. So Lucas Cassidy going down, but an incredible showing from him through this event, setting up the final with Alistair and Cowley. Cowley Vast had the 2nd place here at the start of the Challenger Series last year. So he's equalled his best result here. He'd love to go one better.
Representing France, from Tahiti. He is the Challenger Series champion, overtaking Eli Hanneman in this final event, and he wants to close it out, as Richie said. Runner-up at the start of the Challenger Series here to Jacob Wilcox, less than a point in their battle with their heat score totals. But Alistair Reginato just in incredible form and on his way to his best ever finish in a Challenger Series. He's had a number of ninth place finishes in Challengers over the years, but this is the first time that he's made it to finals day. And he's got almost an unflappable kind of approach, Reginato, when he has the momentum on his side. He's been on a magic run these past couple of weeks. And he seemed confident, didn't he, when he spoke in his post-heat interview?
Sure did, and you feel like with each event he goes through, and in particular, you know, the last couple of weeks, he's just having this confidence instilled in him and this belief. And because, I mean, a couple of years ago, we knew his name. He was a sort of permanent fixture on the domestic tour and certainly performed incredibly well at all the club events, the Australian Board Riders Battle. He's been a real strength in that event under clutch situations. So, you know, it's almost like he's transferred what he's learned being under pressure in those situations and applied it to these events here, the qualifying tour and now in the Challenger Series. Mate, he is surfing really, really well. Obviously, you can't be fluking it, making it all the way to the final of the Challenger Series. Really competitive field this week.
Yeah, he's just come powering into the top 50 on the Challenger Series ranks. He's in 37th position, Alistair Reginato. He's jumped 53 spots already.
Wow.
Kelly Vars, he's right on top. He is the apex predator on the Challenger Series. He'll be avoiding that dreaded first round with the lower seeds at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in his first event. So that's a massive accomplishment too. But these two, no previous head-to-head history for them. Of course, we know Kelly Vars is so accomplished. He's had a magic run on the Challenger Series last year. We mentioned the second place finish. Took a win in Ericeira. He's had 4 CT wildcards in the past. He doesn't need wildcards anymore. He's going to be a full-time campaigner on the CT. Here are the qualifiers for the 2026 Championship Tour.
It's a good-looking field, and right up the top there, Carly Vars today secured the #1 position on the Challenger Series, so he goes into the Championship Tour as the #1 seed coming out of this tour. And that top 5, 1 to 5 there, they are going to skip that first tricky round of 4 heats in the Championship Tour event. First heat down at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. So Callum Robson, Luke Thompson, newcomer, Oscar Berry, newcomer, Matthias Hurdy, newcomer. It's going to be great to see them all on tour.
Yeah, very worthy fresh faces, additions to the CT ranks. But 6 of our Challenger Series competitors making a return to the CT. And for some of them, it's been long awaited. They've been stuck in this Challenger Series grind, just trying to overcome just the mental damage that was inflicted after being cut from the CT. And many of them will be relieved that they'll have a fuller schedule to chase down big results and find their form or continue their form on the CT.
Yeah, well, it does take a little while to find your feet on the Championship Tour. Just, you know, you're going to all these new locations. It's a different level of performance. It's a different level of competition. It's man on man, basically, from the opening round. So, you know, you have to step up your game. Now, here we go. We're opening up the final here with Alistair Reginato.
Yeah, he looks sparky on the first turn, but doesn't complete that second move. Opportunity goes begging there. I think there'd be a little restraint in the scoreline too, but, you know, we've seen heats constructed around a strong mid-range ride to kick things off, and it was a shame he didn't complete this one.
Yeah, just throwing the board up and over the roof of that final section. This first turn, though, Ron, really crisp. Good signs there. Al comes around this section and just a little bit late there, so not being able to complete that final manoeuvre. So maybe a little bit of a dent in the armour, and you wonder whether fatigue at this point in the week, maybe things are coming into play there. These guys very, very fit, though.
Yeah, well, Reggie, we touched on it during his semi-final clash got a run of good swells up on the Gold Coast where he's living now. Lots of time at snapper. If, you know, that doesn't get you primed, fit and ready for multiple heats in a day, nothing will. Fighting the current, there was reverse currents there and then southerly sweeps going on, and you're always having to do that run around. So I'd say Reggie's in peak physical condition, but Calivas looks to be on a whole nother level physically. He just looks so strong, and even when the waves have kind of flattened out throughout the day, he has just powered and just generated so much of his own speed. He's in magic touch.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, mate. It's one thing to be able to be quite light-footed and agile and skip across these sections, but he's a fairly heavy set. The lower half of his body incredibly strong, and he's just driving through these turns and accelerating off the bottom.
Reggie loading up. He's been throwing some nice airs at us, and he's going to deliver another one right here. The loft is impressive. He found the spring from nowhere. Great technique. And it was a wise move to commit to that end section because he's going to juice some points out of it. 3.33 on his first wave. He did take a fall, but under priority, he might just sneak a score here.
Wow, driving down the line, hopping through these little sections. Eyes off the perfect launch pad. Gets the spin. And the pillow puff landing. Look at him driving down. Watch the back foot shifts right to the back of the tail kick. Gets a really nice spin, probably around 280 in terms of the rotation. Not quite the 360, but pushing 300 for sure. Really great spot to launch. And that whitewash already broken underneath him. That creates that little pillow puff landing. So this will be the first decent score. Alistair Regginato, he's converted on his second wave.
Waiting on the numbers to roll through, and while we do, we're going to throw it down to Kaipo and hear from our women's champion.
Got the champ right here, Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa, great couple of days for you. Yesterday qualifying for the championship tour, today winning your third challenger title.
Yeah, it's been a really crazy week here, and I honestly couldn't have asked for anything more. This is the best outcome that I could have had from this event, and yeah, I just feel super grateful to be here, and I have so many people that I need to thank, all of my friends and family back at home, my sponsors, and everyone who just supports me. I really wouldn't be here without them, and they're the people who've seen all the hard work going behind the scenes to make this happen, so I'm really grateful for everyone and everything that I have.
This has got to be great for your confidence and your momentum. 2 weeks away, Ripco Pro Bells Beach coming up.
Yeah, it definitely has helped my confidence a lot. You know, throughout this year, I've had a lot of ups and downs with results, so it feels good to kind of clean it up at the end of the year and really go in strong to the first couple events. So I'm feeling good.
One more thing. Happy birthday as well.
Thank you.
Your women's champ, Alyssa Spencer.
Thank you, Kipes. Yeah, we'll be handing her that iconic trophy in around about 30 minutes time, but we've still got another champion to discover here in this final heat on the men's side. Alistair Regginato banks a 7.33 for his second ride. Calivas, a throwaway score for him. And the Australian gets off to another clean start, but this wave just unfolded.
Yeah, just a quick in and out there for Calivas. Nothing happening there. Regginato outside, picks off another left. Just clicks with that first section and again throws it up but pushes too hard.
A little hung up there, and had he ridden out of that move he certainly would have improved his heat score total. But the 7.33 for the tidy rotation on the end of his ride.
Yeah, you'd have to say, Ron, the advantage at the moment with the natural footer, just in terms of taking to the air, leaning into that style of manoeuvre with the wind the way it is now on these right-handers. It's blowing across and to the back of the wave, which means Regginato, who's on his forehand as we look at the Stonerwood slow-mo. Watch this now. Pumps down the line, driving for speed. And when he hits that launch right there, the board is being blown towards his feet. So it sort of assists the surfer, bit of a tongue twister there, in controlling the board through the spin. Yeah,
at one point at the start of the ride, I was kind of thinking, you've you've bypassed the start of the wave and it looks like it's flattening out. Get off it. But he obviously saw that oncoming section down the line, stuck with it, and it paid off big time. He has had a couple of falls that have kind of cost him great control in the opening stages of this final. His first wave, he opened nicely, climbed up onto the second section, took a fall. His third ride, he had a lot of speed. He ditched the fins and got hung up on the lip. And even though he's got the big number, that 7.33, the way Callie Vass has performed throughout this event, errors like that can come back to haunt you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that 2.5, you can kind of get the feeling that could have been a solid 5-pointer at least if he had made that final turn, and with the first wave as well, that's possibly a mid-range score. So he could really have applied the pressure to Callie Vass, because this 22 minutes is going to zip through, and as a surfer in the water, it feels like it goes double speed. Callie Vass looks like he's trying to get into position here, but it's Alistair Reginato with priority.
Loading up again, big section standing up, swings the rotation, got there a little late, but he manages to complete the move, trying to improve on a 3.33. Now, it's pretty easy to identify that this isn't there isn't the same height and quality in this air as the one that he landed earlier for a 7.33, but it might just help him add some points to the scoreline.
Yeah, well, he sort of projected forward rather than up and forward, so he didn't cover much distance, but nonetheless, it's a completed manoeuvre, and that is going to add to his scoreline, possibly around the 4 or 5 point mark. So Callie Vass just patiently waiting. He now has priority. He's been so strong up until this point. Would love nothing more than to go one better. He's had second place here when we kicked off the Challenger Series last year. Second behind Jacob Wilcox. Unfortunately got bumped off the tour and came into this event with a real shot at climbing back on, but unfortunately for Jacob, outside the top 10 on the Challenger Series rating, so he'll have another crack at it this year.
Just over 20 minutes to go here. 5.83 for Reginato on that last wave. So Callie Vass with work to do. I can't remember on his road through to this final him having to claw back a lead like this. He's not out of it by any means. It's a gentle combination that he's chasing, but at the moment he wants to break that combination, get a good score of his own. As Reginato eyes off another one there, opts out of it.
Al's hunting, is he?
He is.
He's up and down the lineup. He's looking for opportunities, little lumps. There's no real defined peak at the moment. It's just chopped up water. This is wind swell now that they're dealing with. And this is starting to apply some pressure, no doubt about it, for Callie Vass. He needs to make a number, get on the board pretty quick.
19.5 minutes remaining here in the final of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, and we are going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Check this out. Welcome back to the final of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. The underdog, the Australian, has the lead at the moment. On his second ride, stomped an air under priority, got himself a 7.33. He's backed it up with a 5.83, and he is already on his way to his best ever finish in a Challenger event. He wants the W. This guy is going to be hard to beat, though. Callie Vass, an Olympic gold medalist, the Challenger Series champ this year. just struggling to find rhythm out here at this stage of the game. 3 waves, and he hasn't gotten better than 2-point ride. And
For the very first time in this event, Ron, we're starting to see some frustration in the body language of Cowley Vast. And this is a really interesting story here of Alistair Reginaro, the underdog in the Australian, up against, well, what you could call a global superstar. There's a gold medalist Olympian. All eyes on him, and well backed. Here we go, up and riding.
Loading up, gets that first hit in nicely, climbs up onto the roof. It's a little sloppy, that final turn. And Cowley Vast has just been so rock solid that, you know, even a slight trip up on that final move looks a little out of character for what he's served up to us in this event so far. I've got no doubt that he'll fight his way back into contention at some point here. So Alistair, meanwhile, has to keep fighting. But Rich, you mentioned, as we see this replay.
Yeah, so let's just have a look here. Cowley Vast, that wave had about 4 different lip lines on it, and Cowley just powered through both of them. But again, it was the final turn that was just a little untidy. So the judges will show some restraint there.
You mentioned that, you know, he's well backed. He is a global superstar. You don't win an Olympic gold medal for your country and not get the plaudits you deserve and the financial backing you deserve. Alistair Reginaro, on the other hand, the prize money is a huge motivator for him to fund the Challenger Series campaign. You know, these extra dollars are going to be key.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, outside of Australia, you know, Alistair Reginaro probably not that well known, whereas Cowley Vast, you know, he's a household name now. So this is a huge result for Alistair Reginaro, no matter how you skin it. If he can get the win here, this is huge. This will help him fund a campaign this year on the Challenger Series. He's, last I heard, doing a bit of rep work for Lost surfboards. You know, so it hasn't come easy. Sponsorships are hard to come by in this day and age. And he's just put in the work. It's starting to pay dividends here. He's found himself halfway through this final out in front.
Performances like this, though, getting yourself to a major international final like this will certainly create a buzz and a bit of interest in taking up some of that vacant real estate on Alistair Reginaro's boards. But 14.5 minutes remaining here as Cowley Vast just puts his head down and motors back to the takeoff zone. He's taken some chances. He's broken combination, 4.17 earlier. Needs a 9-point ride. Even though that is a massive score in conditions like this, he's shown the kind of form on his road through to this final that suggests that he's capable of getting that number.
Alistair Reginaro is really sticking to his guns here too. You know, he does have priority, and we've seen in some of the lead-up heats to this final, even surfers with priority, they're sticking quite close to their opponent. But Al is just running his own race here, and I dare say he's probably having a little chat to himself before he hit the water, just thinking, you know what, I'm kind of the underdog here. I've got no pressure, I've got nothing to lose. And it's seemingly working for him right now. Slight thread of frustration. Cowley Vast at this point, who has been unable to put a decent score on the board there. The Aussie contingent, they haven't left the beach. They parked it here Monday morning. And they have not left that post. And it has been an incredibly successful week for the Aussies. And their boy Al is out there in the water now, in the lead of the final Challenger Series event of the year.
Really popular guy. Very nice dude. He's from Alexander Headland on the Sunshine Coast. It's always produced fantastic surfers, going all the way back to the great Gary Kong-Elkington, and been a number of CT competitors from that region over the years. We had Julian Wilson in here before. Sasha Stocker, Serena Brook, Dimity Stoyle. I mean, the list goes on, and I'm sure they're all tuned in watching this run from Alistair Reginaro and seeing him in this, well, pretty strong position really now. We're getting down to the 12.5 minute mark. Certainly more heat on Callie Vast in this situation than we've seen him facing throughout the contest.
He needs a 9 at this point for a single ride. And, well, we haven't seen too many 9-point rides come through in the last few hours. So the stats tell me that it's going to take 2 waves for him to get out in the lead in this final. Looks like Al's going to have a crack at this one.
Yeah, picking off this bigger set. Just the lip kind of breaking over his toe side rail there, bogging him down, so he doesn't get much out of it. Callie Vast has been pretty deadly with priority in some of the earlier heats. You know, used it really wisely. Probably has to settle himself down a little bit in this situation too, Rich. There is still enough time. It's not like it's a crazy long paddle like we saw on Thursday that the competitors are facing. You can get back out there real quick.
Yeah, you can turn around a couple of waves in under 2 minutes if you are really pressed for it. Obviously, priority will come into play there.
Some venues around the world, you need a bit more time if you're going to chase down big scores or you've got a lead to turn around. Talking about a location like Jeffreys Bay, where you've got a long paddle back out, Bells Beach. But here you can turn a heat in a couple of minutes. Here goes Reginado again. Another completion. And really hoping that this wave stands up again on the inside for some more, working it over. Just a bit of grovel work, incredible small wave surfing.
He's got a good energy at the moment. Even the dismount, to me, kind of with that energy sort of signifies how invested he is in this one. And he needs to be. No more heats after this.
Yeah, and we saw, I think he would have learned from the women's final. Alyssa Spencer took her rides right through to the inside and just took a chance on them standing up and giving her a little bit more. Any incremental increases you can get to your heat score total are going to work in your favour against a really strong competitor. So Alistair Reginado, good small wave surfing. We'll see where the number falls, but you know, with a strong start on this ride, there is a chance that he builds on that 5.83.
He really does get inverted on that opening air, and we've seen a lot of the spins through the week. They do tend to stay a bit more lateral, horizontal, but Al gets really inverted. Watch the nose pointing back down into the trough of the wave. Little shimmy here, and then he gets another little slap right on the inside. Bang, twists around there.
Waiting on those numbers to roll through now. Reginado holding on to the lead and a chance of increasing that heat score total and pushing that requirement maybe up into the 9s for the Tahitian. It's going to be close. It wasn't the most dynamic version of that rotation on the opening turn, even though, Rich, you said he kind of manufactured a bit of pop out of that lip and got that tail high. It only came through at a 5.4. All those extras that he added down the line, there wasn't a whole lot in them. So I can see where the judges went with that number. So the requirement remains the same for Callie Vast here. 8.99 is what he's after to claim his second victory of this Challenger Series season and finish off a 2-time winner and the Challenger champion for 2026.
Cowley's sort of dropped anchor at the moment. Just surely pressure starting to build on his shoulders now and some frustration.
He's picked up or identified a bit of a pattern in some bigger set wave lefts rolling in on that section of the bank. As we see Reginado up again. Strike rate is so high with the airs at the moment, but even he knows that that's not really going to change things in the scoreline. So he's out of there. The Aussie crew loading the Stone and Woods into the esky at the moment. But they got to be careful. 8 minutes to go. Like we said, you know, this is a lineup where it really won't take too long if you bank a number now to get back out there and give yourself a shot in the end. As we go to the GWM recap, Reginado getting things started early, Rich, with a 7.33.
Yeah, this is the biggest number of the final so far, and you can see why. A lofty air reverse and just nailed it, and that kind of set the tone, and he has been ultra busy. This was his backup score here. Not as much pop and height, but still so functional in how we execute these manoeuvres. And Cowley Vast, this is his attempt to start clawing back. You can see by the body language, just a little bit frustrated there. A couple of water slaps. This is his best ride, the 417. Connects with the first turn. Does well to just complete that ride, but he's looking for a particular wave here where he can really get that strength and power on the backhand.
Hasn't had that crisp moment yet out of a section. Even the 4.17, there's a reason why that sort of doesn't stack up against Alistair's numbers. It just didn't have the same punch that he carried through his rides in the quarterfinals and semis. 6.5 minutes to go here. Cowley Vast has at times shown some frustration, but it doesn't really seem to kind of throw him off his game too much. He's just hanging for an opportunity. He's been pretty staunch on his positioning though.
Yeah, he has. He's really just stuck to this part of the bank, and it's been serving him so well up to this point. But maybe this, with the incoming tide, we're about 3 hours into the turn of the tide here, and it's starting to fill up this bank a little bit more. But you touched on something which I think is really important. In a pressure situation, which we are in now, just under 6 minutes, Cowley needs 2 scores. And that anger can either unravel people, or it can actually make them dig deeper and surf harder and faster. So I feel like Cowley's going to be the latter, and if he gets that chance, he's going to destroy the next wave that comes through.
At what point does it turn into the hunt for that one magic ride that it's basically got to be 9?
We're getting close, and I tell you why, because as soon as Cowley Vast pulls the trigger and takes that wave, the priority shifts back to Reggie, and then he's just going to shadow Cowley and make it incredibly difficult for him to find another wave. So it's got to be in the next minute or two, otherwise it's all just going to come down to one wave.
Well, Alistair Reginato, he's been campaigning on the Challenger Series for some time. Of his squad, of all his crew who get behind each other, he's really kind of had to be there as the man cheering his friends up the beach in their winning moments. He hasn't broken through into the final series of an event, but he's been part of that, that committed cheer squad for other people. It's so nice for him today to be in that different position where his mates are down here watching him surf and potentially win one of the most sought-after trophies in surfing. But hang on, Cowley Vast, he's not done fighting, and this could potentially be his best wave and take a bit off the requirement with just over 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, even a 5 is going to help the cause here. He needs to keep that energy and the body language positive. Let's look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Jumps straight off the bottom and off the top. Nice clean turn, just a minute catch on that toe side rail, but cleans it up nicely to get the rebound. So we could see this push into the 5s, Ronnie.
Yeah, it felt like it flowed beautifully, though, without diving into a long lens and getting eyes on it. The panel are watching this unfold from much further away with their own eyeballs, and I think that would have looked pretty impressive. So I think that he takes quite a bit off this requirement, or just enough to give him some confidence going into the final 3.5 minutes here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crunch time now. And I'll be very surprised if we don't see Reginato start heading towards Cowley with a bit of a froth on.
Yeah, he's given him some space because, he didn't mind it. He wanted to get more reps with those individual rotations, those airs. But now he's got a lead to defend, and he's got the priority, and here he comes making his way north. 4.7 for Vast, so he does shave a little bit off the requirement there. 8.46 is the score he's after now. As you said, that slight catch, even from a distance, I think the judges are picking up on that stuff.
Yeah, they're very critical with their eye.
Astute too. They obviously have watched thousands of waves in this event alone and had to pull apart a lot of mid-range scores, and they've done a fantastic job. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So big. I mean, Callie Vast has had his big moments in this event. I know he desperately wanted to get a second Challenger Series win this year, Rich, and go one better than his performance in the opening event of the Challenger Series. But that Regginato fairy tale finish, it's getting closer.
We say it every time. There's always one. There's always that fairy tale that tends to unravel at these events. And I feel like we've seen about 10 of them through the week.
Absolutely. Totally agree. Yeah, today especially, you know, it's been a really hard day to kind of predict a winner just based on what you've seen of these competitors through the event, what you know of their history, and what their weapons are. There's been, in that respect, there's been a lot of upsets, but on finals day, every single one of these surfers is capable of stepping up to a new level and upsetting some of those more established names. And Regginato's done more of that than anyone.
Well, a little lump seems to be forming.
1 minute to go. Reggie's got to be really solid here with his defensive tactics, using that priority.
Yeah, he looks like he's almost willing to let Cowley take a crack at this thing.
Wow. Well, Cowley is chasing a big score, swings the tail. That's all he's going to get out of that wave. Impressive turn. Is it an 8.46?
No, mate, it's not. Unfortunately, as beautifully executed as it was, I mean, best turn for Cowley Vast in the finals so far, no doubt about it. This is what we've seen him do all week long. Drives hard off the bottom, gets nice and low, and just the rotation, completely ditching the fins. Gets a lot of release there, and then whips the board back under his feet, so he's just going to run out of time here.
The Stone and Wood slow-mo shows just how strong that turn is. He's going to take a little bit off the requirement, but will he get back out there? Well, the next battle is going to be who will chair Alistair Regginato to the main stage here as he takes off. He's going to finish in style. The crowd erupts here at Merriweather. Morgan Siblick, Sophie McCulloch, they're making their way down to the water's edge here. And Alistair Regginato plants a huge air. It'll be the number of the final to take victory.
Well, congratulations, Alistair Regginato. You are the champion of the event, and mate, you said it before, he's cheered so many of his mates up, and every single one of those times he would have been stoked, but he would have been also going, when is it my go? And today it's his turn.
Absolutely, he's going to get swamped by his countrymen. He has been the team player, and today he is the champion of the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And what a way to finish, an 8.67, an excellent heat score total, overcoming a gold medalist, a Challenger Series champion, and a man that's going to be campaigning on the CT this year. It was not an easy run through to this victory for Alistair Regginato, but he has got it done, the surfer from Alexandra Headland, Queensland. And he is straight into the first of many Stone and Wood Pacific Ales.
That thing didn't stand a chance. And, well...
He might need gills to get through the night, Rich.
Absolutely, getting carried up by Morgan Siblick, and props to Sophie McCulloch. After a very difficult day, she hung around, and now she's feeling that winning energy from her buddy.
She was never going to miss it. They're part of the same board riders clubs. They've achieved national titles in board riders events. In fact, that's where Alistair Regginato has made a name for himself, and the surfing that he's done in those events, Rich, has had us saying for a long time, this guy's going to be a threat. He could easily make the championship tour. Well, it hasn't been that way. A run of ninth place finishes in the Challengers, cracking his first final series today and going all the way and finishing it off with an 8.67 that final. What a win.
This feeling right now, when you're getting carried up the beach, it's like a drug. It's like no other feeling in the world, and it's only one person gets it out of the entire field, and these wins do not come around that often.
You've been there, Rich.
This is going to kickstart him. This is going to catapult him.
You've been in that situation, a magic moment when you break through for the biggest win of your career. How does it feel?
It's like nothing else, mate. It's those dreams that you run through your mind, that you think about constantly every day. the years of training, the years of competition. It's everything to you, you know, and this is the moment of his life right now.
In contrast, the only time I've been carried up the beach, I had a broken leg. What a disappointment for me. But a huge moment here for Alistair Reginato, the biggest win of his career. He's powering up the rankings and just reminding himself that he has what it takes to win these events, to overcome a stacked field. Liam O'Brien on hand.
Oh, my God.
And he is absolutely buzzing. Dylan O'Brien. And we're going to throw it down to Vaughan Blakey now. And hear from the champion. Take it away, Vaughno.
Amazing scenes down here as Alistair Reginato celebrates his first ever Challenger Series win. It's the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Mate, congratulations. Can you believe it?
No, I can't. This is like, what a couple of weeks. I'm that stoked. Well, yeah, I really can't believe it. So stoked to be here in Newey. This is one of my favourite places in the world. And yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty lost for words, but yeah, I'm so chuffed and can't wait to lift that trophy.
Oh, mate, honestly, the role you've been on is something really special. You got the QS win down there at Phillip Island. You went all the way to Burleigh Heads. You got North Shore into the final there. You got in your car. You drove all night long to make your heat down here the next morning. And here you are right now, the champion of SURFEST. It is wild what you've done.
Yeah, that's wild when you say it like that. It's crazy. It's been such a hectic couple of weeks. The only person that's probably done more is the man behind the camera right now. And I'm just so chuffed. And yeah, it's going to be good to have a bit of time off before we kick back off in Bolitos. But yeah, I'll be taking this one in for a while.
Yeah, shout out to Jono. He's right behind the camera. But mate, it's all about you right now. You know, the Challenger Series this year, it didn't pan out how you wanted, but you re-qualified through the regional queue. How hungry are you to hit this thing running next year?
Yeah, that hungry. Just do that all year next year. That's the goal. And yeah, all the boys will get me that fired up this year, just seeing how good they've gone. And I think I get to do it with Scruff again this year. She had a tough run today, but she'll be back there as well. But yeah, I'm just so fired up. Keep doing that.
That's it, mate. Well, guess what? You are the Bioglan Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy champion for 2026. Let's hear it. Everyone's frothing. Stick with us. We're going to be back in just a moment with the Stone and Wood post show. Yo,